Hello and welcome into the live stream. For everybody tuning in on YouTube, thank you for being here. For everybody who's already tuned in on TikTok in the last 11 minutes, we already have over 10,000 of you guys. Thank you for being here as well. If this is your first time here, you're probably wondering what we're all about. So let me tell you real quick. We debate Trump supporters. We try to get them from the wrong side of history to the anti-Trump side of history. Trump is the worst president of your life, undeniably so. And he continues to demonstrate why again and again every single day. If any other president, let's take Obama, for instance, did the same things Trump is doing now, we never hear the end of it. There'd be 24/7 live broadcasts from every major news outlet in America, going over, the Epstein files, reading every line of every document, talking about the redactions, talking about their findings, talking about the lies from the administration. There'd be a 24-hour live camera feed of the White House, 24-hour live camera feed of their home house in their home state. I mean, it would just be like a world ender, okay? But because it's Trump, people think it's normal, and we still, of course, somehow have Americans that support him as president. Now, something else that we like to do is go through the breaking news on a daily basis. So the breaking news of today is the fact that Donald Trump's DOJ got caught lying, okay? They are done. So it was uncovered that in February, Pam Bondi, Donald Trump's attorney general, sent a letter to Kash Patel and the FBI saying that she needs all of the Epstein files and all related documents on her desk by February 24th at 8 a.m. So where's the lie? Well, yesterday, Pam Bondi and Trump came out and they said that they uncovered an additional 1 million files related to Epstein that they did not have before. So what does this mean? Well, this either means that the FBI didn't hand over those 1 million plus files to Pam Bondi per her request by the deadline in late February, okay, which I find to be unlikely, or else we'd probably be hearing from insiders at the White House about internal commotion. We'd probably see Kash Patel getting fired. It would be aired out by someone. Or what it means is that Pam Bondi, the DOJ, and the Trump administration have had these 1 million newly uncovered files all along, and now they are lying about the nature of those files to our faces, saying that they're newly uncovered to stall, to give them more time to push off the full release by claiming that they need to look through them and independently review them and redact them. So they got caught in a lie. They're done. But honestly, I mean, lies, the Trump administration, that's barely newsworthy anymore. Almost everything that comes out of that decrepit old fuck's mouth is a lie. But, I mean, maybe those are a little bit intense words, but I think he's a person deserving of those intense words. Now, we are going to go ahead and hop into the debates at this point in time. We already have our very first Trump supporter loaded up into the live stream. Their name is Alex. And before we pass Alex the mic here to take it away to tell us why he's MAGA, I did quickly want to thank a couple of people. We've been live for 11 minutes, and we've already had a handful of y'all send some very generous donations over on Venmo and PayPal. First and foremost, Callie, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. That's Callie with a C who says, how to buy Wi-Fi on this flight so I could watch you live. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Dean. Well, first and foremost, Callie, thank you for the $20. Second of all, I mean, that's honestly not a terrible idea. These live streams make your day go by very fast. I know that they do that to me. So it's actually not a bad thing to be doing on a flight. It'll make the flight fly. So thank you for the $20, Callie. Phoebe, thank you for the $10. And Trina with the $20. Trina with the $20 says, it's my B-day right now, and I want to say I really appreciate your hard work. Trina, happy birthday. Before we hop into this debate with Alex, I want to see so many happy birthday Trinas down below. Then Phoebe with the $10 says, hey, Dean, I've been refreshing your page all day waiting for you to go live. I need to hop on a standardized schedule. I'm sorry, Phoebe, but I appreciate you for the $10, and we are live now. And then one last person on Venmo, Cassie with a K. Thank you for the $15, who says, I literally look forward to your lives every single day. It keeps me going at work. You're an amazing human. Keep doing what you do best. Cassie, you're a gem. Thank you so much for your kind words, and thank you for the $15. Go ahead and show some love to Trina, Phoebe, Cassie, and Callie down below in that chat. There's a couple people that we also have to thank over on PayPal, but before we do, I'm going to go to pass the mic off to Alex so he can tell us how the hell he still supports Donald J. Trump after everything that he's done A through Z, destroying this country and demonstrating his terrible character. The mic is yours, and so is the floor, and so is my intention. Take it away.
Okay, perfect. First of all, I want to say happy birthday, Trina, W Trina, in the chat. So what I would say is I don't necessarily support Trump as I do just right-wing ideology. Is there like a certain subject we should speak about or just anything?
Okay, well, I mean, what champion is right wing ideology propping up right now?
Donald Trump.
Okay. So do you believe that Donald Trump acts in alignment with your right wing ideology?
I think he is. I think he is a bit extreme on a lot of subjects that I feel strongly about. Um, so I would feel that he is the just because of his basic beliefs, he's the best candidate
And
for
what
me right
beliefs are
now. But
those? I'm going to
you
open my
know,
notepad. Name as many of them as you can.
okay, so I would say abortion, immigration, for some parts of immigration. I would say Christianity, transgenderism. Um, transgender affirming care specifically for minors. Um, and that
No men and women's sports. No tax on
and
tips.
yeah, no men in women's sports, and I don't want any tax on tips. So, those are my base beliefs.
What one do you want to talk about first?
I think immigration's a good starting point.
I agree. I do agree that is a good starting point. I need to find this verse real quick. Give me one moment. 30 seconds, please.
Nope. Take your time. Take your time.
There we go. So you said that you're Christian, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you support Donald Trump's mass deportation?
Some kind of.
Really? What is Leviticus 19:33 through 34 from the Christian Bible read? Do you know?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay, I'll tell you, and you could look this up online, pull out the Bible to make sure that I'm telling you the truth. Leviticus
Okay.
19:33 through 34 reads, "When a foreigner resides among you in your land, don't mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as you love yourself. For you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God." Now, due to the fact that you're Christian, I find it impossible if you were to truly hold to the moral virtues as described by the Bible, more specifically Leviticus 19, to support Donald Trump's mass deportation. Because not only is he mistreating immigrants, but he's categorically treating them different than the native born, and he will argue in support of that premise. He's mistreating them by unjustly detaining and deporting them without any due process to a center for terrorists in El Salvador, where we've learned that the inmates are literally being beaten, tortured, and starved, being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., and if they fall out of exhaustion, they'll be beat by the guards. We've heard from Venezuelan immigrants deported from America to CCOT, Abrigo Garcia, who was illegally deported in defiance of a Supreme Court order to CCOT, that they have all been beaten, tortured, and starved. And keep in mind, Nayib Bukele, the leader of El Salvador, actually told the UN that the treatment of the deportees from America to CCOT and El Salvador was overseen by the American government. So I think that I have a pretty strong case here that Donald Trump's mass deportation is in conflict with the moral teachings of the Bible due to the fact that I think I would label literal torture as mistreatment. And my second point, I'll try to keep this one short, is it also says in Leviticus 19 to not treat them any differently than the native born. Donald Trump certainly does because he thinks that they don't have rights that the native born do, even though the Constitution says otherwise. He's illegally tried to take the birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. He's deported them with no due process, even after a judge told him to turn the planes around. He's been blackbagging college students, violating their withholding orders, taking them to ICE detention centers 1,000 miles away, and illegally detaining and holding green card holders and legal immigrants in detention centers as well. So please tell me, how the hell can you support his mass deportation in lieu of all these facts that demonstrate it impedes and goes against the moral virtues you are supposed to hold to as a Christian because your God told you to?
Right. Well, as I said earlier, I agree with the idea of the mass deportation, but I think the execution, a lot of factors of it are very extreme, such as the things you just said. Like alligator Alcatraz, for example. I think when I saw that, I thought that was low-key ridiculous. But I think that deportation is the best recourse for these illegal immigrants because they have broken the law in our country, and we just need to find a way to get them back to their home country in the most humane way possible, which I think Donald Trump is, doing that in a very careless manner. I think if we could tighten up that policy and just make him a little more humane in the way he's deporting these illegal immigrants.
So you're telling us that you disagree with his mass deportation policy because it's the opposite of humane.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So it seems like now we've agreed that one of the tenets of Donald Trump's campaign for the presidency and policy that he's implementing today is absolutely terrible.
Well, I mean, I agree with mass deportation, which I don't think Kamala Harris was going to.
Do you agree with his? Like, I'm just trying to determine this. Overall, considering all the facts, considering the way he's doing it and what he's getting done, is it a net benefit or a net negative?
Well, at the end of the day, I mean, I think it's still a net positive for the country because
what's one way it benefits the country? What's one specific material way that mass deportation benefits the country? Also, I hear like your dad in the background. Yeah, I'm fine if you want to like, bring him closer and he could just directly talk to the phone.
Yeah,
with
we
you.
can.
I just want to say that's fine by me. Like, I don't care.
Okay, perfect.
I didn't know if we were gonna get kicked for that. I don't know.
No, yeah, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll talk first. So, sorry, could you state your question one more time? I just got a little bit distracted.
Yeah, so I asked you overall, do you think that Donald Trump's mass deportation is a net benefit or net negative for this country? And you argued that it's a net benefit for this country. Then my question that I would like you to answer is very clear. It is, what is one specific positive that this country benefits from due to mass deportation?
I mean, cheaper housing for one. I think that housing is a huge crisis in this country for young people like me. Yeah. It's hard to get. So I think like illegal immigrants coming in and kind of crowding the housing market, so to speak, is kind of, cutting the legs out of people like me.
Yeah, I think that the opposite is true. I actually think that mass deportation puts an upward pressure on the price of housing. Why? Because undocumented immigrants are significantly more likely to actively participate in the supply side of the housing market than they are to actively participate in the demand side of the housing market. So according to the American Immigration Council, 1 out of every 7 construction workers, the people that build the houses, is an undocumented immigrant. Meanwhile, on the demand side of the housing market, first and foremost, 99% of banks won't give them a loan to buy a house, okay? So they're significantly less likely to be participating in that action on the demand side. And then a significant portion of homeowners that rent their properties to tenants will refuse to rent to undocumented individuals. So they're also less likely to participate in the demand side of housing as it would relate to renting properties. So because of these facts, I think it becomes clear that they actually put a downward pressure on the pricing of houses.
You didn't state.
I mean, I don't really see any. I mean, I see what you're saying for sure, but at the end of the day, if they're coming in and buying these houses that native-born Americans could be getting, I don't see how that could help the market in any way.
Well, because what you're failing to account for here would be the supply side of the housing market. So inflation, or the rate of change in the price of a good, the price of the good going up it tracks what we call equilibrium price. And the equilibrium price of a good sold in a market is determined by the intersection between the supply curve and the demand curve. So let's imagine that we have a company that produces a good and they produce 100 units every single day. How are they going to determine what price to sell that good for? Well, if they have, let's say, 100 people that want to buy that good on week 1, but then 200 people that want to buy that good on week 2, the price will be lower week 1 because the demand will be lower with a consistent supply. Then it will be higher week 2 because the demand will be higher with a consistent supply. And that's what you just described conceptually. But the same thing is also true about the supply curve. So if we have 100 people that want to buy a house week 1, 200 people that want to buy a house week 2, but week 1, there's 100 houses that are being sold, and week 2, there's 500 houses that are being sold, even though there's more people that want to buy a house in week 2 because there's a total higher level of housing supply, you're still going to have a lower equilibrium price than you did week 1. Now, I said a lot there. Was that clear, or do I need to slow it down?
No, I processed what you said pretty well.
Perfect. And the way that this conversation relates to undocumented immigrants is, sure, if we ignore the supply side of the housing market and we want to determine what the impact is of undocumented immigrants on the housing market from the demand side, they're going to have an upward pressure on demand. That's self-evident because there's more people in the market that want to access this good, right? But as soon as we open our minds here and explore the other curve that's used to determine equilibrium price, the supply curve, because undocumented immigrants are significantly more likely than citizens to actively participate in that supply side of the housing market, all right, we see that they disproportionately increase supply compared to their lower increase in demand.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah, my friend wants to say something.
So you were talking about how like the supply and demand part of it about, well, I mean, honestly, I just don't really get that because I feel like you kind of proved maybe not his point, but my point in this is that when more, I guess we'll call them just immigrants. When more immigrants come into this country, they create more demand, right? Because I mean, obviously, there's more people, more demand, and then you're saying, sorry.
I'll talk.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that they're participating in building homes, which kind of offsets the fact that they're buying these homes from native-born Americans. But what I would say to that is I don't see how them coming in and 1 in 7 undocumented immigrants being construction workers, I don't see how that kind of balances out because I don't think that's speeding up the home building process as much as it's being taken away.
It's 1 in every 7 construction workers, so they're significantly less likely to buy homes and significantly more likely to build homes compared to citizens. And of course, this would speed up the process of building more homes since we have more people to get the job done. When we expel them from the market, when we deport them, well, then all of a sudden the housing market loses a significant portion of their productive capacities in order to build new homes. Okay, and they're actually less incentivized to build with a lower productive capacity, of course, onset by the fact that they have less laborers, due to the fact that now at that same time we're seeing a reduction in demand. So it's actually like a recipe for catastrophe in the housing market. And then something else I want to bring up here is every demographic of people in this country could qualify as a group of demanders for goods, so thereby increasing the demand of said good. So in the same way that undocumented immigration to America increases the demand for housing, so does illegal immigration in America. So does H-1B visas into America, and so does natural birth. So, I mean, using your same logic, ignoring the impact of this demographic on the supply side of the housing market, well, we could say all of a sudden we need to stop legal immigration, and we need to limit the amount of children that American citizens are legally able to have due to the fact that ultimately the more children they have will introduce a larger increase in the demand of housing in like 20 or 30 years from now. Right? But of course, that's nonsensical. So I just don't understand why all that sudden that logic is sensical as it relates to undocumented immigrants, especially considering the fact that they're significantly more likely to participate in the supply side of the housing market compared to any other demographic that we just spoke on.
Well, here's the thing about that. I mean, I guess this kind of goes back to our basic beliefs, but if you're an immigrant, you're illegal. And if you're an American citizen, you can have as many kids as you want. It's legal because you're an American citizen and they're born an American citizen.
So then it seems like it reduces down to some like value or principle here that you're using to justify mass deportation. That's not really related to like, the supposed economic impact.
Wait, can I say something also?
Yeah, and also I don't really feel like you care about the fact that they broke the law.
Oh, well, I do for sure.
Oh, no, you don't. No, I for sure you don't, or else you'd care about the fact that Donald Trump broke the law 34 times, committed 34 classy felonies in New York, was held civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls to Howard Stern on his radio show in 2005, was held civilly liable for defrauding, his foundation / his charity in New York, can't open one anymore, was found civilly liable for lying about the valuation of his properties to banks in New York, intentionally and illegally concealed classified documents at his private estate in Mar-a-Lago, was prosecuted by New York's DOJ in the 70s for a violation of the Civil Rights Act, refusing and failing to rent to black tenants, and has infringed on the Constitution Sorry, that's been changed 5 times in the last 10 months with an infringement on the First Amendment, Second Amendment, 10th Amendment, 14th Amendment, and 22nd Amendment, with the most recent infringement being ruled by the Supreme Court that is 6-3 conservative leaning, that he broke the Constitution, gave an illegal order to the military by deploying the National Guard in Illinois. So I don't know, man. Just in culmination, all of those infractions on American law are just simply worse than one federal misdemeanor that's victimless and actively contributes to building our country in a prosperous direction. Just saying.
Well, if you recall what I said earlier, I said I wasn't exactly gung ho on Donald Trump. I mean, we can talk about his charges later,
Yeah.
but I mean,
Yeah, but the point is like you still support him even though he's done all these things that are like significantly worse than the one misdemeanor that undocumented immigrants commit, because you argue that he's beneficial to the country because of the policy that he's implementing, while arguing against undocumented immigrants, saying that they should be deported for a significantly lower level of an offense with a lower amount of offenses with no victims compared to the victims of Donald Trump's crime, even though they actively contribute to legitimately make this country better through contributing 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars to the GDP per year, paying over $100 billion per year in taxes, reducing nominal crime levels and crime rates because they're 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime on American soil when compared to citizens. You say, fuck no, I don't care, throw it all out, even though they're beneficial to the country. We need to deport them because they broke the law. But then all of a sudden, as it relates to Trump, even though he broke more and more severe laws, you introduce the nuance of trying to argue that even though that's true, we should still have him run the country because of the benefit that he provides.
right, but I feel like you can't just justify these millions of people coming in illegally because of the alleged charges that are coming up against our president.
You're right. So this isn't my argument to justify undocumented entry. It's just an argument to demonstrate your own hypocrisy.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But okay, so what was the core question we were talking about? I'm so sorry.
Well, I mean, I think that we kind of got lost on that core question, so we'll just make a new one. Why
Okay.
are you a hypocrite?
Why am I a hypocrite?
Yeah, for all the reasons that I just described.
Okay, well,
I have a question for you then. If you're calling us a hypocrite and you said all these things about specifically Donald Trump's kind of catastrophe on the black tenants housing and how he wouldn't rent, what do you think about Mamdani's policies to tax wider neighborhoods?
Well, I don't think that Mamdani should have referred to it as an increase on tax on wider neighborhoods, because then that leads people like you to say, "Oh my God, this
He
is terrible."
stated it in.
Oh,
in a news-
I know. I don't know why he'd use those words to describe his policy, because all his policy is increasing taxes on richer families in New York City. But because of the discrepancy in the average socioeconomic standards of white Americans compared to black Americans, because of systemic racism, slavery, and its aftermath, with the perpetuation of those issues continued via an underfunding of black students in the American schooling program compared to white students, we see a disproportionate amount of white individuals collecting and garnering a higher income compared to black individuals, which means that tax would be disproportionately applied to white people because of that fact. And I disagree with Mamdani then turning around and saying this is a tax on wider neighborhoods. He just should have said that this is a tax on the richer, because then it would create this conflict of, me having to describe these facts to Trump supporters that come up here and say, oh my God, he's anti-white because he said he wants to tax wider neighborhoods,
I mean, I guess. I mean, that's literally what he said. But
I agree with you. I
yeah.
agree with you. That is what he said. He should have just said, all right, I want to increase taxes disproportionately on richer people in New York City.
Okay.
so
Well,
I feel like in that
okay.
sense, it's kind of unfair to call us hypocrites then.
How so?
Well, because you're saying that we're hypocrites for not wanting illegal immigrants to be in our country for breaking the law, when you're saying the president broke the law, which he hasn't even been convicted of. I mean, he hasn't
They're
been
all
impeached
alleged.
yeah, they're all alleged. And
Wait,
um,
if he was convicted of them tomorrow, would you still support him?
no.
Okay, well, he was actually convicted of them 4 months ago. Here's a screenshot from Fox News saying Donald Trump guilty on all counts in New York criminal trial. Here's a screenshot from Alvin Bragg, the DA's office. Just look at the URL, manhattanda.org, announcing the conviction of the 34 felonies. And
The 34
yeah,
felonies. Can I speak
so
on that?
No, because one moment. Your friend just told us if he was convicted of these tomorrow, he would stop supporting him. But now that I've informed you he was convicted of them, I said 4 months ago. It's actually been a year and 3 months. You obviously are no longer a Trump supporter per your prior admission, right?
Well, I already said I don't support everything he's doing. But at the end of the day, why hasn't he been impeached then, in your opinion?
Oh my God, no, you're shifting the goalpost. Dude, let's keep this simple. You just said if he was convicted, you would no longer support him. I just informed you that he was convicted over a year ago. You should no longer support him if you were telling us the truth 30 seconds ago. Don't shift the goalpost, don't deflect, respond directly.
Okay, well, I feel like I still don't see a better candidate, although,
But do you still support him?
um, not
Well,
necessarily.
here's the thing. Maybe you don't support Trump, but
So
like, who's the next?
you're not a Trump supporter. Just yes or no. Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm a supporter of Republican ideologies, not necessarily Donald Trump.
So yes or no. Are you a Trump supporter?
I mean, I feel like you can't make it that cut and dry. I mean,
definitely
politics.
Get, I mean,
Okay, well then I would have to say, if you cut it to yes and no, I would have to say yes, just because of the fact that I align more with his ideologies.
Then why did you say this? Informed you that he was convicted over a year ago. You should no longer, per your prior admission. And Donald Trump guilty on all counts in New York criminal trial. Let me find it. If he was convicted of them tomorrow, would you still support him?
No.
Okay, well, he was out. Why did you say that? Why did you say no? You didn't mean it.
Well, I would just say that because I don't really support him as a person, but I feel like what he's doing is better for the country in my mind.
You're not answering my question. Why did you say no to that question?
Why did I say no to that question?
Yeah, because obviously your answer is it's not actually no. Your answer is actually yes.
I mean, I don't have an answer for you on that.
Okay.
all right. Anyways, I kind of want to get back to what we were talking about. This is the other person, obviously. So, we were talking about Mamdani and then tax and water neighborhoods, and then oh shit. Okay. I got it. So just the whole point about the hypocrisy is that, I mean, obviously, you say it's like 34 charges. It's one count, or it's one charge, 34 counts. So
Yeah.
it's really not the same thing. But I mean,
It
we
is,
can go
'cause
ahead
he
and say
committed the same
it's
crime
not.
34 times.
It's I've looked into it. I'm being honest. I've looked into it. I've watched videos. I've seen so many news reports about it. It's not 34 charges. It's 34 counts of something, which it's really not the same thing. But
Yeah.
we
So
can.
I mean, just strictly using legal language, which is objective as it's prescriptive, specifically for legalese. The thing here is, you're wrong because there's 34 different charges of the same crime. So that's the proper language to use. Now, you said that you've looked into it. What's the crime?
It's okay. It's a lot about its tax forms, and it's a lot
But
about
like, what's the
using
name of
bits.
the crime?
I honestly couldn't tell you, but I feel like that doesn't even like matter that much.
But I
If I know
thought
what
that
it
you
is, I
said
know
you've
what
looked
it is.
into it.
If I know what it is, I know what it is.
Okay, then could you try to describe the crime?
Okay. It's tax forms, and he's writing them off into his own name, and that makes it so he gets huge tax cutoffs. He gets huge tax returns, and it's that's like the basics that I know about. I can't
what was the
completely.
crime?
Tax fraud.
So more specifically, it was business fraud, the falsification of business records in the first degree, sorry.
Okay. Does that? I don't know what this is proving for anybody, but okay.
Well, I mean, I think that it kind of just represents, right? You were trying to argue that we should like dispute the merit or the basis of his criminal trial in New York because you've looked into it and you've determined that I'm wrong. But then you didn't
No, I
even
didn't
know what
say
the
that,
charge
but
was.
okay.
I mean, I think that's valuable. I think that proves something.
No. Okay. I mean, I wasn't even really trying to argue that. I just brought it up, and then we kind of went on
Okay.
this
So,
rant
so,
about
then,
it.
so then what would you like to debate?
We can keep going. I mean, I don't know if there's much to talk about immigration anymore, but maybe we can talk about. I would like to talk about abortion, but I feel like a lot of that is, I mean, like there's not a ton of like facts to bring up about that.
Oh, yeah. So there totally is. So are you pro-life? You think that it should be banned because of your religion?
I am pro-life, except for when, like, say in certain cases, like it's a minor or maybe it's a maybe the mother's gonna die if they have this baby, then yes, I agree that they should
What
be
about
able.
grape?
I think personally, I think abortion should be available in that sense. I'm not with like uh Charlie Kirk's ideology in abortion necessarily.
Good. So, do you guys think that it should be banned in the other circumstances, elective circumstances, because of your religion?
I so could you define elective circumstances?
Yeah. First and foremost, I just see a bunch of people spamming W guess in the comment section. I think it's funny how it's like the guess W's and the guess L have gone away from who you think is winning or losing to the debate, who like you agree with. I mean, just an observation. It's funny how that has changed over the course of like the last year or so. But
I
anyways,
feel like that's kind of like going to happen, though. I
yeah,
mean, like,
yeah, I know. No, I'm not like criticizing it. I'm just saying it's interesting to watch how that's changed because like a year ago, or on like TikTok debate streams, right? That was a mechanism used to like describe who they think is winning or losing. But now it's just a mechanism used to describe who they agree with. But
Yeah.
anyways, to get back to the debate here. The
Okay.
last question. The last question you asked is, well, what is an elective abortion? An elective abortion is basically when like a woman or a girl wants to access abortion, not because of like any like life concerning medical reasons, rape, incest, so on and so forth. Just because like the woman or girl electively chooses to do it, she wants to do it outside of those extreme circumstances. Elective abortions account for around 97% of all abortions in this country. Would you guys argue that elective abortions are immoral and should be illegal because of your religion?
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. What branch of Christianity do you guys follow? Or are you just practicing sola scriptura, non-denominational Christians?
Well, we used to be LDS, but we've kind of switched to more Protestant, more like that.
Okay. Well, I would like to, be the first to tell you that LDS is not Christian because
You can believe whatever you want. I mean,
the
at the end of the day,
reason-
I'm not here to argue my religion. I'm here to argue
well, we
kind of like
are
beliefs
because
that
you want
stem from it.
to use your religion to tell like women and girls what they can or can't do with their bodies. But this will just be a small comment. Most people don't consider the LDS to truly be a part of the Christian faith because the LDS obviously denies the Trinity, and they also tell you that you could kind of be like Jesus one day and be a god over your own world if you're super duper good, and if you're bad, you're going to be outcast.
I can honestly speak about this because I know
shit like that.
Okay, I know quite a bit about this. Like I said, I'm not LDS anymore. I used to be, so I do know a lot about it, and we can talk about anything like that if you want, because I feel like I'm considered very well informed about that.
Yeah,
so
cool. I would love to. Before we do, I hope I can like respond to like the abortion view first as it relates to Christianity.
Okay,
but feel free to respond to that later if you want. Then about Christianity, so you're like Protestant, non-denominational, perfect. Anywhere in the New Testament is it described that one sin is worse than the other sin outside of blasphemy, or are all sins identical in the eyes of God?
They're identical.
They're identical. So you're trying to sit here and tell me that the sin of abortion should be illegal because it's a sin. My question to you two would be...
Well, wait, here's the thing. Okay, yeah, I'll let you finish. My bad.
No, make your point. It's fine.
Okay, well, here's the thing. My abortion beliefs don't stem from my Christianity.
Okay, well, your friends
They stem
does.
from like my personal beliefs in general.
So
I could defend it from a religious or non-religious perspective.
Well, I don't think that you could defend it from a religious perspective, especially a Protestant one, because it is a case that you just affirm that all sins are equal in the eyes of God. This means that you think that the sin of abortion is equal in the eyes of your moral standard to the sin of lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus, and you think that the sin of abortion should be illegal because it's a sin, but that sin is identical to lying to your children about the existence of Santa Claus. So this would logically imply that you should also say it should be illegal to lie to your children about the existence of Santa Claus, which is absurd. You deny that. You'd argue that it should be legal for parents to tell their children Santa Claus exists, even if you think it's a sin, since they're bearing false witness. Okay, which then just introduces the complication of how can you argue that some sin should be legal while other sins should be illegal, even though you also agree that all sins are identical in your perfect divine moral standard.
Well, right, but I don't think you can just justify any sin by saying that all sins are equal. I mean, at the end of the day,
it's
that
not
doesn't mean we can
justifying a sin. It's demonstrating that using your basis of Christianity, you have no coherent standard to effectively like legislate.
I mean, let's just look at the Ten Commandments, right? The Ten Commandments say, "Thou shalt not kill," and I mean, in my
But
mind,
they also
that
say,
kind of
"Thou
has-
shalt not lie," but you don't say it should be illegal to lie in all circumstances.
Well, right, but I feel like there are more circumstances in the Bible that kind of stem out and create some nuance away from just all sins are equal in the eyes of God.
Well, I mean, you were the one that told me you think all sins are equal in the eyes of God. So you're not arguing against my position. You're arguing against your own.
No, you asked me if the Bible said that, and I said yes.
Precisely. That's your position. I asked I
Right.
asked a clarifying question for what your position is, and then you informed us that yes, that is your position.
Well, yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah.
So, so do you see how, in accordance with your position, it's incoherent to legislate on the basis of Christianity?
Wait, sorry, could you say that again?
Do you see how, in accordance with your position, it's completely incoherent to legislate with Christianity?
How does I'm confused? Thou shalt not lie. Yes, that's the commandment. How is that related to abortion?
Oh, yeah, for sure, because your friend thinks all sins are identical in the eyes of God, so it's related in the sense that they're literally identical in the eyes of your perfect divine moral standard that's always right.
Well, I mean, I could argue this from a non-religious perspective.
Okay, feel free.
I mean, okay. I mean, at the end of the day, you're making a consensual decision to have the possibility of creating life. And if you have an abortion, then you are therefore terminating that life, which is, I mean, scientifically, life begins at conception. So I feel if you're terminating human life, then how could that not be considered murder?
Because it's not always murder to kill human life.
Okay, well, I know you're probably going to bring up self-defense, but I mean, how is abortion related to self-defense?
Well, that's actually not what I bring up here, because it's arguably, let's see if we could agree here. It's not murder to like pull the plug on a brain dead patient, right? Even though they're biologically human and alive, that's not murder. It's not wrong. So what this tells us is that you can't say because the life form in which you're killing is human, therefore it's necessarily wrong. There'd have to be some other underlying unspoken condition to make this action qualify as murder. Because if you do argue that it is murder to kill like an innocent human life, all of a sudden it's murder to pull the plugs on brain dead patients in the hospital. All of a sudden, a lot of women that are sexually active with IUDs are murderers, since IUDs in some circumstances will allow for conception to occur, then starve and kill the fertilized zygote. All of a sudden, you know, it's murder to kill a human life in many scenarios where we wouldn't conventionally, traditionally, or like popularly consider it to be.
Well, I think that because it's kind of, I feel like I see it in the same way as I see like a newborn baby, in the sense that it's kind of developing and it has potential to grow and live a full life. Where if a woman with an IUD or something like pulling the plug on a patient, I feel like they don't have potential for their life to expand.
Oh, whoa. If a fertilized zygote doesn't have potential for their life to expand, then why the hell would a fetus?
Um,
A fetus was a fertilized zygote like 3 weeks ago. Like what?
well, I feel like
7 weeks ago. So, anyways, go ahead.
I feel like well, at the end of the day, it's like
There's no good answer there. There's no good answer there, right?
yeah.
Right. So then I could just say that it doesn't truly have that potential to have a future like ours until it's born arbitrarily, with no good difference between why the newborn has it and the fetus doesn't. And then all of a sudden I'm justified in killing that fetus in the same way you're arguing it's not murder when a woman kills a zygote with an IUD. So your logic actually implies validity of the pro-choice worldview.
Well, I would say that a woman with an IUD is making a conscious decision beforehand, which I wouldn't necessarily disagree to.
I'm confused on what you mean. A conscious decision beforehand? I'm not following.
Right. So people who are having unprotected sex and then while not being prepared to have a child and then having an abortion, I feel like they're making a conscious decision. I mean, I feel like they're not making a conscious decision that they like. I feel like they're not thinking about what they're doing.
Yeah, I appreciate you for being honest, because you just you just kind of took the mask off and revealed that the reasons why you're pro-life doesn't really have to do with the inherent value that you see in the fetus, okay, that you love to call like a baby, just like us, but rather, right, disagreement, and with the lack of responsibility that you perceive of a woman that gets pregnant, and then obviously disagreements lying in values of romance, intimacy, and sex. Because what you're telling me is, if I were to show you a fetus that was conceived via unsafe sex with no contraceptive used, and then a fetus that was conceived by safe sex with all the contraceptives used, in one scenario you say it's okay to kill that fetus, and the other scenario you say it's not okay to kill that fetus, even though there's no inherent difference between the two fetuses, which then just describes you as being pro-life, and being against abortion, not because of value that you find rooted within the fetus's life, but rather as an almost punishment to the woman or girl that got pregnant for their perceived sense of irresponsibility on your behalf. And not only is this damaging and harmful to pregnant women and girls, but it's also punishment for those children, because in areas with pro-life legislation compared to areas with pro-choice legislation, not only do we see higher poverty rates on average, we also see lower qualities of life, lower levels of employment, lower levels of education, because now all of a sudden you're shifting the family dynamic away from financially well-off adults that desire to start a family and consent to having children into forcing 18, 19, and 20-year-old young men and women into being moms and dads by forcing an unwanted child into their unready household, which in turn has negative effects on the children. And then something else I'd like to bring up here is I just think it's hypocritical for you to sit here and argue, right, that, you know, women and girls should be condemned for abortion because you deem it as murder, when the administration that you're supporting to run this country is guilty of murder in the South Caribbean when they committed war crimes by killing shipwrecked, incapacitated enemy combatants with their double tap on a suspected narco boat in early September. That was murder. They literally murdered 2 men.
Well, I mean, I feel like you're acting like I'm fully supportive of Trump. I feel like I've said multiple times I'm not. His moral standard doesn't completely align with mine.
But it just seems like we could just point out like such compelling arguments and why he's like terrible, right? But there's just like so far been no compelling arguments for, you know, the benefit that he generates for this country. Like I literally just said that he's like culpable for murder. His administration is culpable for murder under the Second Geneva Convention, the ICL, which is international human law. And then of course the ICC's Article 8 that details a war crime as a violation of the Geneva Convention, right? It was a war crime. It was in violation of international law. It's murder. And they're like, well, I don't know. We can just kind of ignore it. Like, no, you fucking can't just ignore murder. You can't just fucking ignore a war crime.
I mean, I guess, but like, that's like kind of same thing. You can't just ignore abortion then, because I do think abortion's murder. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't see the whatever fetus, baby, whatever you want to call it. I don't see it. Like, I'm not going based off of, oh, I value this life so much that I want to do this, because it's the same thing as like I see a person walking on the street. I don't like I don't want them to die, but I don't like value their life. Like, if that makes sense.
Okay, then you're not a good Christian, first and foremost. A love like neighbor.
That's no.
But second of all, yeah, sure, you do value their life, and I'll just be specific here. So the reason why I also, by the way, that was like crazy to say. I'm just kind of brushing over it though.
Well, no, can I explain myself a little bit more on that?
Yeah. What?
Because like I mean in the way as like I value, say, my mom. I value my mom more than I value this random person on the street.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you don't value the life of the random person on the street at all.
No, I do. That's the thing. I do, but I don't value it on the same level.
Okay, but that's a categorically different statement than the one that you made 30 seconds ago. You didn't say that you don't value the life of the random person on the street at the same level as your parents. You said that you don't value their life at all. But now that you've clarified, I appreciate you for the explanation. Okay, it's a good clarification. Let me tell you the reason why I don't think abortion is murder. So it's because I don't value human life. I value sentient life. Okay, and the fetus doesn't have the ability or capacity to deploy first-person subjective experiences, sentience, or consciousness until around 20 through 24 weeks with the thymocortical connections. And by the way, this is just like such an obvious view, okay, that it's not human life that we find valuable, but it's rather sentient life that we find valuable. Because I swear to God, you have watched Planet of the Apes, you have watched Superman, you have watched some type of movie, that Star Wars, that included non-human sentient life that you found valuable. Okay, but guess what? They're not Homo sapiens. Guess fucking what? They don't share the same DNA as us. But guess what? You're still sitting over here crying when they get murdered by Lex Luthor because it's sad because we deem them as valuable life in this hypothetical depiction of a film through movie or television. And I feel like this is just such a good example that describes how intuitively a lot of people confuse the value that they see rooted within humans for finding value in humanity, when in all reality, what they're finding value is the sentience that most humans have, right? And I feel like that's a very important point of clarification. And that's also exactly why I'm pro-choice, because the fetus only gains that ability at 20 through 24 weeks.
Okay, the reason I think that's such a poor argument is that specifically like the movie part, like I just don't get that because you're acting like I care just as much about a fictional character on a TV screen as a human life. Like,
if Superman was real, if Superman was real, would you care less about him compared to that random person on the street that we just spoke about because he's not technically a Homo sapien?
Good thing he's not real. That's just such a dumb argument, bro.
Well, what's dumb here is you lack an ability to critically think and engage in hypotheticals relevant to testing your own moral positions because they intuitively prove that you're wrong.
Well, there's not really a non-Homo sapien species in the world that I see as valuable as humans, so I don't really see
but the thing is if Superman was real, if Planet of the Apes was real and there was fully sentient non-Homo sapiens, okay, would you place the same amount of value on them as you do humans?
That's just like I just don't get that at all because like
You don't get it
you're
at all
telling me
because
to
it
not
refutes and
you're telling me
disproves
to
your
not
position.
No, you didn't. You're not even letting me talk. I'm saying like I'm not even like, bro. You're talking. You're not. You told me I don't like. I don't want to critically think about hypotheticals as if Superman is a genuine hypothetical, bro.
It
like
is.
that's just so ridiculous.
Fiction,
it's not.
Fiction interacts with human psychology, okay? Because the realm of critical thought doesn't exist on this physical plane of what's real, okay? The realm of critical thought exists on a metaphysical plane of what's possible, okay? Okay, it's not real that I have $5 billion in my bank account. Okay, but it's possible that I could have that, because other humans do. Like Elon Musk, for instance, he has much more than that. And because it's possible, I could thereby critically think about maybe how would I feel if I had $5 billion in my bank account? What would I do? Because the realm of critical thought doesn't exist on the plane of what's real and what actually is, but rather on that metaphysical plane of what's possible. I mean, we do this all the time. Like, I'll give you a really simple one. Did you eat breakfast this morning?
No, actually,
I did.
Okay, so to the person that answered no, hypothetically, how would you feel now if you did eat breakfast this morning?
More full.
Like, I don't know, bro. I mean, I'll just go. I don't know where this is going, but I guess I would feel like I ate food, bro.
Congratulations, you just engaged in a non-real fiction hypothetical because the critical thought processes that you use to engage in it exist in the metaphysical realm of possibilities that don't necessarily explore what actually is. Okay, it's not actually the case that you ate breakfast this morning, yet you were genuinely able to critically think about what the possibilities are about how you'd feel if you did. Congratulations, you just proved, right, that this anti-hypothetical sentiment that you're describing here is just completely baseless. And by the way, third graders know it's baseless because in third grade, we all engaged in the same, metaphysically possible hypotheticals in math class. Oh, if you had an apple farm and you made 5 apples per year and each year you sold 1 more than the prior year and you stockpiled 5. In 10 years, how many would you have stockpiled and how many would you have sold? Okay, that is a hypothetical fiction, critical thought experiment because critical thought exists in this reality of what's metaphysically possible, not what actually is. And a fiction thought that exists in that same realm of what's metaphysically possible would be a non-Homo sapien sentient being like Superman, okay? A non-Homo sapien sentient being, okay, like R2-D2 from Star Wars, like, all of the dudes from the Planet of the Apes, all those apes, and those are the ideas that we're pulling on, that we're using in these thought experiments to critically think about our moral values. Because if you truly held to this moral value, that you think value is rooted within the fact that we're Homo sapiens, then you would intuitively believe that if Superman were real, you would not think that Superman Superman had any moral value because you know that he is not a Homo sapien. Okay, but I know in your head right now you are exploring, okay, this fictional hypothetical of Superman being real, and you don't intuit that if he was real, he wouldn't have any value because he's not a Homo sapien, but you would rather believe that he does have value. You'd rather believe that he does have the right to life, and if Lex Luthor killed him with kryptonite, that would be murder because he's sentient.
I mean, I'm honestly just kind of like I have more to say about this, but I feel like this is kind of like getting really far away from our topic.
This is so relevant, okay? Like trying
not.
to teach individuals the importance of critical thought and how to and when to engage in hypotheticals and how they're just so important to dialogue is absolutely relevant. Socrates knew it was relevant, okay? The Socratic method, testing positions by drilling them down with absurdities, or with reductio ad absurdisms, or contradictions, okay, hinges on, right, this plane of critical thought to test what's metaphysically possible. It absolutely does.
Well, you're kind of acting like we're saying that hypotheticals are just invalid no matter what they are, but the idea that Superman is going to come alive is kind of out there compared to word problems in third grade as you're describing.
So why is a hypothetical about would you value Superman if he was real, right, invalid?
Because, I mean, he's a sentient, he's a Homo sapien-like being. I mean, he's technically an alien, I suppose.
The only thing that makes him Homo sapien-like is the fact that he looks like us. So he's Homo sapien-like in the same way that wax figures in museums are Homo sapien-like. But you don't intuit that therefore the wax figures in museums have the right to life, are morally valuable, and if you cut them in half, you just committed murder. No, the relevant characterizations that we could attribute to Superman that in your mind implies that he has moral values. The fact that he's sentient, okay, that he could interact with the world around him. That's what matters, and that's why I don't care about the fetus.
Right. Well, you just said that the only reason I think he presents himself as Homo sapien is that he looks like one, but also in the movies he has relationships. He saves people, which if he were any other species, why would he care about human life? And also,
you can't argue that Superman is not canonically non-Homo sapien. And your argument, why would he want to save the lives of non-humans if he isn't one, is terrible. I mean, if you saw a dog drowning, you'd probably hop in the pool and save their life. They're not a human, so. Plus, by the way, before incarnation, God wasn't human, yet God certainly cared about your life.
Right, but I wouldn't put Superman on the same standard as
I'm
God.
I'm just refuting
but also,
your logic, dude. It's about the logic. You described a principle. If entity 1 different species than entity 2, you would find no reason why entity 1 would value entity 2. Okay, I just disputed that principle via the relationship between a human and a dog, or God prior to incarnation and you. Okay, right? I swear to God, I'm not comparing God to a dog or Superman. I'm just refusing your logic. Like I feel like you just don't really know how to interact with the logic. And maybe this is a reason why in these debates we should try to stick on a more simplistic plane about Trump bad for reasons that you don't need to critically think to understand, such as the fact that a court found he raped a woman or he boasted about sexual exploitation, and Trump policy bad because hurt low-income American, right? Not that, well, if we explore the nuances of your position on abortion with the use of critical thought, drawing from a metaphysical plane of what's possible, we could understand why your position's absurd and contradictory to moral intuitions that you hold to be the case, right? You get a little lost there. So maybe we could talk about the things that are more simplistic, like the first two things I mentioned of Donald Trump being found by a court to have raped a woman or boasting about sexually exploiting naked women and little girls.
Well, can I talk? I mean, I don't know. The reason I was trying to say this is kind of getting unwound is because I want to get back to the point of, I mean, maybe we haven't talked about this yet, but I mean necessarily, but you said, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't exactly remember, but I mean, basically you're saying Trump's not doing anything, right?
I don't really think that Donald Trump's doing too much that's positive. I think that he's destroying this country. Also, somebody in the YouTube chat just said something funny. Dean's cooking and they don't even know they're burning. That's good. What I'd like to talk about next is a couple red lines here. So I'm just going to ask you guys a fair question. Would y'all still support Trump as president if he sexually exploited naked women and or naked girls?
Okay, well, I know that you're going to bring up that it was documented that he went into a changing room while they
So
were.
you already know he's sexually
or
exploited women and
something.
girls. So the answer is no. The answer is yes. You would still support Trump.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah.
I'm not like pro MAGA, like let's bring back America. I'm aligning with Trump not because I think he's a good person, but because of what he has proven to do with his country
Oh my
and
God.
what he's proving to do right now. I mean, my gas went from $5 a gallon and it's $2.35 where I'm at. And it's like,
Yeah. What did he do to reduce the price of your gasoline, my friend?
here's the thing. Do I really need to know because it happened?
Yes,
Like, do
you
I
do need to
because it
know.
happened?
Yes, you absolutely do need to know. Okay, watch this. Donald Trump's terrible for the economy because he caused the highest level of employment since the Great Depression. My evidence is that it happened while he was president. In April of 2020, our level of unemployment was 14.8%.
Well, it didn't happen when Biden was president.
Yeah,
In fact,
you're
my
right.
gas-
You're right.
my gas
Unemployment,
went from 235 to
unemployment only went down under Biden's term. So actually, Trump was the worst president that we've had in 100 years for unemployment, and Biden
you're
was
basing it
significantly
just
better.
off of the okay.
And I'm basing it just off the fact that it happened in America under his term. So now all of a sudden that logic seems absurd. What would your next counter argument be? Dean, you need to know what Donald Trump did in order to cause a high level of unemployment, so you have a compelling position to convince me. Well, guess what? That's what I asked of you. Is it related to the price of gas? And you said, I don't need to know it. All I need to know is that it happened in America while he was president. Therefore, I can blame it on him. So you like it when you use this logic to defend Trump, but you don't like it when I use your logic to hate him. Got it.
Sorry, we had to mute for a little bit. There were some people being really loud. So what my friend said is that we don't need to know what happened. I mean, for the average American person, I feel like that's true. That's their core belief. Like, they just want the president to improve their life.
Okay, but you don't know that that's actually something he's done to improve your life.
What, reducing my
Yes,
gas doesn't
yes.
make my life better?
Well, you don't know that he's reduced the price of your gas. If you want to know, if you want to know what actually has led to a reduction in the price of gasoline. So after Russia started their invasion of Ukraine, we sanctioned Russian oil and basically cut us and a lot of countries in the EU and UN off from buying Russian oil. But Russia is a massive producer in OPEC plus. They contribute around 50% of the total oil supply to OPEC plus. And OPEC and America are kind of in this perpetuant battle of keeping the oil price higher or lower. OPEC likes it when it's around $70 through $80 a barrel, but when it gets beyond $80 a barrel, then the U.S. ramps up their own production, increase the global supply to reduce the average price of a barrel of oil. But what happened is once we sanctioned Russian oil and the global supply of oil plummeted and the price of gas went up under Biden because of that, well, then all of a sudden, American oil producers kicked into gear. And for 6 months, we were the leading producer of oil. And during that time period, American oil companies profited the most they have ever in the history of this country. So once, OPEC increased their own output, American producers literally never slowed down on their output as well, which then lead to some of the largest profit maximizations we've seen in modern American history, which then gave the ability to the American oil producers to reduce, the average oil, barrel per oil cost that they need to sell it for in order to break even from $70 to $80 per barrel to $50 to $60 per barrel. And then they kept producing at that level, which then led to the reduction of the price of gasoline for the end consumer, like you and your friend and me too, right? But none of this has to do with Trump, okay, right? So that's the reason why I asked you, what has Trump done to reduce the price of gas? And that's the reason why you didn't have an answer.
Okay, well, I would also say, Trump, literally one of his biggest campaign points is that he's going to lower the price of gas. And when it happens when he's in office, it's kind of hard to think that he wasn't the cause of that.
Okay, one of his biggest campaign points was also to increase employment. And what we've seen in the last 10 months is the highest level of layoffs since, the early 2000s, if we ignore the pandemic, and the highest level of unemployment in 5 years since the pandemic at 4.6% in November of this year. So do you also blame a terrible job market on him?
No, I wouldn't blame it on him.
No, even though literally no difference to the price of gas. What's the difference between you blaming an increase in unemployment on Trump and you blaming a reduction in the price of gas on Trump? What is the articulatable difference?
Well, the difference is that he was left with different conditions.
Oh, left with different conditions. So he was left with a higher price of gas and a lower level of unemployment, and he's reduced the price of gas and increased employment.
Well, I would have to
Unemployment.
find the root issue of the unemployment first before I could make an argument on that.
Oh, so before you make an argument, okay, that Donald Trump caused a higher level of unemployment, you have to identify the root issue that caused it to see if we could attribute it to his administration. Why don't you say the same thing about gas prices? Why don't you say, before I could blame a reduction in the price of gas on Trump, I must identify the root issue that caused the reduction of the price of gas and see if we could attribute it to an action of his administration? See, you're literally assuming the logic that I've been describing to you for the last 20 minutes, okay, as soon as it's disadvantageous for his administration. But in the moment when it's advantageous for his administration, for you to be a dense, ignorant American, okay, you throw that logic out the window.
Well, I mean, I that's a good point. I just feel like when if Biden's in office for 4 years and he's doing these things to lower gas prices, then how did that like not take effect while he was in office?
They did. They did. They've been going down since mid 2023.
Not for me.
Yes,
In
go.
2023.
Yes, go. They have been down on a downtrend since mid 2023, and that's a fact, dude. They have been on a downtrend. Are you kidding me? So the highest gas levels, the highest gas levels that we've experienced, okay, all right, were like late 2022, and they've been on a downtrend ever since. But I specifically want you to concede on this point. You said in order to know, okay, that Donald Trump has reduced the price of, that has increased unemployment, you'd have to identify the root problem that caused an increase in unemployment and see if it was an action of his administration. So why don't you also have to do that for gas prices? Because very similarly, before Donald Trump's second administration, unemployment was only going down, but then Trump was inaugurated and it was going up. So even if we assume your logic about the price of gas, it was only going up under the Biden-Harris administration. Then as soon as Trump was inaugurated, it started going down. Okay, still yet, all right, you would have to know you wouldn't have to have any further information in order to know that Donald Trump has increased unemployment. So you either have to concede that Donald Trump has caused massive unemployment, or you have to concede that Donald Trump, to your knowledge, has not caused a reduction of the price of gasoline, since you can't identify what he did to do it. You have to concede one of those two things. There's no other argument for you to make. And if there is, please tell me what it is. But there's just simply none. You were gagged, you were silenced, and you have to make one of those two concessions.
Gagged? Hey, yo.
Don't worry. You're not Trump and Bubba. It was a metaphorical gag. Go ahead.
I'm not on the receiving end.
Yeah, not Bubba. You're not Bubba, my friend. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess I would have to concede using that logic, but you gave me the core issue for the lowering of gas prices, which I feel like, so you said that Biden was in allegiance with Russia in that, right?
Wait. The issue so my explanation of why the price of gas has gone down unrelated to Donald Trump's doing is completely irrelevant to the concession that you have to make. You either have to concede that Donald Trump has caused unemployment, okay, because we saw a trend of it going down under Biden. The moment Donald Trump was inaugurated, we saw an uptrend. Or you have to concede that you don't know for sure that Donald Trump caused a reduction in the price of gasoline, because you can't identify anything that he did to cause that outcome beyond just saying that you think it was going up under Biden and down under Trump, but that same fact applies to the level of unemployment going down under Biden and up under Trump. You have to make one of those two concessions. There's no other option for you.
I mean, yeah, I suppose I wouldn't know for sure both of those things then.
Okay, yeah, I guess that is a third option, which would be conclusive from the second option of you conceding that you don't know for sure that Donald Trump reduced the price of gas. Thanks. Now, I'm just going to go and thank a couple people here. Feel free to think of your next argument. I just want to make sure that we're keeping up. Over on Venmo, Katie, thank you for the $1 over on... Yo, Cat! Thank you for the lion on TikTok.
That was lucky tough.
Oh, that is awesome. Thank you so much, Cat. Dude, Cat comes in here every day and drops a lion. You're the dude.
Yo, chat, can we get W Cat?
Queen
Can we get W
Cat.
Cat?
Can we get W Cat?
Is in the
W Cat.
building. Show some love to Cat for dropping the goddamn
let's
lion.
freaking go.
Thank you so much. Let's get W Cats in that chat for at least the next 30 minutes. As well as Lucy. Thank you for the $30 over on Venmo, who says totally cooked in the Jubilee episode, by the way.
Lucy,
Thank you,
Lucy.
Lucy. Show some love to Lucy for the 30. Also, show some love to Cameron for the $25, who says keep on educating. Your gay pals love you. Have a happy new year and an even better 2026. Thank you so much for the love, Cameron. Happy new year to yourself as well, my friend. Let's get 250 Cameron W's. Also, show some love to Danielle for the $5. Thank you so much. Logan with a $5. Show some love to Logan. Nina, thank you for the $2. Crystal with a $5. And then Zach with a $35. Thank you so much. Zach with a $35. Let's get 600 Zach W's. Says... number Exodus 15, 23 through 25 explains how to cause an abortion by having a woman drink bitter waters. Yeah, God says that abortion's okay in some circumstances. And that's not Exodus 15, that's Numbers 5, 11 through 31. Thank you for the $45, Zach. That is crazy. Thank you so much. And then Katie, thank you for the $10. Jolene with the $2. Then Melissa with the $20. Thank you so much, Melissa. And she sent this one in when we're talking about hypothetical. She says, the thoughts are parallel. It doesn't mean that you're speaking the hypothetical into existence. Have any of them ever played Would You Rather? It's literally a game all about hypotheticals. Come on, y'all. Use the tiniest amount of your brain to engage in the debate. A lot of people just don't know how to critically think. But thank you for the $20, Melissa. Let's get 200 Melissa W's. Then 100 Serenity W's for the $10, who says, guest support Trump for Trump talking points, not any actual thing Trump does. Use small words. Better for guests to understand. That's good, Serenity. Thank you for the $10. Then over on PayPal, Jeremy. Thank you so much for the $14 over on PayPal, who says, I think that it's the woman's choice to get an abortion. I agree, Jeremy. Based. Show some love to Jeremy down below. Also, show some love to Joanna for the $25, who says, Dean's breaking brains out here with hypothetical, philosophical, metaphysical questions. Absolutely hilarious. Yeah, we tried to, stay out of the nitty gritty too much because we don't expect the Trump supporters to be able to keep up. Thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Show some love to Joanna for the 25.
We're getting sent
Also,
lightning bolts.
show some love to F for the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, F, for the $10. Show some love to F. Then Jeremy, thank you for another $35 over on PayPal. You guys are going crazy today. Jeremy with the $35 says, thank you so much, Dean, for educating people, including myself. As a 33-year-old heterosexual male, I watch your lives every time you are live. And I was essayed as a kid back when I was 6 until I was 12 by 2 males. And 2+ women who was over the age of 18. Love you, man, and take care, bro. I'm really sorry to hear that, Jeremy. And I'm sorry that you have to sit here and listen to people defend those actions that Donald Trump engaged in. It's terrible. Thank you for the $35, Jeremy. And then, holy shit. Okay, dude, what the fuck? You guys have been going crazy in the last hour. Christy, thank you for the $60, and Joanna with the $40. What the fuck? Yo, Christy with the $60 and the 70 cents just says 6'7". Thank you so much. That's so fucking kind of you. I want to see 600 Christy W's and 500 Joanna W's for the $50. Who says, another day, another person hasn't actually researched anything, understand nothing, he is spewing. Dean, thank you for all that you're doing to educate the uneducated. From Lola. Lola, you are so fucking kind. You guys are just going crazy today. Please show some love to Lola for the 50, Christy with the 60, then Kirsten with the 20, who says, if you're okay with abortion in any circumstance, then you're pro-choice. I actually am okay with people calling themselves pro-life if they agree with abortion in like limited circumstances of grape, because if we were then to say that they have to call themselves pro-choice, they'd be more likely to disagree with those limited circumstances altogether. I'd also like to thank Claire for the $50 over on PayPal. Say no need to read out loud. Okay, you got it, Claire. I'll keep your message to myself, but thank you for the love. Holy fuck. Let's get 500 Claire W's. Thank you. Dude, it's
Claire.
insane. Okay, let's also show some love to Eric for the $10 on PayPal. Then Natalia with the $10, who says, why is MAGA so obsessed with trans people and social issues rather than the economy? It tells a lot. Well, when they couldn't defend their premise on the social issues, they then started to talk about the economy where they failed. Also, yeah, the 3 of the first reasons why your friend gave insofar as why he supports Trump had to do with trans people, so that's not true. Then Addie, thank you for the $25, who says, hey, Dean, I'm in New York City on vacation right now. But I wanted to say that last night I went to the 9/11 Memorial Museum, and it reminded me so much of how we need unity in America right now, and how Trump has tried to divide us. Well, I'm trying to create the unity by getting people to turn against him. That's my idea. Then Serena, thank you for the $25 as well. Show some love to Serena in that chat, who says my show is on. Love you and appreciate all that you do. Thank you, Serena. Lori, thank you so much for the $10. Nicole with the 5, Shayla with the 5, and Cindy with the 3. We are all caught up. We've been live for an hour, and you guys have gone so fucking crazy. Thank you all so much for your love and kindness. Please show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat.
Oh shit,
Seriously,
someone
guys,
donated a
thank you so
dog.
much. And if you guys have any other reasons why you support Trump, feel free to make those arguments now.
Okay, well, people are saying I didn't engage in your hypothetical and that I was saying hypotheticals are ridiculous, but I literally did. But I was just saying that your hypothetical was ridiculous, but that was just kind of something that they were saying. But
Okay, well, it sounds like you just affirmed that the chat was right.
what? No, they were saying they were trying to say hypotheticals are a basic part of conversation, and I
They are.
agree.
So
agree.
if you agreed with that, then you wouldn't argue that my hypothetical is ridiculous.
Well, I engaged in your hypothetical. I was just saying that specific one, saying that Superman, saying that a wax figure would have the same amount of like moral worth because they look like a human. I thought that was pretty ridiculous.
The hypothetical was, if Superman was real, would he have moral value? Would it be wrong to kill him? And you said,
Right,
oh,
and
that's
I-
ridiculous.
No, I engaged in your hypothetical.
Oh, really?
So-
So what was your answer?
I said that. I mean, Superman presents himself as a Homo sapien person, so a lot of people would.
Okay, but
hold
you know,
value
but you
because-
know that he's not. So, do you think intrinsically he'd have moral value? Intrinsically, would it be wrong to murder Superman?
Yes, I mean, I think it would be. I
Even-
think it would be
even-
wrong to
even
murder
though
a
he's not a
dog
Homo
too. I
sapien.
think it would be wrong to murder a cat. That doesn't mean.
Okay, so what is the shared commonality between humans, Superman, dogs, and cats? Because it's not species, it's sentience. So you just
They're
actually
conscious?
you just described the pro-vegan worldview predicated on valuing life forms that exhibit any level of consciousness, which A, would exclude you from valuing the fetus prior to their ability to exhibit a low level of consciousness at 20 through 24 weeks. B, imply that you're pro-choice, and C, imply that you're vegan. So now
Okay,
all of a
well-
sudden,
Your
we got a
fault, man.
vegan pro-choice wokey on this stream.
Wait, well, what about like someone in a coma? Then it would just be fine to kill them then.
Well, no, because of an expression of past, prior, and or future subjective experiences. No, it's past
Well-
and or prior. Wait, 1 second. It's past and or present and future subjective experiences. So because they meet
So
that
what about the
concept
future
of
subjective
expression,
experience of the
so then we
fetus?
value them.
Or wait, so you said so basically
Here's-
your
here-
argument is that they.
Here's where the view gets more complicated. I don't know if you'll be able to track this because it's a disjunct within a conjunct of valuing any life form with past or present subjective experiences and future ones.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that they have to fill all three categories, which is past, present, and future.
Well, it's one of the first two necessarily, and then the second qualifier of the conjunct, which would be future subjective experiences necessarily.
Well, then how come the fetus has this future subjective experience, whatever, but it's fine to kill them. It's fine.
Because I only value future subjective experiences predicated on prior ones or present ones, and they don't have prior or present ones. Therefore, I don't value their future subjective.
They're
experiences.
living presently, though. They're alive in the present.
Yeah, but being alive doesn't mean that you're conscious. Just saying. I mean, like
They lit. I mean,
microbial life forms are alive, but they're not conscious.
fetuses have brain waves and they have a heartbeat. How could they not be conscious? Their brain is active.
Yeah, just having brain activity does not imply consciousness either. You have to have particularly advanced neuronic activity in order to deploy subjective experiences, which neuroscientists say start with the thymic cortical connections to the prefrontal cortex at 20 through 24 gestational weeks.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would disagree just because.
You disagree with the neuroscientists?
Wait. Wait. What did you just say? Sorry.
You disagree with the scientific consensus. What are your credentials?
My brother's a lawyer.
Yeah, your brother is a lawyer, a non-medical health professional. Therefore, you know, right, that the medical consensus is wrong with no evidence.
I mean, he handles medical stuff. He tells me about it. So.
Yeah, he litigates like medical misconduct. He doesn't explore medical science.
I mean, he does sometimes.
Okay.
He's like,
Hey, so is this the lawyer brother in the background? I want to ask him a question then.
yeah, it is.
How many holes do women typically have below the waist?
Oh, I can answer that.
I want
Three.
your. Oh shit! No, I want the lawyer brother. So you were able to answer it before the lawyer brother. No. Pass the mic to the lawyer brother. I want to ask him another.
Oh,
question.
he was over there.
Yeah, put him back on.
Yo.
Hey, I have a question. So,
Hello?
how many puttamins are there in the human brain?
Wait, what? I didn't hear you. Sorry, what?
First, I want to make sure that I'm right. I think I am. I just want to double check. How many puttamins are there in the human brain?
Bro, what? I'm a lawyer.
My point.
What, bro?
That's my point, right?
What-
Being a
what
lawyer
is your
doesn't make
point?
you qualified to speak on
Bro, I
neuroscience.
never said I was, huh?
Well, your brother said you were.
Okay, well, that's my brother's fault.
Okay, then your brother's wrong.
Oh shit.
We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter at this point. Only up and say that Kyiv Yappa to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I will finally be answering to the chat who's been spamming Switch for like the last good bit. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in. Only joining the Kyiv Yappa to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Holy cow. Yo, Velvet. One moment. Velvet, thank you for the $2 Canadian over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, I'm new to your channel. Holy crap, you're sharp. Thank you, Velvet. Fuck yeah, that's fucking kind of you, dude. Thank you. There's a couple other Super Chats that I'd like to thank here super duper quickly. Thank you for the $2 Rev, who says, nice work outside with a crazy Jesus lady. Oh, thank you, Rev. Crystal, thank you for the $10, who says, you cooked on the Jubilee debate. Miss Giggles and Miss I love to hear my own voice didn't stand a chance. They got fucking fried. Lola, thank you for the $10, who says, another caller living in opposite world. They all do. Danny, thank you for the 5. Mary, thanks for joining the D-Team Dream Team. Thank you so much. Addie, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who said, you've inspired me to join youth in government, and FBLA is the only liberal that helped me through it. That's awesome. I was actually in FBLA when I was in high school too, Addie. I won 2 national awards for web design during the 2 years that I was in. So good job. I think that's awesome. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do. We've actually
Thank
debated
you for the starting
before.
map. How long ago did we debate?
It's been a little bit. It's been like 3 weeks or so. I'm not gonna lie. After I debated you, some guy randomly added me and went to my DMs and pretty much called me a P3DO. So I don't know. I wasn't even debating anything crazily.
Well, what were you arguing? Let's see if that's some crazy person that we should condemn.
Abortion.
Or
And believe it or not,
raising
during
a
the
red
debate, I
flag.
actually. Oh, sorry.
I want to
didn't hear you.
determine if that's some crazy person that we should condemn for falsely labeling you as a P3O,
Okay,
or
so
something
here's the
that
thing.
we
right?
should explore
Oh.
as a red flag.
So I was debating with you, right? And it was Parker was in it too, as well. And you actually, during the middle of the debate, I came to the conclusion, and you changed my mind on abortion.
Oh,
And yeah,
did you say
and
anything
that's all we
that
got
was?
to talk about.
So you said nothing. Did you mention children once?
I did. I said I believed in abortion, except if they're under the age of 18 and they were unconsenting or consenting for that matter.
So you said that you believed it should be banned unless they're minor.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, well, I mean that's like.
I don't know. I didn't even do anything. It's kind of the same way you feel when somebody jumps into your
Yeah,
queue and starts
well,
like
Okay.
saying cuss word or
Yeah,
something.
if that's true, I'm sorry that happened to you, James, especially considering the
man.
fact that I was able to change your mind on abortion. Listen. At the end of the day, when you get a large group of people, okay, and by the way, we have like over 500,000 people come in
That's
and out
crazy.
of the TikTok stream every single day. That's a large group of people.
Yeah, that's
you
amazing.
are going to have a certain portion of that group be like nuts. Like for instance, okay, I'll share with you an experience I had before I went live today. There's a panel, and they were like streaming saying that Dean Withers sucks, and one of the people on that panel described herself as a leftist. Okay, described herself as anti-racist and super progressive, and she described me as a LGBTQ plus Aryan IDF super soldier who has brown and black people locked in a shed behind my house. And that no one should follow me. And everybody who does follow me and enjoys my content is not anti-racist because I am like super, super racist and like super, super bad and all these things A through Z. So I don't
I
think
might
that,
disagree with you, but you're definitely not a racist.
right. So I don't think that like everyone in a large political group are going to be sane and sound and intelligent and on the dot. So once again, I'm sorry that happened to you. But if we debated a couple weeks ago, I'm going to go and move on to the next guest, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Only up inside of the queue of Yappa to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Yeah, chat. It was some of the craziest shit ever. It was some of honestly, it was like frustrating me because she kept on saying, dude, Angel in my YouTube chat says she's right, by the way. What the fuck? I guess I'm an LGBTQ plus Aryan IDF super soldier. Yeah, what the fuck? Like she like kept on describing herself as like on the left, further left than me, and was like, well, actually, no one should support Dean. It was crazy. What's up, Jackson? Do you support Trump?
Hello. No, but I have a question.
Super Base Jackson, you're not going to get banned because I don't have the rules on the screen, but we are going to go back to doing that. Rules to join, be 18 plus, American and MAGA. All rule breakers will be permanently banned. While the rules are on your screen, just heads up, there's 0 exceptions. If you come up here and you're not following the rules, you will be automatically banned. So just make sure that you are following the rules. Make sure that you're following them to a T. And make sure that you're not accidentally in the queue, because even if you're accidentally in the queue, I'm still going to ban you. Paul, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello. Yeah, I support Trump and what he does.
And how old are you?
I am 24.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2001.
Cool. Let me go and just thank 4 people, then I'll pass you the mic. First and foremost, Laddies. Thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, you are very good at what you do. Thank you for doing it. Well, thank you for being here, Laddies. Thank you for the $20, and I'm happy that you're enjoying the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, that is LADDYS. Show some love to Laddies down below. Then, of course, Sophie. Appreciate you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Sophie. A couple of people to thank over on Venmo. Eli, thank you for the $5. I'm happy that I've been able to change your mind on a couple of things. Anna, thank you for the $5. I'm happy that you enjoy listening to the debates. And then Gerardo and Peter. Oh my God. Gerardo and Peter both sent fucking hell $100 over on Venmo within the same 30 seconds. What the fuck? First and foremost, Gerardo with $100. That is GERARDO. Show some love to them down below in that comment section. They say MAGA is on the ropes. Please cook Emily Wilson again. Oh, I forgot about her. She's nuts, dude. Thank you for the $100, my friend. And Peter with $100. Good to see you as always. We fucking love Peter. He's a goat. Peter says, Merry Christmas. Sorry I've been absent for a while, but I just turned 40 and you cooking MAGA cultists is the best birthday gift I could have asked for. First and foremost, Peter, literally want to be you when I grow up. Second of all, thank you for the $100. And fourth of all, happy belated birthday, I'd assume, or happy birthday if today's a day. Thank you both so very much. That is literally nuts. And then one other person I'd like to thank here is Atlas with the $25 over on Venmo. Atlas, you were showing up and showing out yesterday with all the love, and you're back again today. Show some love to Atlas down below in that comment section. Thank you, guys. Soul, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Soul didn't leave a message, only love. That is SOL. Show some love to Soul. Adam, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. T, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. And Addy, ADDY, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. He says, had to donate again to show you some love. I just walked in Times Square, which was very overwhelming, but I had to play your stream the whole time and it kept me calm. I'm also autistic, so very proud of myself. W. Dean. W. Addy! That is awesome! Thank you for the $25. It makes me so happy to hear. And then Lauren, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Velvet, thank you for the $20 Canadian over on Super Chat. Timothy with the $20 Canadian on Super Chat. Velvet and Timothy, thank you both of y'all so very much. Timothy with the 20 says, thank you for supporting us. You are an inspiration to many people. Oh, thank you for the love. And then Velvet with the 20, of course, just says, loving it. Thank you all so much for your kindness with the donation. Seriously, I'm so appreciative of you guys for supporting the stream, supporting what we do here. Please show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat while I pass the mic off to Paul to tell us why he's a fan of Trump. Take it away, my friend. And seriously, W fucking donors.
Right. So just getting things started right away. I think some of the immigration stuff, with ICE and stuff, I do support a lot. I mean, I've seen the videos. Some of them do look pretty bad, but I think ultimately, it is probably just better off for people to just come into the country, legally and just go through the legal process instead of coming in here illegally.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree, right, that our country and the immigrants are significantly better off if they come in legally, okay? But guess what? The reason why so many people have come in illegally is our government's fault, because they're the ones that made the legal means of entry unattainable, expensive, and unaffordable, okay, which then caused more undocumented entry by giving more incentive for it. The way to fix immigration is to make the legal means of entry as attainable as possible for as many people as possible, which would then naturally disincentivize and almost stop undocumented entry. Then the only individuals that would still be entering with the use of undocumented means would be the legitimate violent criminals that wouldn't qualify for the legal means of entry. And then those are the individuals that we'd want to throw in jail if they commit a crime under a jurisdiction or deport back to their home country to land in a jail. What Trump is doing, on the other hand, is actually impeding upon improving the legal means of entry. He shot down a bipartisan border bill under the Biden-Harris administration that would have improved the asylum-seeking processes to hire more judges, of course, and then disincentivizing undocumented entry, not with good long-term proactive policy, but rather with fascism and human rights abuse. He's scaring the entry away because for those that have entered with use of undocumented means, he's literally illegally deporting them to a center for terrorist torture in another country where they're starved and beaten. Okay, that's going to naturally disincentivize undocumented entry, but it's wrong because it's immoral and because it's short term. The moment we have a president that's not a fascist, that incentive structure will reverse.
Oh dang! So like I guess what would you propose for like a proper solution to this? Just I guess like in terms of like attainability.
Yeah, I'd say the most attainable and most proper solution would be to offer mass amnesty to all of the undocumented immigrants that are already in this country, with like specific exclusions for those that have committed violent crimes, outstanding warrants from other countries for like pretty insane non-violent criminal acts, like proven gang affiliation, ties, etc., so on and so forth, while simultaneously expanding the legal means of entry to the point where anybody who qualifies for them, they're not like a super violent criminal, should be able to get them easily, while
Right.
then kind of like cracking down harder on undocumented entry, because at that point the only individuals who'd be left that would want to enter into our country with the use of undocumented means would be the people that we legitimately wouldn't want in our country, as I've already specified.
Right, right. Yeah, because like that's like the biggest thing that I can like completely say that like I agree with like a lot of like other things.
You shouldn't agree with Donald Trump's immigration policy. It's the opposite of everything I said. It's a mass deportation, destroy our country, erode our social and moral fabric, attack our constitution, violate their rights, while actively impeding on constructing and bettering the legal means of entry. It's just a shit show. It's bad for us. It's bad for them. No one benefits except for prejudiced, bigoted fucks who, support the mass deportation and the harm in which it's perpetuated, rooted within their racism or xenophobia.
Right. I can certainly see that, especially like when you mentioned xenophobia, because I definitely like I don't know like I'm sure you're aware of like what's happening in like European countries where a lot of people are complaining about immigrants as well, um, and like that this comes off as like very xenophobic as well, and I guess I can definitely agree with that.
I mean, so yeah, you should also therefore be able to agree that Donald Trump's immigration rhetoric is xenophobic, right? He like goes on and on and on and on about how undocumented immigrants are so violent, they're just such criminals, they're all like gang members, escaped prisons, escaped mental institutions. Meanwhile, they're like 3 times less likely to commit any and all crime on American soil compared to citizens.
Um, like why do you think that? I'm just
Well, because
curious.
that's what the stats tell us, specifically from PNAS.
Right, right, gotcha. Yeah, that oh,
Go,
sorry.
no, no, I just got a donation. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That makes sense. No, because like I'm very like open. I'm open minded. Like I guess like in my to be completely honest with you, like I'm not like too big on just like doing. I should do more research, and I really should do. Like I had no idea like all of this was
You're open-minded.
happening.
Okay, I bet I could change your mind then. So I usually have like a very specific set of questions that I ask to somebody that claims they have an open mind to see if they actually do. Could I ask you those questions?
Sure.
Would you continue to support Trump as president if he had intentionally pardoned narco and domestic terrorists?
If he had pardoned them,
Yeah.
no, I don't think so. I mean, those are the people that I swear those are the people that he wants to keep out of the country.
All right, that's
No,
what he says. Would you continue to support Trump as president if he had called for the termination of the Constitution?
that's the Constitution. Wait. This actually hasn't happened, has it?
Well, I mean, just as your answer, yes or no, would you continue to support him?
No.
Okay, would you continue to support him if he had sexually exploited the naked bodies of women and our girls?
Oh, that. Yeah, that whole thing that's going on right now that they redacted. No.
No,
Now
you
that
wouldn't.
I'm like,
No, you wouldn't. Would you
no.
continue to support Trump as president if he called for the execution of his political opponents?
Oh God, no.
Okay. So we have 4 things so far. You said that you'd stop supporting Trump as president if he called for the termination of the Constitution. You'd stop supporting Trump as president if he pardoned domestic and narco terrorists. You'd stop supporting Donald Trump as president if he'd sexually exploited women or girls. And you'd stop supporting Donald Trump as president if he called for the execution of his political opponents. Donald Trump has called for the termination of the Constitution. He did so on Truth Social in December of 2022. Let's see if I could actually just go ahead and get a picture of that up on screen for you right now. Where did it go? There we go. Donald Trump actually has pardoned domestic and narco terrorists. He pardoned an ex-Honduran president that was criminally convicted of trafficking 400 tons of the CDRUG into America, and he's pardoned domestic terrorists in the sense of the individuals that insurrected the Capitol on J6, smeared their shit on the walls inside while flying the flag of the Confederacy and attacking police officers like DJ Rodriguez. Donald Trump actually has sexually exploited women and girls and admitted to it. I'm most specifically referencing his interview with Howard Stern in 2005, when he told Howard Stern that he'd unconsensually barge into the dressing rooms of naked women and naked teens to look at their naked bodies. This is sexual exploitation, since he abused his position of power as the owner of the pageant to allow himself into that space to further the unconsensual sexual conduct of looking at the naked bodies of these people. I'm justifying every point as we go, so I'm going to just go and play you the clip now.
Right.
Of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
And then the last point that I'll make here is you said that you would stop supporting him if he had called for the execution of his political opponents. The president of the United
Donald Trump has done that too. He did this on Truth Social 4 weeks ago.
You need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders," by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would." This is the most...
So you said you stopped supporting him if he called for the termination of the Constitution, pardoned terrorists, sexually exploited women, and called for the execution of his political opponents. I've now proved that he's done all four of those things. And my buddy Parker is up here right now for a moment because I'm going to go run to the restroom just to catch you up real quick, Parker. He said he'd stop supporting Trump as president if he did any one of these four things, and I just proved that he's done all four. So I'll be right back. Feel free to just naturally continue the dialogue with Parker.
Yeah, right. So why do you say that, or would you say that you don't support Trump now, given that you've heard all of this information?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. I think honestly, it would be valid to get this guy out of office as soon as possible, considering what I've seen now.
Okay, well then I think that we agree on that position. Then that's like the whole point of this live. So we appreciate that. That's great to hear that you've changed your mind in terms of that, because I mean, I think any one of those things would be a reason to like not support him. And given that every single one of them is applicable, I think it's very obvious. So W's for the guests in the chat. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
Of course.
All right, everyone. Well, Dean's gone because he's just going to the bathroom real quick. Everyone, tap that screen. Tap that screen. Do give it a second. For us to get people up here. I'll try to bring someone up here to help out Dean in the meantime. Or actually, no, Dean's already back. They said they were convinced and they changed their mind.
Good.
And they don't support Trump anymore.
That's great, man. See, I love running that dialogue tree and asking those questions to people that like seemingly are like genuinely open-minded, because they will like always work. It'll always work. Like those like 4 questions. And by the way, the list of questions could get larger. You know, talking about J6, attempted coup of the government, E. Jean Carroll, felonies, so on and so forth. It's great. You know, that list can really and genuinely change the mind of anyone who's open-minded.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, I'll see you here pretty soon, brother. Have a good live.
Yeah, thanks for coming up and covering me, man. You take care.
All right, peace out, everyone.
W Parkers and W guests down below in that chat. I think it's awesome that guest was able to change his mind, and I think that it is awesome that Parker was able to come up here and cover me while I was going pee. Now, guys, I would like to repeat here, only join the queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I think it's awesome that we're out here changing minds. Fuck yeah. Over on PayPal and Venmo.
A trans
There's a handful of people that I'd like to thank while we're getting that next guest up. Lucy, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, "I sent you an aggressive message on TikTok a while ago because I was offended that you said something negative about the LDS church. Since then, I've educated myself and left the church. Thank you. I was able to snap out of the doubt your doubt cycle that the church influences you to have." Yo! Dang, dude, I influenced somebody out of the LDS church? Well, first and foremost, good for you, Lucy. Like all of a sudden, right? Your like expected quality of life it just like quadrupled. So that's great. And thank you for sharing that with me. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That's a W. Then what's going on, man? Give me 1 second here. Annabella, thank you for the $5. And then Adam, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Says killing it. Love your content. Thank you, man. Let's get 200 Adam W's. And then Claire, appreciate you for the $5 as well. Rapunzel, appreciate you for the $10 on Super Chat. Then Patricia with a $5 over on PayPal. He says, please shout out my daughter, Kaylee. Yo, hey, well, shout out to Patricia and Patricia's daughter, Kaylee. If you guys are watching, I hope that you guys are enjoying this stream. And Merry belated Christmas to the both of you and Happy New Year's. Umar, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. And then one last donation that I would like to thank is the donation that I laughed at when I was talking to that last guest. So first, let me clarify what the person in this donation is talking about. Earlier, I brought up somebody on the left that was on a live stream that I was listening to saying that I am a quote unquote LGBTQ plus Aryan IDF super soldier who's super racist and has black and brown people chained in a barn or shed behind my house. And Emily just sent $5 on PayPal to say, Dean, okay, this is a legitimate leftist anti-racist position that I don't think you or Parker are ready to understand because you guys are way too concerned with not wanting to be labeled as racist instead of trying to understand the position. If you ever want it explained, I can. And I know that Emily's not trolling. I know I know that Emily's not trolling, by the way. I'm familiar with Emily. She's being honest. No, do not brand calling me. Do not brand calling me as a quote unquote LGBTQ plus Aryan IDF super soldier who has black and brown people chained in a barn behind my house is a legitimate leftist anti-racist position. Brother, oh my God, you make like the leftist position just look like so unappealing to people when you say shit like that, okay? I'm hoping here that Emily here's like saying that like maybe like the crux of this position, right? Saying that like I'm not anti-racist or something is like a legitimate leftist position and like not like everything else about like the like the IDF super soldier Aryan like LGBTQ plus dude that has black and brown people chained in a barn. I don't know. Just don't brand that as a legitimate position. You're tripping, Emily. Anyways, back to the debates. Jonathan, I appreciate you for your patience. Are you MAGA?
Yeah, of course. This isn't like really debating, but like I've definitely like did more research and my opinion has like changed like so much drastically.
Oh, good man.
And I can explain that more in detail.
How old are you?
I'm 20, by the way. I think I've already told you this, but I'm 20.
Oh, have we already chatted?
Yeah, we've chatted before.
Okay.
I was pretty like big on Trump, but I've kind of come to realize like
it's not that good. Well,
Trump
so
is not
I usually only talk to one person one time, but because it seems like you're open-minded and you're starting to change your mind, I'll give you 1 point. So what's holding you back from just breaking the relation and just saying like you're fully anti-Trump?
One thing is like I've seen like how like the whole like Trump administration and like even Turning Point USA like betrayed like Charlie Kirk.
Oh, remember.
In a way.
And
even like the stuff I'm seeing online of Trump just like being super creepy, like, and like that's just not like what I would support. And I was like, my biggest thing was abortion.
So I'm asking you like what your biggest thing is right now that still makes you consider yourself to be MAGA, like right now.
Not really anything. Not gonna lie. Like the biggest thing was abortion, but then I've come to realization that like banning abortion is gonna mean like the cost of like more lives, like the mother's lives or just like any lives, because you really think about it, because like the mother could be like carrying a child that could kill them. And the ban of abortion would mean the mother would still have to carry the child and could potentially die and lose a life because of it.
Jonathan,
And it's just like
I love hearing it, man.
I just think abortion should be a thing. Yeah, there's some parts of abortion I still don't like fully agree with, but I do believe it's healthcare.
Dude,
Especially
Jonathan, literally all that matters, okay? Well, not all, but most of what matters, vast majority of what matters is what you legally think should be the case. The pro-choice view doesn't necessitate that you have to think that abortion is morally permissible. It just necessitates you got to think it should be legal. And you think that individuals should be able to make that decision for themselves. I feel like that's something that we could all agree on, and that's something that we could all respect. Yeah, I respect that. And you know, there's
like,
also
that's my religion of God. I believe in free will, and I believe what Trump's been doing has been just like banning the people's free will to make choices of their own.
Yeah, yeah. And here, before I move on to the next guest here, I actually want to share something with you where you could actually be like really beneficial to society because you think that abortion's morally wrong and it should be legal. So, honestly, I wish that like pro-choicers who think that abortion is wrong, such as yourself, would try to address the motivations why women and girls access abortion to attempt to reduce the amount of women and girls that freely choose to make that decision. A lot of women that like say that they want to access abortion and ultimately do attribute it to like financial instability. So if you were to attempt to address financial instability in new families and young women, then we would see a significant reduction in the amount of abortions that women and girls get while also benefiting them. So let's focus on increasing the child tax credit. Let's focus on reducing, the fact that the main driver of poverty in young women and girls is childbirth and motherhood. Let's give new parents and new families more social supporting safety nets to ensure that they have the means that are required, not just to take care of their children, but also to take care of themselves and the related financial constraints. And that is something that you can do to reduce the amount of women that freely choose to access abortion by legitimately benefiting them. But thank you for coming up, Jonathan. I think it's awesome that you've been able to change your mind in such that way. And I hope that you have a good rest of your day.
You as well, man. God bless you.
Oh, dude, God bless you as well, Jonathan. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Only Hoppin said that Kiev happened to be an American adult that supports Trump. Moving on to the next guest right now. And by the way, if you're watching from home and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy and you want to support me, you want to support what we do, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. Get 100% of those proceeds. They're also right there. And then pin message over in that YT stream. You already know it. You could even attach a message and I could read it off. And I really appreciate everyone so much for all your support. You enable me to continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, 4 weeks a month, 12 months a year. Hello, do you support Trump? No, doesn't even sound like they're there. Let's go ahead and throw those. It sounds like Oklahoma trucker is taking a nap. Good boy, Liam. That's not the text box I want. I just need to delete that. There we go. Rules to join. Be 18 plus. Be American to be MAGA, please. Let's go to move on to the next guest. At this point right now, I have some Reese's cups in my hand that I really want to eat. But in order to eat these Reese's cups, I first must get a Trump supporter up here to give us an argument why Trump's a good president. So I could just sit back, listen, and eat. Hey, what's up, man? Do you support Trump, Cash? Cash. Yeah, I'm getting troll vibes. Come on, guys. Come on, don't troll me. I really want to dig into these Reese's, okay? And that truly does require you to stop the troll. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2007.
And why do you support literally the worst president of your life?
Dean, let me ask who you support. What?
I was expecting an answer to the question. So
no,
that
I want you to answer my question.
My fucking Reese's
Dean, answer my
cup
question,
in peace. Okay.
Dean, answer my question.
Who do I support in what sense?
Yeah. Like,
in what sense?
I want you to like tell me if you really think that Kamala would have been a better president than Trump.
That's an easy question with an easy answer. The question is yes. Now please tell me why you support Trump as president so I can
No, I'm not done. I'm not done asking questions.
Oh my god.
All right, Dean. So, what was better with Kamala than Trump? That Reese's looks really good, Dean.
I know. And I really want to eat both of them, all right? Which would require you answering the question that I first asked you to join the live, and the one that's on top of your head. But instead, you're like, "Nah, I wanna redefine the live. This is my live now, and I want to be the one asked." Okay, fuck. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna answer every question that you have as short and concise as possible. And goddamn, when I'm done answering your fucking questions, you better answer mine so I could eat my goddamn Reese's cups. Okay?
All right, Dean.
So what was your question?
All right, so what did you like about Kamala?
Okay, for sure.
Over Trump.
Yeah, what I liked about Kamala over Trump is A, I thought that she had a significantly better character. B, I thought that she had significantly more experience inside of government. That was positive. And C, I thought that she had significantly better policy that actually fought for Americans instead of against them. Any other questions, or do you want to finally answer this one so I can eat my fucking Reese's cups?
Yeah, ask me my question again.
Look on top of my head. Why do you support Trump as president?
Or how? It says how do you still support Trump, not why.
The question, why do you support Trump as president? And the question, how do you still support Trump as president?
You you doing all right?
Are indicating the same propositional theme. So just answer to
Dean,
the proposition.
can you not read? It says how, not why.
The question, I will repeat myself. The question, how do you still support Trump as president? And why do you still support Trump as president? Indicate the same propositional theme, requesting you to give an argument for why you think Donald Trump is somebody who should be serving as the president of the United States of America. You're so fucking funny. Dean can't read. Shut up. Answer the question. Mike is yours. Now let me eat my fucking Reese's cup. Thank you. My God, he doesn't know how to turn on his mic. Click on your profile picture, Mr. Carson Berry idiot.
There we go, Dean. I'm
Why do you
back.
support Trump as president? Take it away.
Dean, are you angry right now? Are you mad?
I just want to eat my Reese's cup.
Let me get one.
Answer the question, or I'm going to kick you.
All right, so the thing I like about Trump, right, is deportations, all right? And a lot of people are giving Trump a bad name for deportations when Obama left him in much, worse conditions and... But,
he left! Dude! I scare the Trump supporters away. When I'm not even saying anything. When I'm just trying to eat my fucking Reese's cup. I'm scaring them away. He literally went, and then left. I'm listening. I'm getting ready to respond to his bullshit. And he's still somehow throwing the bag while I'm sitting over here jolly as ever on mute eating my goddamn Reese's cup. And I still have half of it left. Do you guys see that shit? I still have half of the Reese's cup left, motherfuckers, and I want to eat that. So we better get another Trump supporter to join up in this stream literally right now so I can eat that shit. Everybody who doesn't support Trump and is breaking the rules that's joining right now, you're going to get banned so fucking fast because that Reese's cup looks so fucking tasty. Hello, do you support Trump? Banned permanently, forever, because that was 5 seconds I could have spent eating my Reese's cup if you were a Trump supporter. Moving on to the next guest now, we got Mac loading up into the box. You know what, guys, go ahead and drop a me in that chat. I like that. Go ahead and drop a me in the chat if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. Hello, Mac, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Age right now.
2006. I'm 19.
19. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Okay, so I live in Minnesota, right? And there's a lot of Somalians down there, and I support him because he's getting them out of here, and it's very overpopulated. Got stuck on that one, buddy. You gonna go? Oh, my fault. I don't want to rush you.
Honestly, I feel like it's kind of my fault for expecting more nuance and 3 words crammed on paper from a Trump supporter insofar as why they...
Ooh, I think you're a nigger.
So, Mac's argument was literally, I support Trump because I'm racist. And by the way, the people on the right are the people that will deny systemic racism, but then literally say that they support Trump because of systemic racism. His argument was, I'm racist against black people, Somali individuals are black people, and Donald Trump is using systemic racism and the power of the government to get him out of Minnesota, for instance. So we're shifting the range of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable to say and or support. And last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, the right's argument on racism was deny that systemic racism is real, then try to make the left look crazy for arguing it. Now this year in 2025, the argument is literally argue that Trump is a good president because he's perpetuating it. Dalton, what's up? Do you support Trump? Dalton, you have to unmute. Click on your profile picture and click that kind of the mic. While Dalton is figuring out how to unmute, we're also going to go get somebody else up here. By the way, preferably,
Hello?
guys. Hey, what's up, Dalton? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, sure do, man.
How old are you?
56. And also, fuck Trump. He's a pedophile. And
Okay, band. Moving on to the next guest because we're just looking for Trump supporters. We got Shelby Dixon loaded up in the box, yeah. We got Shelby Dixon, guys. Make sure that you're following our rules. Make sure that you're following our rules. I'd really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, just to be patient. By the way, if you want to support me, you can find the V and the P, the Venmo, and the PayPal. The link tree in the bio on TikTok. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
35.
What do you have to say to people that think that the age of consent should be lowered?
I don't know. I don't agree with that, so I wouldn't even know where to start.
I mean, would you say that they're like probably predators? Right? Like if like an older person thinks that the age of consent should be lowered, like they're definitely like a P3DO, right?
I don't know if you can definitively put a label on somebody without knowing who they are and what they've done, what the acts that they committed. If they just say one sentence, you can't put a label on them. Just like when you
I
say
feel
that
like we could
Trump-
really. I feel like we could
just
really.
like when you say
wait,
that
wait,
Trump
one
is a
second.
sexual exploiter just because of what he said on Howard Stern, that doesn't mean you can label him as that and have
Wow.
it carry the weight.
Oh, so,
But I actually had a question for you.
well, don't worry, because
I actually had a question for
You're
you.
not going to get an answer right now. So your argument is, wow. If a 35-year-old man thinks that the age of consent should be 12, you can't call them a pedo. And if a man unconsensually barges into the private dressing rooms of naked 15-year-olds to look at their naked bodies, you can't call them a sexual exploiter. You, sir, are a red flag. Would you like to share any identifying information about who you are with me so I can investigate you? Because you
Yes,
are
I
a
would.
big red flag. Oh,
Yes, I would.
I know who you are. You're Phil.
Phil who?
Phil Young.
What makes you think that?
Yeah, guys, everyone watching, this is a legitimate pedophile. So Phil Young is
Tell me how.
legitimately a
Tell me how.
pedophile.
Why don't you tell these people how? If you're gonna
Yeah, for sure.
accuse
For
somebody,
sure.
have some proof.
Oh, for
Have some
sure.
proof.
I'll definitely tell you. Because last time you were up here, okay? Because you always come back on
Yeah, I
different
want proof.
accounts.
I
Because you
want
know,
proof.
well, I'm getting there. Because you know that if you use an account that I've seen before, I won't let you up because you're literally a pedo. Last time you came up here, I told you that I don't have sympathy for pedophiles. And then you said, Dean, why don't you have sympathy for me? The time before that
Okay,
when you
so
came up here,
you-
the time before that when you came up here,
So you just lie?
you argued that there's absolutely nothing wrong
Why are you lying
whatsoever
to your people?
with you following little
Why are you lying?
children to look
Why are
at
you-
them.
Why are you lying and muting me?
I'm not lying. I mean, that
You're
clip,
lying.
that clip actually went viral of me saying I don't have sympathy
Correct,
for
and there was-
P3 videos, and then you saying, so you don't have sympathy for me.
Correct, and there was no sympathy involved.
That clip went viral.
Hey, how about you?
So I know that it's not a lie.
How about you let me speak?
So, I should let the predator
about you let-
speak?
How about you, coward?
I'm making the predator a cortisol
Coward.
mix. Oh, this is great. Any way I could like
You're running.
emotionally disturb a predator
You're running.
is an opportunity that I will take.
You're running.
No, I'm not running.
You're
You're
just
running.
scared?
He, by the way, guys, he's muting himself. He's like continually
Are you
muting.
just scared?
Wait, bro, why are you
No,
muting
I'm not
yourself?
muting myself. You're muting
Yes,
me, and
Yes,
I-
no, you are muting yourself. You literally just muted
He's
yourself.
lying.
Yeah, now he's trying to
been lying to
say.
y'all.
Now he's trying to say that I'm lying. I'm not lying. He's
Still
muting
lying.
himself. So he's like literally muting
You're the
himself
one muting
and then
me.
saying that he's lying. Like this is actually insane.
You just muted me.
Okay, then explain to me. Okay, watch this. You're gonna mute yourself with my hands in the air.
Okay. You just muted me.
I had my hands in the air. You muted yourself.
So
Yo, my God! Why, oh, dude!
So you
You
have a
just
mod
sold the
that mutes
ball. You just sold it. You just absolutely
mod that mutes
sold
me?
it.
You have a mod that mutes.
I had my mouse in my hand off screen. I just wanted to disturb him. Rage bait him because unfortunately that's like the only thing that I could do. I could just rage bait Phil for 5 seconds and then kick him because he's a literal P3DO. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm Bruno, bro. Do you miss me?
Okay, bye, Bruno. Only op instead of the cube. You happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate it. We're going to go to get that next guest up right now. Yo, Sheffin, I sent you an invite. Love to have you up. Of course, you're scared, though, so I know you won't join. All right, everyone, just do be patient. Megs, thank you so much for the bouquet. That's incredibly kind of you. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, everyone. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to support Donald J. Trump as president, please. We're still looking for that next Trump supporter, but right now, folks, they are scared and they are running because guess what? The Trumpies don't want to talk to me, okay? Because they know that they can't win in a debate. I mean, just look at all the Trump supporters that have joined so far today. Every single one of them has got absolutely shit on. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
Why are you making your voice deeper?
I'm not.
What you were
Nigger.
Okay, all right. So the last 3 Trump supporters, the first one spammed the N-word. The second one said I'm a P3DO. And then the third one spammed the N-word. So just to make it clear, this is actually my most convincing argument for every single viewer of this stream right now to stop supporting Trump. So you have a liberal, right? That's streaming to 17,000 people right now, 12K on TikTok, 5K on YouTube. And I'm like, hey, I have all of these amazing reasons why Trump is a bad president. Let's have open and honest, transparent conversation about them. And then the Trump supporters have slurs and pedophilia. Like legitimately. So for all the fence sitters in here, you don't know if you're leading towards Trump or against Trump. Just consider this stream and the type of people that we've garnered on it. I don't think I could have a more compelling and convincing argument against him. 17,000 viewers. Not one of them is a Trump supporter that wants to come up here and argue that he's a good president with a legitimate reason. But 3 of them have been, people spamming slurs or saying they're a predator. So, hello, do you support Trump? Child. So, yeah, I mean, I really hope that changes your mind, guys. There's a lot of very racist, a lot of very racist people that only support Trump rooted within their racism. A lot of very harmful people that only support Trump rooted within the fact that they're P3DOs themselves. Okay, and that's a lot of MAGA for you. Hey, what's up, K2? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. I have a question for you.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
What year were you born in?
2005,
Okay,
November.
let me thank a couple people here, then I'll pass you the mic. Kimber, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. This came in 12 minutes ago. Kimber with the $50 says, I love you, Dean. I love you too, Kimber. Thank you so much for your kindness. That is so much money. I'm really appreciative of you for your support. Let's get 500 Kimber W's in all of the live chats. Thank you for the $50, as well as Bill. Thank you for the $5. Jared with the 2, Jolene with the 1, and Adam with the 1. Appreciate you guys over on PayPal. Fearless, thank you so much for the $30. Holy shit, you guys. Y'all going off today. Fearless with the $30 says, you are amazing and you give me hope that there are good guys out there that care about the safety of women from Australia. Well, love to Australia and love to Fearless. Thank you for the $30. And although, the loudest voices on this stream are the shitty Trump supporters that come up here in defense of all the terrible things that Trump has done, that doesn't account for every person. And there's a lot of people that condemn, the sexual exploitation, condemn the sexual violence, and condemn the shitty, terrible things that Donald Trump has done and said against women and girls. I'd also like to thank Sandra for the 10 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, Sandra. Then Queen, thank you for the $10, who says, buy a few more Reese's. Oh, let's go, Queen. Thank you. And K2, the mic is yours.
All right, my question for you was, why don't you debate people that already came up? If your goal is to...
Because we've
yeah, go ahead.
already fleshed out a conversation about the reasons why they support Trump. And in all reality, it is a case-by-case basis thing. Sometimes if I think that more productivity could be yielded from a second or third conversation with him, I'll have it with him. It's just a real case-by-case thing.
All right, because what it seems is if your goal is to really move people to the other side, convince them of your beliefs, then you should be more open to conversating with them and having and educating them some more. You know what I mean?
Well, like I said, I think that's what I do. That's what I am. It's a case by case basis. If I'll talk to them a second, a third, or a fourth time, there's a bunch of viewers of this live stream, that have literally come up on my stream like 5 times, and I've been able to change their mind over the course of those conversations. It's not like an all-encompassing rule that I always hold to be true. That's obvious. I mean, we always have people that we've already spoken to up again if I think that more productivity could be yielded. And it's just a real, person by person, individual basis rule. But a lot of the times, the reason why we have that rule in the first place is because a lot of the people that will come up here are very dense and impossible to have their minds changed. So for those people, and dependent on what their intentions are, we definitely won't bring them up again.
All right, I don't support Trump. Thank you for that explanation. Goodbye.
Okay. Well, you're not coming up again because you lied to me. Fuck out of here. Only up inside of the cube, you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please. Please follow our rules, guys. Please follow our rules, guys. Please. Moving on to our next guest, Zeppy. Thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Angelina, who says, hey, Dean, hope you're well. I feel like we haven't seen Momo on stream in a while. Hope you're both doing amazing. Oh, yeah, honestly, I wouldn't doubt it if Momo were to, come in here at, some point before the stream is over, because my door is wide open, and she's just probably, sleeping on the bed or something like that. Yo, Emily, thank you so much for
what's good, Dean?
What's going on, man? Give me a second. Emily, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Holy shit, Emily. Show some love to Emily down below in that comment section, folks. Thank you. That is so much money. That goes so unbelievably far. Let's get 500 Emily W's. Emily with the $50 says, I went on GT's live last night and spoke with a couple people who are still claiming you cried specifically for CK. Amazing how people are still buying into that lie. Those of us who watch you every day and know your character and what you really stand for, keep cooking. Well, I mean, the amount of people that are still really oh, Dean's MAGA and hates progressivism and loves CK. They're very small, particularly antisocial echo chamber on the internet, but they're just very loud. So, I mean, I wouldn't take them too seriously. Don't exhaust and waste your energy on trying to change their mind. It obviously won't be changed. And it's obviously not something that they believe is rooted within a preponderance of evidence or fact about me or who I am, but rather just rooted within some disdain or sense of loathe that they hold towards me. There's a lot of more destructive people on the left that will just try to tear down people actually doing something because they don't meet their perfected ideological goals to a T 100% of the time. And I mean, I think that that's actually incredibly regressive. And we see people like that all the time. I mean, it wasn't even 2 days ago we had somebody who claimed to be a leftist come up on the stream and argue that these streams are pointless, baseless, hyper-capitalist, and change nothing. And even after I brought up individual experiences of individuals having their minds changed, they just, didn't care, discredited, the real lives that have been materially impacted in very significant ways, including victims of rape that were only able to get an abortion because of convincing their family that they should be allowed to get one because they're under the age of 18 using the points that we discuss on live. And, they just don't really care because it's not about fact. It's not about change. It's just about tearing down people that are trying to do something about it. So thank you for the $50, Emily. I'm sorry to kind of go on a little bit of a rant there. Let's get 500 Emily W's down below in that chat. Thank you. Colin, are you a Trump supporter?
No. Okay, well, I wouldn't exactly say that I'm not a Trump supporter, but here's the thing. I've never really cared for politics. I was actually coming on here hoping I could get a little bit of advice because my whole family is hardcore Republicans and they especially my grandma, and I'm living with her right now, and I every single day I'm talking to her about how he was just came up on the Epstein files, and then she'll still defend him some way. I was wondering if you could give me a few fucking things just to say to them, because I don't know, dude, they're so delusional, and I just can't bro, I can't, I fucking can't
Yeah.
I don't really care for politics too much, but I also think Trump's a piece of shit, and I fucking hate him.
So there's a couple really good questions that I like to ask here to people that it just seems like their minds can't be changed. Because even if this doesn't change their mind, it really demonstrates their absurdity and increases the likelihood that they will in the future. One question that I always like to ask is, would you continue to support Trump as president if he called for the termination of the Constitution? Maybe somebody like your grandma might say no. That's something that, Donald Trump has done. You could find the same screenshot that's on your phone screen right now. What do I gotta... Whoa, he got banned for harassment and bullying. That's really weird. But anyways, you could find this by going on Google, typing in Donald Trump called for the termination of the Constitution. Another good one would be calling for the execution of his political opponents. A question that I like to ask is, would any reasonable American have stopped supporting Biden as president if he did that? And they obviously say yes. So therefore, that's also true of Trump. But that's actually something that Trump did 4 weeks ago. You could find that one by just typing in Donald Trump calls for hanging of Democrats in Congress. And I would have given you more, but I mean, you got banned for harassment and bullying. Man, I don't know what you did to deserve that ban. But anyways, I mean, I hope that helps, man. And also, dude, you're looking good. Absolutely mogging. I'm trying to get like you. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. But let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the stream, y'all. Only op inside of that queue of Yappa to be an American adult that supports Trump. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on? Are you MAGA?
I accidentally got in this live. I'm so sorry.
No worries. 48 volt, do you support Trump? 48 volt, hello? 48 volt is not here. Moving on to Tom Darts. Tom Darts is loading up in the box. Jenny, appreciate you for that gym gun on TikTok.
6-7.
Okay. Banned. Guys, follow the rules. Just looking for MAGA. It's been a while since we've had our last debate going. Please just, follow our rules, guys. It's really easy. It's really, really easy. Over on Venmo, Amanda, thank you. Sorry, not Amanda. Annabella, thank you so much for the $10 in Venmo. Says, would you have a conversation with my mom, who's a Trump supporter, even if I'm not? Yes, Annabella, get inside of the guest request if you're with her mom. I'd happily bring you up to have a conversation with her. Thank you for the $10, as well as Angel. Thank you for the $2. Jessica, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, hey Dean, as a woman of color that tunes into your live every day, it's so disappointing to hear so many hurtful people say the N-word. I hope that you tell your mods to ban and report them. Yes, every single time somebody comes up on the stream and does that, they're removed, then banned and reported. Thank you for the $10, Jessica. And I'm sorry that you got to hear that. It's terrible. And then F, thank you for the $10 as well on Venmo. Says, hey Dean, forgive me for asking this question, but do you think that we should ban adult entertainment, pornography, and OF to reduce negative effect in society? I mean, what's going on, D-Bake? Just give me 1 second. I'm really agnostic on that. And, the reason why I'm agnostic and not like a firm no is just out of like the treatment of like women in the industry. And I think that there's a lot of predatory and exploitative practices that I think they're like super bad in like the sex work industry, adult entertainment industry. And those are the things that I'm concerned about. I'm really just concerned about the treatment of the women and girls, unfortunately, and girls in the industry. Eleanor, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Eleanor. Show some love to Eleanor down below in that chat. That is ELANOR. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it looks like we're all caught up. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on YT, and right there, I get 100% of those proceeds. You could attach a message, and I could give you a shout out. And thank you for the love. I appreciate you guys for continuing to support me in what we do here. Hello, you're a Trump supporter, right? I saw you on Parker's stream.
Correct.
Are you ready to get absolutely fried?
I wouldn't say that, no. I mean, Trump's been a great president, man.
Yeah. What do you think
Wait, hold on,
demonstrates?
Dean.
No,
Hold
let
on,
me talk.
hold
Just
on.
let me talk. What do you think demonstrates that the best? Like the fact that we have the highest level of unemployment in 5 years, the fact that he's breaking federal law and defying Congress by not releasing all of the Epstein files, and the small batches that he has released have been heavily redacted. 30,000 lies in his first term, the lie about the 2020 election, him graping E. Jean Carroll, being held civilly liable for it, then calling her for her to be thrown in jail, him like illegally deporting people to be beaten and tortured in another country, then trying to cover up any media investigating it. This is great.
Okay, so, yeah, let me go with, you first said the unemployment rate, right? Was sky high.
Yeah, it's been an uptrend. Highest unemployment rate in 5 years at 4.6%.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that's necessarily a president's problem because jobs. Hold on. I'll tell you why. Hold on before you snicker. Because jobs have been opening up at sky high rates. So there are job opportunities for these people, but these people aren't having the necessary skills to obtain these jobs. So they're not going to trades. They're not going to college. A lot of them are just drawing unemployment. It's a laziness issue, not necessarily a presidential issue, because more jobs are opening up.
So
if you look at just look it up. There's
Okay.
way more jobs. There's way more job openings
Compared to when?
compared to when Biden was president.
Oh, you're actually wrong. The total amount of job openings, let's see here, in November of 2024 was right around 8 million. The Total amount of job openings in August of 2025 is 7.2 million. So not only are they up, but not only are they not up, they're down.
Okay, and you,
Yeah,
okay, hold on.
spam W guest in the chat. Yes, W guest for the guest being wrong.
Listen,
W guest.
listen.
Love
That's
it.
because less people are getting fired, less people are moving up, more people are just complacent in their current jobs. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not.
Wait,
You're
before we
making
even
this a
move on, you
hold
got
on.
to address that you were wrong.
Dean, let me finish, please. Because you're making this a presidential issue when it's not a presidential issue.
Yeah.
Okay. But we can go into things that you think are objectively presidential issues, if you can name one of those.
Wait. I mean, I want to respond to that, but before we do, I first want you to address the fact that you made the argument that there's more job opportunities in openings today than there was under Biden, and according to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, that's just simply incorrect.
Hold on. I swear I looked it up earlier. It said there was a lot of more job openings than there is unemployment.
Yeah, so,
you see what I'm saying? Like, there's currently more job.
So by the way,
you see what I'm saying?
The fact that there's like lower job openings with more unemployed Americans actually demonstrates a downtrend of the economy and like downsizing businesses. Okay. Because right, we would expect there to be more job opportunities with an increase in unemployment, given that the economy is not shrinking. But because there's lower levels of job openings and a lower level of total employed Americans and a skyrocketing level of unemployment, this means that the economy is shrinking. Companies are downsizing and laying off their employees and then cutting off that opening that was left by them being laid off. And if you want to like argue against that, feel free to attempt to give me a source here that's more reliable than the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, by the way.
Yeah, hold on, Dean. I would like you to give me a reason how that's a presidential problem, though.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
because this seems like a hold on. This seems like a company issue, not necessarily an executive issue.
I could attribute some of this to Donald Trump's economic policy, and I will do that after you either concede your point about job opportunities or you give me a source that disputes the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yeah, 1 second. Can I look it up real quick?
Yeah.
Because I looked up a source earlier, I believe, that said. All right, 1 second.
You could look it up, my friend. You could look it up. I mean, get pushed. Dude, like refuting the BLS, man. This is crazy, brother. For the 11.4 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, folks, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Drop a comment as well while you're at it. If you're ever on YouTube, drop a like on the stream, folks, please. And we have a couple people to thank. Thank you, F, for the $10 on PayPal. And then Ruby with the $10 over on Venmo. Ruby with the $10 says, actually, I'm not going to call you Ruby. For now, I'm just going to call you Anonymous because I think there's a high probability that Ruby's your dead name. Anonymous with the $10 on Venmo says, hey, thank you for streaming. As a young trans man in a Republican household, I want to thank you for fighting for women's rights, trans rights, and human rights in general. Have an amazing day from Isaiah. Oh, there it is, Isaiah. Well, Isaiah, first and foremost, I apologize for dead naming you. And second of all, thank you for the $10, and I'm really happy that you take value out of this stream, so we do. Thank you so much, man. God.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, it has, I will concede on that. It has slightly fell. Okay,
so then what the fuck was your source that said otherwise? Just out of curiosity.
But I thought, dude, I misspoke, man. I thought I saw something earlier that said jobs were highly available while the unemployment rate was high.
Well, I think that
so I must have. I don't know what I saw.
What you probably
but I looked it up earlier.
Was a report on layoffs.
The report on layoffs.
Yeah, like so far this year, there's been 1.3 million layoffs from American companies.
Okay, like I said, how's that a presidential issue? Can you go into that? Because maybe
that's easy. That's really easy.
Okay, go ahead.
So I mean, macroeconomic trends are associated with like changes in public sentiment, confidence, and policy. Now, we can't say that all macroeconomic trends that are true under a president's administration are caused by the president, unless we could attribute good reason to believe that they are. And I do believe that this trend is consequential of Trump's administration for the reason being that some of his economic policy has really hurt individuals, taken their purchasing power away, fucked over small businesses, and reduced consumer expectations in the future market by creating a more volatile space. Is tariffs first and foremost, increase the volatility in the market and reduce confidence in future projections of positive performance. because one day he'll impose them, the next day he'll remove them, the next day he'll increase them, then remove them again, which, you know, really fucks up like an investor's confidence and say opening the business, growing that business. And this is why we've seen a trend down of business investment in this country for the first time in years after a massive boom under Biden. That could also explain like companies laying off their employees, alongside the fact that because of the tariffs and other related policy to do with more fiscal spending, well, taking more from the average American, we are now seeing slow GDP growth to where it was at here. The Fed say it's about 1% lower. In first quarter, it actually went down. And for these reasons and more, we'd say that some level of influence for these macroeconomic trends could be attributed to the Trump administration.
I would have to disagree with that.
Then what's causing it?
What's causing the unemployment rates and all this?
Yeah, just
well,
like
first
negative
off, I can go
macroeconomic
with
trends.
technology is improving. Most jobs are being replaced with AI.
Oh, but see, the thing
technology.
is, but actually, I dispute that because technological advancement means more productive capacity at a higher level. So you could have an argument if like the GDP growth was flourishing and we were experiencing layoffs. Maybe some of that could be attributed to technological advancement, but I don't think that technological advancement could be a possible explanation given the fact that we're seeing these layoffs and the economy is shrinking.
Okay, I will admit I don't necessarily agree with the tariffs because I know that's harming a lot of big companies, which could be causing these layoffs because they're not able to get their parts in to be able for these workers to be able to build these parts. You see what I'm saying? So as far as tariffs go, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, perfect.
But
By the way, for everybody,
other than that, hold on. Other than that, I really don't see any negative effect that Trump has had on the economy.
other than the negative effect on the economy. Listen, real quick, for everyone in the
there's
chat
one thing,
spamming,
dude.
check
I
is
mean,
following.
you can't be a perfect president,
I just quickly, no, I was laughing at that because you said other than the negative effect on the economy that you were able to describe, I can't demonstrate any other negative effect on the economy. That's like paradoxical and self-implied because that is his negative effect on the economy.
Right. There's one thing I don't agree with.
Yeah. So what do you agree with?
I agree with. Hold on, dude. Why do you gotta laugh?
I'm
man?
sorry. It's just funny. I'm sorry. I'll hold it.
Dude, I'm hitting my vape, bro.
No, that's not what's funny. It was just funny because you came up here and you're like, he's only doing good. Everything he's doing is great. And then I was like, well, here's actually a lot of really bad things he's doing. And he's like, okay. Then you're like, okay, Dean, he is doing those bad things, but I don't have to agree with everything that he's doing. Then I'm like, well, what has he done that you do agree with? And then you just, I don't have no answer. But I was laughing because like the timing, a little bit of comedic value. I wasn't trying to discriminate or oppress you or anything, right? So
Yeah. 1 second. So the economy is one of my least favorite points about Trump. Hold on. When I thought Trump was going to take office, I thought the economy was going to boom, right? I thought inflation was going to go down. I thought the unemployment rate would decrease. I thought gas would be a lot cheaper, which honestly, gas has been going down. But I thought it was going to be a lot better. I thought the housing costs were going to be way lower. Just anything like buying products was going to be lower, which it hasn't. But that takes time, man. Because under the Biden administration, all that stuff skyrocketed, and it takes time. Hold on. It takes time to Hold on, Dean. It takes time to rectify the situation and rectify the consequences of Biden's administration.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give Trump a little bit more time. It's been hard.
Yeah.
I mean, the economy. I mean, COVID wasn't that far long ago. And I'll give him some more time. But he's only been in office a year, dude.
These aren't new trends.
He's only been in office
These
a little
aren't
over
old
a year.
trends. These are new trends. You understand, right? That the day Biden...
No. The economy was really bad under Biden as well, Dean.
Well, the thing
are you gonna dispute that?
Yeah, I am gonna dispute that.
I would love to hear
your
reasoning as how it wasn't.
Well, I don't know if you do want to hear my reasonings because you can't shut up, debate.
Come on, man, don't be facetious.
Well, I'm just being honest, okay? Now, here's
All right,
the thing.
Man,
you said that it was going to take some time to fix the trends onset by the Biden-Harris administration. You understand that the trends Donald Trump walked into office having were positive. Unemployment was trending down. Inflation was trending down. GDP growth was trending up massively. investment into American businesses was trending up massively. But then you're going to sit here and say, after Trump reverses those trends and starts driving them into the ground, then in all reality, he's just fixing the issue that we saw present under Biden's administration. It takes time to reverse those things. Well, like, the data rejects your hypothesis here, because it obviously didn't take him any time to reverse the positive trends that we saw at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. And then the second thing that I really laughed at, okay, and this is what I'd love to hear your response on, is you were like, Biden caused all these terrible economic outcomes of high inflation and so on and so forth. After investigating me for like 15 minutes about the specific reasons that I have to attribute negative economic performance in the last year to Trump, so I'm going to ask you the same questions. And I don't think you'll be able to answer it. And then unfortunately, sir, I will have to laugh in your face. Now, the question specifically that I'd like to ask is, what specifically did Biden do to influence a higher level of inflation, specifically the 9% level of inflation that we saw in late 2021?
Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act was a terrible bill that was passed by the Biden and Harris administration. It was absolutely terrible. That act alone increased prices on literally everything. So I'm not going to tell you how it did it, but it did it.
Why can't you tell me how it did it?
I don't know. It just did it.
How do you know that?
Because I've seen sources as to why it was a bad bill, and literally everything went up after that Reduction Act.
Yeah, do you
and it's ironic. Hold on, it's ironic that the name of the policy was the Inflation Reduction Act when in fact it inflated.
Yeah.
So how can you tell me that, Dean?
Yeah. So do you happen to have a computer in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Let me find the right. Here we go. Inflation rate America.
Yeah, just look at the inflation rate after the Inflation
We're
Reduction
gonna
Act
look
was
at something.
passed.
We're gonna
Go
look
ahead.
at something together.
Also, the big beautiful bill is one exceptional policy that I really like that Trump passed. We can go into that after this, though.
Yeah, buddy. We're gonna look at this together. So I want you to go on Google and open 2 tabs. Let me know when you've done that.
All right.
The first tab that I want you to open, go to your search bar and type in Trading Economics United States Inflation Rate. And then once the correct URL is tradingeconomics.com/United-States inflation /inflation-CPI. Let me know when you're there. On your first tab.
All right.
Okay, and then do you have the second tab?
No, hold on. I'm on Xbox right now, dude. I'm trying to navigate it. All right, go ahead. Like, what are you trying to prove right now?
No, don't worry. We'll see in like less than a minute. Then on your second tab, I want you to type in, when was IRA signed into law? The answer you will get is August of 2022. But I just want you to see that for yourself. Let me know when you see that for yourself.
Yeah, 2022. The bill's passed. Okay.
August of 2022, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Hold on. You got to elaborate. During Biden's bid.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, it was passed by Biden. So
Correct.
now I want you to go back to the United States.
Because this is what you always do.
Wait,
You're always going to blame Trump for this.
We're almost done. We're almost done. Now go back to the Trading Economics United States inflation rate, and at the top left you'll see a button that says 5-year. Click on that 5-year so you can see the inflation data month by month under Biden. Let me know when you've done that. And this is the zinger. This is what I've been setting up for. Let me know when you've done that.
All right.
Now, here's the fun part. So what month of what year was the IRA passed? August of 2022. We just learned that together.
Yeah, okay.
Now I want you to use your cursor to highlight the inflation rate in this country every single month under Biden after the Inflation Reduction Act was passed. And what you'll see is it went down, 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 down. Every down was a different month. So how can you sit here and tell me that the Inflation Reduction Act caused a huge surge in inflation before it was even signed into law?
Hold on. You're saying how can that the Reduction Act cause inflation before it was signed into law?
Yes.
Dude, inflation was still going up even before the Inflation Reduction Act. But hold on, Dean.
The
Dean.
reason I had you
Hold on.
pull up, the reason why I had you, we spent 3 minutes doing this. The reason why I had you go to your Google search bar, type in inflation data from Trading Economics, go to the 5-year view, so then you could see a month-by-month breakdown of the rate of inflation under the Biden-Harris administration, is so you could see with your eyes that after the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law, it did not go up. You could see it. You could see it.
Okay, hold on, Dean. But the Inflation Reduction Act was supposed to like reduce inflation prominently, dude. It didn't do much, man. So hold on.
Before we talk about how much it reduced inflation, you first have to concede, okay, that when I asked you what policy did the Biden-Harris administration pass that caused that 9% level of huge inflation, and then you said the Inflation Reduction Act, you were mind-bogglingly wrong. Like, oh my God, insanely wrong. Stupidly wrong. Like, idiotically wrong. And you have all the data to prove that you were wrong in front of your face, because one tab on Google that you have open right now shows that it was signed into law of August in 2022, and then the other tab that you have open on Google shows a monthly rate of inflation in America during the last 5 years, and you could literally see how the inflation rate went down the first month after it was signed into law, down the second month after it was signed into law, down the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, then almost evened out for the rest of his administration, including until now. Concede that this policy then it skyrocketed inflation.
If I'm wrong, I will concede. Let me look something up real quick and tell you why I believe the Inflation Reduction Act did in fact cause inflation and was actually essentially bad for this country. Because the Inflation Reduction Act, what does that sound like, Dean, to you? It sounds like a reduction in inflation, right? Like a massive reduction in inflation, like the economy would be booming. The economy was never booming under the Biden-Harris administration. In fact, it was failing.
Come on. That's not true.
In fact, I would say this economy right now is better than the one under Biden-Harris.
Okay, that's like
because gas was literally almost $4.
I want to point and laugh at you so badly, but first I just need you to concede that you were fucking wrong when you attributed surging inflation to the IRA, considering the fact that surging inflation took place before the IRA was signed into law. Then like every month for the next year after the IRA was signed into law, it went down until it stabilized. Concede that point.
Hold on. Before I do that, Dean, I didn't say what you're saying right now. I didn't say that. All I said was the Inflation Reduction Act didn't do well for the country.
No, you're a fucking liar. You're a bold-faced liar.
How?
How much do you want to bet? That is what you said. Put money on it. How much money?
I mean, we can go. That I didn't say the Inflation Reduction Act. No, I just said it was.
So how much money do you want to put on your argument that you never specifically indicated that the IRA caused inflation, but you're rather just arguing it was bad for the country? How much money do you want to put on that claim?
I didn't say it caused inflation. I said it was bad. I said it worsened inflation. Do you see what I'm saying?
Worsening inflation is causing inflation. You idiot.
Hold on, dude. You're
brother.
Dude, this is what you do, man, with all your guests, bro. You twist their words and to make it to seem like you're right, bro. You're not a very smart guy. You're a great debater, man, and that's what you're doing right now.
Yeah. Let's just listen to what you
like. If I had
said.
debating skills, I would absolutely be turning your own words against you, and you wouldn't know what to do.
Oh my God. Okay,
but I don't have those skills.
Yeah, you're accusing me of manipulating you with my master debate skills. Let's just listen to what you said, silly goose.
Are you going to dispute that?
Yeah, I am going to dispute that.
I would love to hear your reasoning as how it wasn't.
Well, I don't know if you do want to hear my reasonings because you can't shut up, debate.
Come on.
Let's find
it. Okay. Yeah, after this, can we move on to a different point?
Just 1 second. Let me find the right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
The loan.
Here we go. That we saw in late 20 inflation. We found it. Specific reason it caused all these terrible economic trends that we saw at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. And then the second thing that I really laughed at, okay, and this is what I'd love to hear your response on, is you were like, Biden caused all these terrible economic outcomes of high inflation and so on and so forth. After investigating me for like 15 minutes about the specific reasons that I have to attribute negative economic performance in the last year to Trump. So I'm going to ask you the same questions, and I don't think you'll be able to answer it. And then unfortunately, sir, I will have to laugh in your face. Now, the question specifically that I'd like to ask is, what specifically did Biden do to influence a higher level of inflation, specifically the 9% level of inflation that we saw in late 2021?
Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act was a terrible bill that was passed by the Biden and Harris.
I said I was going to laugh in your face. I feel like that would be too mean.
So can you explain how that bill
at this point, it'd be bullying. So now, sir, I expect a ukulele, and at minimum, 7 tears from you, and a grandiose apology for your attempted gaslighting of me, saying that I was manipulating your words, changing them into arguing something they weren't, because you argued that the IRA influenced the highest level of inflation that we've seen in this country in a long time, 9% in late 2021. And then I had you pull up the source that it was signed into law in August of 2022, and then a month-by-month graph of inflation after August of 2022 that showed inflation only went down after it was signed into law. I want a verbal concession. I want an apology for the gaslighting. When
Dude,
you
I'm not
I was manipulating your
apologizing
words.
to you.
Then a ukulele and 5 tears.
Let's move points.
I want a verbal concession.
Because
an
you're
apology, a
no,
ukulele, and 5
dude.
tears.
There's a lot more that Trump's done better than Biden than the economy.
Better give a verbal.
You know more
concession.
about the economy than me. Can I give you a valid point as to another reason why Trump just bests Biden? Because honestly, dude, like, why do you think Trump won so much? Dude, because most people weren't delusional, brainwashed libs.
Want to know the main reason?
That's why Trump won so bad. He won by a landslide.
Actually, do you want to
He
know?
won by a landslide.
Do you want to know the main reason why people voted for Trump, as indicated by exit polling?
Yeah, I would love to hear your reasoning.
Get this. Get this, deepfake. The economy. The one thing you have said that Donald Trump is bad at. It's the main reason why people voted for him in the last election. Oh my God, this is gold. So you just tried to tell us that most people voted for him because they weren't delusional and wrong, but actually, the one concession you've made so far, that Donald Trump is bad for the economy, is the main indicated reason via through unanimous consensus of exit pollers following the 2024 election. Following the 2024 election, insofar as why people voted for him, thereby you think the only reason that he won in a landslide, quote unquote, is because a lot of the people that voted for him were delusional, not acquainted with reality in the sense that they falsely thought he would be good for the economy. That is fucking ironic.
It's not Trump's fault that COVID literally fucked everything up because in his first term before 2020, 2016 to 2020, dude, the economy was booming before COVID. Okay, way better than it is now, way better than the Biden-Harris administration. I mean, dude, it's hard to fix, dude. Like, the economy is very hard. It might be too far gone. And I hate to say that, but hold on. It's true, man. There's not a president in this country that can fix this economy right now, not even Donald J. Trump.
So COVID made the economy get worse. You have an echo.
And it's hard to recover from all that, dude. It's hard.
So COVID made the economy get worse from 2020 to late 2021. And then COVID said, hey, I'll see you guys later, left. And then the economy got better from 2022.
There's still ramifications from COVID that are happening now.
But then COVID came back in 2025 and then made the economy bad. Well, we're talking about the trend of macroeconomic variables. We saw the downtrend of macroeconomic variables from 2020 until early 2022. Then we saw an uptrend of macroeconomic variables from late 2022 until the end of the Biden-Harris administration. And now we've seen a downtrend of macroeconomic variables from the beginning of Trump's administration until now. And you're saying it's COVID. So therefore, COVID came, killed, left, came back 3 later and killed again.
No, dude, COVID never came back, but there's still ramifications from all those companies that when COVID happened
But
and
then
all
why?
that stuff.
But then why would they be on an uptrend at the end of the Biden and Harris administration and a downtrend now under Trump?
Yeah, can you give me a source of how the economy was in an uptrend in 2022?
Fucking hell, you're looking at one. If that inflation graph is still open on your phone screen or Xbox screen or whatever, late 2022, the inflation rate dropped from 9% in June to, let's see here, to 3% of June the next year. The inflation rate literally dropped by 6.1% in 12 calendar months. That is a positive uptrend of a macroeconomic variable.
I remember under the Biden Harris, dude, these are, man, I just don't know if I can agree with these statistics because, hold on, because during the,
We got there. We finally got there. Deny reality. It tells me that you have no other argument left. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
no, because, dude, this is what you do, man. You talk over people and make your guests forget their points they're going to make so they can't make a valid point so it doesn't make you look dumb. I know what you do, bro. It's a great debate. It's a great debate topic. It's a great debate strategy, man. Like, I mean, shit, dude. I don't even know what I was going to say anymore. Can we move points? I can see that. Hold on. Donald Trump has done a lot better in other places than the economy right now. And my argument is the economy. Please, man, dude, don't be facetious, bro. Just, let's have a civil debate. Allow me to destroy you in other points of Trump's presidency of why it is better than Biden Harris. Okay, the economy, I will give it that the economy has not been as good as I thought it was going to be. Okay, I thought it was going to be like 2017 numbers, bro, but it's not. It's bad. I get it. COVID did not help at all. So can we move to a different point, please?
Yeah.
All right. I will say that the economy, I shouldn't have started with the economy because it's probably my least favorite thing that Trump's done. But I would say my favorite thing that Trump's done is what he did with the military and not allowing the transgender community to use the VA to get surgery for their genitals for sex changes. Because that's what he kicked transgender people out of the military.
Right. Which is different than restricting access to VA eligibility of sex reassignment surgery.
He did that so they couldn't use the VA. He didn't work around it. He just automatically signed an executive order and got them all out of there.
Galaxy. Okay.
Because that's what they were doing. Because that's what they were doing, Dean.
Really?
The transgender people were joining the military
So
to fight for their country. Hold on. Please let me.
What I'd argue here is that if a trans
Not for
person,
patriotism, but for getting sex changes.
What I'd argue here is that if a trans person joined the military specifically to get a sex change operation from the VA, then they fucking deserve it. The least we could do for the trans men and women that put their lives on the line to fight to defend this country, its values, and the constitutional protections in which it guarantees to the citizens of this great country would be a sex change operation. Alternatively, I'm actually not too sure surrounding, VA's coverage of gender-affirming care. I don't think that you are either. And no, Donald Trump has never indicated that the reason why he banned trans people from being in the military is because of their access to VA healthcare eligible benefits. In fact, we know that's not the reason why, because he could just simply reform VA healthcare eligibility and what they cover to specifically not cover sex reassignment surgeries if that was his goal. His goal was just to kick them out. Additionally,
So you're saying
I don't understand why you think that money being spent on a veteran's gender reaffirming care is worse than money being spent to the tune of $5 trillion through the big beautiful bill that you said you support to take from the poor, kick 10 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid, 3 million low-income Americans off of food stamps, reduce the purchasing power of half of this country just to give more back to the Elon Musks and Jeff Bezoses of the world so they could buy an extra yacht. Your priorities are out of whack, you're anti-American, you're anti-patriot, and you're willfully and intentionally misconstruing the motivations and intentions insofar as why Donald Trump banned trans people from the military. Thank you very much.
Yeah, can I go on with my point now? First off, I would like to I like all the W guests in the chat. I appreciate that. That makes me feel very warming.
I know, because you're an emotional
kind of
creature.
destroying. Hold on, I know I'm kind of
You're an emotional creature. You need the affirmation from other emotional creatures to make you as an emotional creature feel good, because you can't find that good feeling rooted within confidence in the views in which you share because you know they're false. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll go ahead. Of course, when Trump signed the order to kick all transgender people out of the military, of course he's not going to say the reasoning behind that is so they can't get gender affirming care. That would look very bad. I would look very bad on him. But I mean, that's the primary reason, dude. Why would I want to spend my tax dollars for the VA for people to get sex changes, man? When there's people that have cut off limbs, amputated limbs, that aren't getting their VA benefits.
Oh my God! The VA doesn't even offer.
The VA is gonna hold on. But
Wait,
the VA is
wait,
gonna
wait,
spend
wait.
millions of
The
dollars on
VA
sex changes.
The VA
No.
has never covered sex changes. The VA has never covered sex reassignment surgeries.
Hold on. They
That's
give out
crazy.
testosterone. Hold on, they give out testosterone to females.
So you're
trying to
talking
be
about
men.
you're talking
Literally,
about HRT.
there was, hold on, I was
you're
in the
talking
military,
about
Dean.
you're talking about HRT. That's hormone replacement therapy. You said surgery. HRT is not surgery. You're talking about sex reassignment surgery. Here's my source. If you go on Google to DAV.org, which is Disabled American Veterans, and you type in VA LGBTQ plus veterans, it will give you a source from DAV.org saying that the VA has never offered gender affirming surgeries. Wow.
Okay, hold on. But they're still
Oh my
they're
God.
still giving these transgender people incentives.
Yeah.
Incentives for their condition.
So you're talking about
it's the same
so you're
thing, but-
talking about HRT, okay, which they give for individuals experiencing menopause symptoms, cis women or trans men, and then they also give to individuals experiencing gender dysphoria for existing patients. So if you experience gender dysphoria prior to joining the military, and you were receiving HRT, then you can continue to receive it through the VA. And those are the specific guidelines. So not only were you wrong when you suggested this to be true of the VA providing sex change operations, but you're also misconstruing what they do offer for HRT. Now, I'd like to clarify, you support kicking trans people experiencing gender dysphoria out of the military, so they no longer have access to free HRT through the VA. Would you also support kicking cis women experiencing menopause out of the military, so then they don't have access to free HRT because of menopause?
I would like to first say this: I'm not against trans people. I'm a Christian. I'm a devout Christian. I love everybody. I just don't agree with what they do. But to answer your question, yes, I would support women going through menopause to get their help.
HRT. To
with
get
the
HRT.
VA.
Yeah. So then it has nothing to do with you
Dude,
paying for hormone replacement
there's a
therapy and all to do with holding disdain towards trans individuals. And here's the cherry on top. Wow, you are getting
I'm not
fucked.
transphobic,
You're
by
getting
the way. I'm
fucked
not-
in this debate, by the way. Just saying. Here's the cherry on top. As of 2025 under Trump, he actually has implemented new VA restrictions specifically to ensure that the VA is no longer providing hormone therapy for newly diagnosed transgender veterans. So they don't.
That
even
is
get,
great.
So they don't even get hormone therapy anymore, which is completely.
They shouldn't.
But here's the thing: you said the reason why he restricted their ability to be in the military in the first place, okay, was so that they couldn't get free sex change operations from the VA. So then I was able to prove you wrong. I fucking debunked you, okay, because they've never been able to get sex change operations from the VA. I then proved you to be a fucking hypocrite, because you said that women experiencing menopause should be able to get HRT from the VA. And then I proved the
There's
original
a
premise of
difference.
your argument wrong about him banning and restricting trans individuals' eligibility from competing inside of the military for the purpose being to restrict their access to HRT due to the fact that he actually did that with another executive order ensuring that the VA no longer offers it. So I want you to concede and agree that no, Donald Trump did not ban T people from the military so they can no longer get HRT because he did that with another executive order unrelated to the ban, legally speaking. And no, trans individuals were never able to get sex reassignment surgeries from the VA. I want you to concede those two things.
Okay, I over exaggerated on these sex assignment surgeries. I meant they were getting like testosterone and estrogen boosters
Okay,
for their
so
for
you
their.
conceded on that point. Now concede on the point of him restricting their ability to be in the military so they can no
I
longer get-
exaggerated. I'm not conceding.
Okay, well, so you are conceding. You're just doing it in your way because you have a big ass ego. Now I want you to concede that you argued the reason why he banned trans people from competing in the military, being in the military, was specifically so they can no longer get HRT from the VA. But the thing is he actually did that through a separate executive order.
There's no proof that was the reason. That wasn't the reason that he did that.
Yes, the proof, it's an inductive argument. The inductive argument to dispute that we know that he didn't ban people from the trans individuals from competing in the military so they can no longer access HRT is because he literally did exactly that through a separate executive order by no longer qualifying it as medically necessary. Also, additionally here, you're arguing that I have no proof that you're wrong. You have no proof that you're right. The burden of proof would lie on the accuser making the positive claim. So not only are you burden shifting, which is fallacious by nature, but even engaging in your burden shift, I was able to give you proof, and I was able to give you an inductive argument to reason that you were wrong. So nice burden shift, fallacious, and after you burden shift, I was able to prove
You're a
wrong with
funny
my
guy,
inductive
man.
argument.
You're a funny guy, man.
I'm an intelligent guy that's debunked you. Every single thing you've said since the moment you've joined has been fucking debunked.
I pray. Hold on. I pray you truly change and you become a Trump supporter again, dude.
You're
Because
cooked. You're cooked.
No, I'm not cooked. I'm not cooked because it's great and I'm not transphobic at all. You know, I have a love for people.
Why aren't you
and I have a
responding
love
to the
for-
last
hold
thing I
on,
said?
Hold on, dude.
You're just not
Please let me
responding to the last
finish,
thing I
bro.
said. Sure.
Please let me finish one point. And I have a love for our military. And I think what Trump's been doing with our military has been great. Our military has been thriving, and it was full of Finn boys and transgender people when Biden was under presidency. The military was soft under Biden. I was in the military under the Biden Harris. Hold on, Dean. I was in the military under the Biden Harris.
Is that why you know that there's
And it
always
wa- and it
Finn
was
boys? Were you always hanging out with the Finn boys? That's why you knew that it was full of it? Full of them?
No, I wasn't hanging out with the Finn boys actually.
Did-
But anyways, our military. He's strengthening our military by kicking out
So you
transgender people
weren't
out of the
hanging out
military.
with the Finn
He's
boys?
strengthening our military because we're going to
then
need
how
it
do you
eventually.
know so much about the Finn boys?
It may not seem like we're going to need our military right now because we're not in a war right
how do
now.
you know so much about the Finn boys?
Dude, that's just what it was, bro. Our whole military was soft, man. Our platoons, man. People were cussing out NCOs all the time, dude. Like being babies, man. Nowadays, if you cuss out an NCO, bro, they're going to smoke you and probably hit you, which I condone.
Wait. So how do you know that the military is full of Finn boys?
Because there was Finn boys everywhere, dude.
Was there Finn boys everywhere? So there's like a Finn boy, in the...
Bro, you're making fun of this, but you're not giving me a good point as to
there's
how
Finn
I'm
boys
wrong.
everywhere. Okay,
Our military is strengthening.
I'm just gonna be blunt with this question. You said that the military was full of Finn boys.
It was full of Finn boys. It was full of
Were
transgenders. There's nothing wrong with gay people.
When you were in the military,
There can be masculine gay people.
When you were in the military, were you full of Finn boys? Is that what you mean to say?
Yeah, dude, that's not funny.
Well, it's a question.
No, I wasn't.
I'm just saying.
I-
It is oddly specific. It is just oddly specific, right?
I dispersed from
what
that
you're saying
group.
about you dispersed to Finn boys.
From Finn boys
Oh.
and transgender people.
Oh, you dispersed from Finn boys. Like dispersed from Finn boys. You experience a disperse from the Finn boys in the military.
Yeah,
They're
why are
just
you muting
full
me,
of-
bro? Everybody in the comments is saying, why are you muting me, dog? It's not funny. Like you have no valid argument, so you're resorting to jokes and comedy because to
Wait, you
to
think that
sway
your position, like,
to sway away from my
one second.
points.
You think that your position, right?
Good
like,
comedy
calls for-
tactic, bro.
You think that your
good comedy tactic.
Your position doesn't call for a legitimate counter argument. Your argument is literally, even though Donald Trump raped a woman, sexually exploited women and girls, all right, committed 34 felonies, is destroying
No,
the
he didn't.
economy, right? You still support him as president because the military is just full of femboys, and they were everywhere.
He
all
didn't
at
grape
once.
anybody.
And now there's just no more femboys.
He didn't grape anybody.
Yeah, he sure did. He fucking
Who,
did.
who did he grape?
A
Who did he
woman-
grape?
a woman
because
by-
that's a false argument.
A woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll. And before you respond to that, I have a couple people to thank. Thank you for the $20 SJ Whitley over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 200 SJWs down below.
You guys really
And,
donating this guy money?
Yeah. Are you fucking jealous?
I mean, I feel like with this debate, I should be the one getting money.
Oh,
considering considering I'm trying to convince your audience
Yeah.
to go to a better presidential,
Yeah.
to go to a better president who's actually been strengthening our military and
Yeah,
our country,
yeah, so you're
instead
getting-
of weakening it,
so you
instead
get-
of weakening it like Biden was.
So you get-
Our country was vulnerable under Biden.
So you get very
Putin didn't
angry?
respect us. So
you get very angry when people
no
donate
foreign
to
country respected us.
Yo, D-Bake, I hate to be that guy. There's actually more people than SJ with the $20 that donated to me. I'm going to thank them now. But can you thank SJ for donating $20 to me?
No, I don't agree with that.
Oh, you don't agree with it. Well, I'll help you agree with this one. Omega, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat.
So you guys are making
Holy
this dude
crap.
rich for poisoning our youth. You guys are
Yo,
making this dude rich for
Venmo,
poisoning
PayPal,
our youth.
link tree in the bio on TikTok,
This guy
pin a
is
message on
poisoning
YouTube.
our youth,
Omega,
poisoning
thank you for
our
the
people, and you
$50
guys
over
are
on YouTube
donating
Super
him
Chat.
money.
I have just a few more. Sandra, thank you so much for the 50 euros on
The
Super
Bible
Chat.
tells us this,
Show
man,
some
that
off to
evil
Omega.
people-
Show some off to
evil people will
SJ.
flourish.
Show some off to
Evil
Sandra.
people will
Shut up.
flourish.
Thank you for the 50 euros, Sandra, who says, thank you for defending woman. Greetings from Belgium. Thank you so much for the love. That is literally so much love and so much kindness. New Blue Eyes, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. You said if I was better than you, then I'd be in a debate that passes for a genius observation in the Trump cult. Deadass New Blue Eyes, thank you so much for the $50. You guys are literally going fucking nuts. Oh my God. Over on Venmo, Sarah, thank you for the $3 saying, am I really donating money to this guy? Rami, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's go, Rami. Nicholas with a $20 on Venmo just because the caller doesn't agree with it. Peter, thank you for the $10 as well. Sarah with a $5. Ruby with a $10. Emmy with a 13 cents. Annabella with a $10. Thank you so much, you guys. Peter, thank you for the $10. Sarah with a 3. Over on PayPal, Andrew, thank you for the $5 for the Evil Finboys fun. Sasha with a $2 to piss the guests off. Serena with a $20 on PayPal for the DNC money. Alyssa with a $10 on PayPal just to piss the guests off. Andrea with a $5. Andrea with another $5. Ellie with a 3. F with a $10 saying thank you for answering my question. Of course, F. Gina with a $10 saying as a Gen Xer, enjoy listening to your lives. Vintage with a $10 saying here's some more DNC poison money for the youth. Jen with a $5 and Justin with a 20 who says let's make the guests really angry. Thank you for the $20, Justin. Then Ingna, that is INGA. Thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Holy fuck. With the $30 they say every time they complain about donations, it
I
makes me want to
guarantee
donate.
you
Merry
don't donate
Christmas.
to charity,
Thank you so
you
much
don't
for the
do- you don't give
$30.
homeless people
Oh, thank you
money.
so much, Ashley, for the $2 to tell this guy to
just
shut the
take it
fuck
in
up.
with your greed,
Thank you so
man.
much.
Greed.
Oh, I'm so greedy. I'm such a grifter, right?
I mean, I
Feisty!
just think it's
Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. He says President Grapus in Lake Michigan, deadass. Angelina, thank you for the $28. He says donating just to piss this guy off. Thank you so much, Angelina. Holy crap, you guys. Y'all are going off right now. It just literally doesn't end. Thank you for the $20. Gore with a J. I'm just going to call you JG with a $20
You're lying.
over on YouTube
You're
Super
lying,
Chat. Thank you
dude.
so much, Gore.
You're just trying to piss me off.
These are
Nobody's
literally
donating you all this.
public donations on the YouTube stream, you fucking fraud. Ali, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo who says for poisoning our youth with truth. You know what? Let me just show you Ali's donation. Can you see that? Here, let me just
Does
pull
it
it up.
make you sleep
Thank you for
well
the
at night?
$30, Ali. Listen, can you see that? What does that
Yeah,
say?
same guy.
What does
same,
that say?
Same guy.
What does
same
that
guy
say?
getting all these donations that condones abortion. Same guy getting all these donations that condones abortion.
Based Thank you for the $30,
Base.
Allie.
I mean, that's
Show
a
some love
valid-
to
that's a
Allie.
valid
Shut up
point.
while I thank my
This dude
donors.
is getting rich and
Libby,
he
thank you so much.
he
Oh
promote-
yeah. Thank you for the $10, Libby. Thanking me out, helping me get rich for the $10. Who says keep poisoning our youth? Lindsay, thank you for the $10 on Venmo just to piss the guests off.
guy
Audrey with a
condones
$10 saying
abortion,
my
bro.
cat says hi. Thank you so much
We can go into
for the
that
love,
after this, too,
Audrey.
if you want.
Drew, shut up while I'm thanking my donors. Pipe down. Drew, thank you for the $15. Who says it's ironic when people say the LGBTQ plus shouldn't be in the military when General Von Steven was a gay man and co-founder of the U.S. military. Dead ass.
Do you
Thank
donate
for the
this money
$15,
for
Drew.
women that need abortions?
Justin, thank you for the. Oh, I'm going to donate it all to Planned Parenthood. Justin, thank you for the $20 saying let's make this guest angry
Call it
again. Thank
Planned
you for the
Parenthood.
$20,
Sad.
Justin. Show some love to Justin. Jen with the $5. Olivia with the 5 cents. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $20 on
pray you mature
Venmo.
one
Saying
day,
here's a
buddy.
fake donation. Thank you so much,
pray you mature one
Vanessa.
day.
Kel, thank you for the $5. Who says my 7-year-old mom loves you and always says trans life matters. Shout out
Jesus
to Mama
loves you,
Susan.
man.
Shout out to Mama Susan. Oh, can you thank Mama Susan for the $5?
No.
Oh, wait. Oh, my God. What about Brianna with the $50 over on Venmo?
Can you guys
Brianna with
please stop
the
donating
$50.
this guy money, dude? Like, it's ridiculous.
Brianna with
Really
the $50 on Venmo says for destroying this cock. Thank Brianna for the $50 and she'll stop donating. Everyone will stop donating if you could thank Brianna for the $50.
Thanks, Brianna, for the $50. Now, can you guys please stop donating?
Sarah, thank you for the $50 on Venmo as well. Good boy, by the way. Good boy. Sarah with a $50 says paying my cult fees to piss off the guests. Thanks, Sarah, for the $50 and they'll stop.
No.
Oh, I guess that means that they're going to keep going.
Can we go into
Claudia,
why
thank you for the $2 on
abortion-
Venmo for the Planned Parenthood. Jessica with the $2 for all the abortions. Yo, Gerardo, thank you for the $100 over on Venmo. Holy shit, Gerardo. Who says, here's $100 for an abortion if your girlfriend ever needs one. Thank you for the love, Gerardo. That's actually very kind. Brianna with a $25.
You guys
Who
are
says,
just living
my uncle and I
corpses, man.
love you for the
guys are
military full of
living
femboys
corpses
and the
that
youth
practice
that you are
hedonism.
saving. Thank you for the
That's all you guys do.
$25,
You
Brianna.
guys are living
Juniper with a
corpses that
$1.
practice hedonism.
Olivia
It's
with a 5
disgusting.
cents.
It's sinful.
Oh, shut
God
up while I'm
profaned.
thanking them for the donors. Jocelyn, thank you for the
Hedonistic
$50.
society,
Oh
no
my
purpose.
God.
Hold
Show
on,
some
no
love to
purpose,
Jocelyn
no
down below
drive.
in that chat with a $50.
Pure hedonism.
Saying here's $50
Pure
for your
hedonism.
girlfriend to get an abortion. Thank you for the love, Jocelyn. And with a $1 for your presidency. Love you, man. Thank you so much. Morgan with a $3 to help
What
this
a
evil man
nihilistic
flourish.
culture we live
Thank
in.
you for helping me flourish. Anna with a $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Addie with a $15 who says donating to the guy who supports my right to choose my body. Shut up, caller. Aaron with a $5 on PayPal to piss the guests off. Brooke with a $5 as well. He says this guy just wants to monopolize the femboys for himself. Free the femboys. Aslan with a $10 just to annoy the guests. Billy with a $25 who says from Billy Jane. Thank you for defending trans people like me from transphobes. Fuck this guy, Billy. Jen with a $2. Heather with a $10 who says you cooked the hell out of this guy. Alyssa with a $10 just to piss the guests off. Sasha with a $2 saying I love you so much. Serena with a $20 saying DNC money. Jeremine, thank you so much for the $14 saying, well, yeah, we're going to give you money. We're seriously giving you money to Eugene. Thank you for the love,
You should feel
Jeremine.
ashamed of
Well, I mean,
yourself,
seemingly
Dean.
the generation is loving it. I mean, just look at all the donations they're sending. Then
Because
Danielle.
you're brainwashing them, dude.
Oh, I'm
If
brainwashing
God
them.
showed-
I'm
hold
making
on.
them donate.
If God showed this generation the truth, they would not be so easily brainwashed by a 20-year-old liberal.
Well, first and foremost, I'm 21. Second of all, I'm really good at. Wait, let me brainwash them some more. Ooh, give me
What
your
a
money.
hedonistic, just disgusting culture we live in, man.
Give me your money.
Do you guys have any
The
purpose?
401ks, the college
You guys have any purpose or
funds,
drive or-
Grandma's retirement, inheritance. Give me it all. Is that like the brainwashing that you're talking
Hey,
about?
Dean, I got a question. How many?
Well,
of
you
your
could
guests
actually
do
ask
you
me a
think
question
hit the
after
gym?
I thank my donors. Well, I'm one of them.
Pray
Thank
to
you for the
God.
$10, Lovey, who says at work right now, but guess said you suck and fuck up. If not God, he's not real. Lol, hell Satan 66666. Oh my God. Ben, thank you for the $5 who says fuck this fake Christian bigot trash. Lewis with the $5 to piss the guests off. Peter with a $1 to make him mad. Claire with a $4 to make him mad. And Danielle, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. He says D-Bank is a liar and a terrible Christian. You are a fucking terrible Christian.
How am I a terrible Christian?
Oh, yeah,
I
for
would- hold on. I would love to hear, dude. dude, I would love to hear how.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, to start, I'm just going to go over a couple points because I still have a bunch of
Don't ever
brainwashed
disrespect
supporters
my
to thank.
religion.
Well, I'm not disrespecting your religion. I'm disrespecting you. And honestly, Jesus would agree. You're a wolf in sheep's clothing. You claim to be a Christian. You claim to care about good Christian values and morals and virtues. But then when you read Psalms and it says, give to those that are more needy and less fortunate than yourself, or you read the gospel where Jesus made Matthew quit his job as a tax collector and the poor to become one of his followers and then exclude anyone from dining with him or becoming one of his followers, but then you turn around and you support Trump, even though he's so exclusionary towards individuals such as Muslims. He wanted to ban them from entering into the country. Jesus would sit down with them at the dinner table, or it's been so incredibly hard on the low class, taking their healthcare away, fucking them with tariffs, taking their purchasing power away.
He
from the
wouldn't
big, beautiful
condone
bill,
what they do.
taking their food stamps away, and disobeying a court that forced him to feed 16 million starving Americans, and still said, no, I'm not going to feed them. And you're going to sit here and tell me that this is the man that any true Christian should support. The same man that raped E. Jean Carroll, the same man that boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls, the same man that told over 30,000 lies, cheated on all 3 of his wives, one with a porn star, then buried one of his ex-wives on his golf course for a tax cut, while simultaneously fucking over the working class by allowing an ACA subsidy to expire to increase the price of health insurance for 45 million Americans by 300%. Then you're going to turn around and call that godlike. God would disdain you. God would disdain Trump. And then you're going to tell me that I'm crazy and that I'm disrespecting Christianity for telling you that you're not a good Christian. Fucking suck it up, Buttercup. Jesus would be saying the same shit to you right now if he was here in the flesh. And honestly, you better hope that he doesn't come back in the flesh during your lifetime, or else you would be sent to fucking hell. Now, I have a bunch of other brainwashed people to support. I wasn't even able to tell you all of the ways that you're anti-Christian. There's one more for fun. You know, we read in Leviticus, particularly 11:33 through 34, where it says, treat the foreigners that reside among you in your land the same as you treat the native born, and don't
You don't
mistreat
gotta
them.
mute me.
Meanwhile, you support the
I'll let you
administration that's
speak.
mistreating them,
I'm not
infringing on
like
their
you. I'll
human
let you
rights,
speak.
infringing on their constitutional rights, deporting them to be beaten, tortured, and starved in another country in a center for terrorists. And you say that that is Christ-like. You're insane. But back to thanking all the brainwashed people. Annie, thank you
So
for
is
the 22
condoning
euros
abortion
over on YouTube
Christ-like?
Super Chat. Well, I mean, actually, if it's not Christ-like, then you think that Christ is the Antichrist because Christ condoned abortion. And
Is
Numbers 5.
supporting-
1 second. Let me
Is-
answer
let
your
me
question.
finish,
You
dude.
asked me a question. You said, is condoning abortion Christ-like? If it's not Christ-like, then Christ is the Antichrist because Christ condones abortion. In Numbers 5:11 through 31, go read it. If a wife cheats on her
That's
husband and
blasphemy,
becomes
bro. I
impregnated,
pray-
she's supposed to go to the church and drink the bitter waters so her abdomen will swell and she will miscarry and the fetus will die. If you think that's blasphemous, then you're calling the Bible blasphemous, you're calling God blasphemous, and you're calling Christ the Antichrist. And then you're going to expect me to say that you're a good Christian? You're fucking crazy. I do need to thank all the brainwashed supporters, though. Annie, thank
at
you
your
for the
comments,
22
bro.
euros over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, everyone with a healthy mind supports AB. It's healthcare. This guest is transphobic as shit. Thank you for the 12 euros. DeSoto, thank you so much for the $20. Who said, okay, the voice work. Yes, I brainwashed DeSoto into sending me $20. Eli, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, I'm trans, I'm brainwashed. Let's go. W brainwashing. Thank you for the $50. I would also like to thank Angelina with a 14 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, ooh, Dean, you brainwashed me. You got it. Let's fucking
Dean,
go.
you care if I speak, man?
1 second. I'm still just thanking all the brainwashed supporters. Narcissa, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat, who says, drop this guy, stop making money off of his hate speech. This is disgusting. Well, I mean, I think that we're describing why this guy is the furthest thing away from what he describes to be. And the reason why I keep people like him on the live when this happens is because it's the only thing that makes them mad. And I honestly like it when people like this guy are experiencing mental turmoil. But let's see if we could just wrap up with all the donors that we've got so far and either move on to the discussion or move on to the next guest. I'd really like to thank James with a $5 in Venmo, who says, may Lord Satan take guest soul to hell. Hannah with a $5 who says, oh, Hannah, thank you. I'm going to keep that message to myself. Thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And then Champs, thank you for the $100 over on Venmo. Holy shit. That is CHAMCE. Champs with $100 says, guess has no idea how obvious his daddy issues are. He clearly loves big, strong men. Well, thank you for the $100, champs. Oh, we ought to show some massive love to champs down below in that comment section for the $100. Thank you so very much, man. As well as Brianna with the $10 who says you just took the words right out of my mouth about why he's
Hey,
a
maybe
bad
we can
Christian.
agree
Thank you
on
so much for the
something.
love.
Can I give you
Emma
something?
with the $10 for the grumpy man fun. James with the $5. Bebs with a $15 saying, love you, Dean. Continue to brainwash us. Thank you for the loves, Bebs. Zach with a $15 says, I guarantee
Hey,
I know
Dean,
the
I think
Bible
we can
better
agree
than
on
Spaghetti
something.
Idiot. He sucks. 1 second, I'm almost done. Thank you for the $15, Zach. Sarah, thank you for the $1. Kayla with a 3. Courtney with a 5. Cicely with a 5. Margaret, thank you for the $25 who says, love your show. Appreciate you for that love, Margaret. Thank you so much. We are all caught up over on Venmo. After Taylor, I want to thank you for the $10. And then Rami with a $1 who says, keep making money, kid. Appreciate you for the $20, Rami, and Taylor with a
How
10.
do you get destroyed by Togi in a debate?
Natalia, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Logan with a $20 who says, from a real Christian that hates Trump, fuck
This
the
guy
guest,
got destroyed by
deadass.
Togi in a
Andrea,
debate.
thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Bethany with a $5. Jennifer with a $20 who says, you want to so hard I still have the chills. Thank you for the $20, Jennifer. Rec, thank you for the $30 over on PayPal from the grandma's retirement. Appreciate you for the love, Rec. Then Shayla with a $5 just to piss off the guests. Annabella with a $20 who says, my mom's on a work call, but says she supports Trump because he's innocent until proven guilty. He's been proven guilty to rape Eugene Carroll and his 34 felonies. Make sure to bring that up. Thank you so much, Annabella. Then I think there's maybe like 2 more people to thank over on Super Chat. Omega, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. And then I think we had like a massive Super Chat here. I just wanted to thank real quick. Yeah, there it is. Holy shit, dude. Thank you for the 70 Canadian dollars. Oh my, dude, what is going on? Thank you for the 70 Canadian dollars, Fish, for the fake donation. Thank you. So what is going on today, dude? Thank you so much. And then I'd also like to thank Eli for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat for the Finn Boys. Oh my, Jesus Christ, guys. Seriously. Okay, we're all caught up. If I missed your donation, I'm so sorry for everyone. I just want to say this to all the donors. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you guys so
He's not
much
actually grateful.
Quiet, Piggy. Thank you so much for all of the love. On a fucking real note, I do not deserve a single penny nor cent of that. Like, you guys just popped
Yeah, you
the
don't.
fuck
At least you
off.
can.
You guys
Smartest thing you
just
said
popped
all
the
day.
fuck off.
Smartest thing you said all day to me.
I'm so appreciative for every single one of you guys. That is some of the craziest shit I've ever fucking seen. And if I missed you, just know that I'm so sorry. And I'm so grateful for you all. At this point, please, please, please show some love to all of our donors. As well as Lily. Thank you for the 20 euros over on YouTube Super
Yeah,
Chat.
hold on, Dean.
Christians that support Trump.
Maybe we
Or
can agree on
RJ,
something.
for thank you for all the love. Annie with the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. What do you have to say about that? Holy shit.
Yeah, would you agree that we live in a hedonistic society that only promotes self-pleasure over any purpose, drive, or companionship?
With Trump as president.
Would
yes.
you say we're prominently living in a hedonistic society?
With somebody like Trump as president? Yes.
No, dude. Are you kidding me?
He's so hedonistic
are
that
you-
he'll
are
take
you- are
that
you-
he'll
are
take
you- dude,
self-pleasure
Trump
of
wants
an
to-
actualization of power over support and defense of the Constitution, or tax cuts for the working class, or saving the lives of innocent children, starving via a lack of access to food stamps just to further fund tax cuts for himself and his other rich billionaire friends. Yeah.
Yeah, he's enhanced ICE raids to kick criminals out of this country, illegal documented
he a
immigrants that
criminal?
don't deserve to be here.
Isn't he a criminal?
No.
Would you support him if he was?
Is he in prison?
Would you support him if he was?
Would I support Donald Trump if he was a criminal? Like, what crime per se are you referring to?
Oh, well.
Because
the
hold on,
34
hold on.
The 34 felonies that he was found guilty of per Fox News.
In
Media
civil
is the back.
court, he paid for those crimes with his money,
Hey, my friend.
his hard-earned money. His hard-earned
Hey,
money.
my
He
friend.
paid for those crimes.
Can you
So
can
justice
you read
has
this
been
Fox
served,
News headline?
and you can keep crying about it.
Can you read this Fox News headline?
You can keep crying about it because justice
can
has
you
been
read?
served. He has paid his debt for what he has supposedly done, which I don't honestly believe he
dude,
did any of it.
You look really stupid right now. Could you read this Fox News
I look
headline?
really stupid.
Read this.
No, I
read
don't.
the Fox News headline in front of you. Read it.
Yeah, did he not have to pay restitution for his victims? Apparently,
It's not a civil court. You said in a civil court. Read the headline out loud.
in a criminal trial. So what was the verdict?
Guilt.
What was the punishment?
Oh my God! You want to know the verdict? How about you read the fucking headline? It says it in the first 2 words. Trump guilty. Dude.
Okay, he's guilty. What was his punishment?
I feel like that was such a great depiction. Shut up. Be quiet.
What was the punishment?
Be quiet. Be quiet. Let me speak. I feel like that was such a great depiction of Trump supporters in a nutshell. I had a Fox News headline on the screen that says, Trump guilty on all counts in New York criminal trial. He was saying that he was unsure of the verdict and that it was in a civil, non-criminal trial. And the whole time he was repeating that it was a criminal court. And the whole time he was repeating that he didn't know the verdict. I had a headline from Fox News in front of his eyeballs that clarified it was in a criminal court and that he was found guilty. Do you understand?
What's the punishment?
No. Do you understand how stupid you look right now? Because you were arguing a point that was disproved by a Fox News headline in front of your face. And then you asked a clarifying question about what the outcome of that court was, even though on that headline it said he was found guilty. And now you're going to say that you didn't see it? I was interrupting you every 2 fucking syllables saying, read the headline in front of your face.
What was the repercussions of what he was guilty on? What was the consequence? What was the punishment?
Yeah, so because... Is that a real Ash Trevino? Crazy. So because by the time sentencing came around, he had already started his second administration. The judge presiding over the case gave him literally no sentence and let him off scot-free, which, by the way, is an example of you supporting
So the Democrats
him.
failed in impeaching.
Is you supporting
The Democrats
him,
failed.
Is you supporting him as president, voting for him last November, and then because he became president, was able to scapegoat any accountability for the crimes he committed and was found guilty of, specifically because throwing the president in jail would be a national emergency. You are so hypocritical for saying that you wouldn't support Trump if he was a criminal, but then when you figure out that he is a criminal, you still support him as president and actively defend the system that allowed him to be a criminal that scapegoated any accountability for his crimes. You're fucking cooked.
Okay, I'd rather support a criminal president that's doing well for the country than a president who's brain dead, who can't even speak and is getting his string pulled by everybody else in his administration because he can't even speak a coherent sentence. So I mean, we can go about that too, man. Like, okay, so Trump was held liable for what he quotation marks. I'm not in the same room as you, so I can't be, like this, but he didn't commit these crimes, but he was found guilty. Hey, dude, there's a lot of people found guilty for stuff they didn't actually do. Okay. I don't know if you knew that or not. I don't know if because you believe everything you are because you're a brainwashed little 21-year-old kid. Okay.
Is that the end of the statement?
Yeah. The end of the statement is that I would, and apparently, the majority of the.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll just respond to that last claim. So you said that the only reason why I believe the outcome of the court is because I'm brainwashed. And you don't believe it because individuals are found guilty of things that they didn't actually do quite a bit. So you're actually demonstrating your consumption of conspiratorial logic. So because courts can get it wrong, does it mean that you are justified in assuming that they get it wrong when you pick and choose with no reason? Okay? Right? This is like the same logic that...
Who was the jury in that case?
1 second. I'll answer your question. You just got to let me finish speaking. This is the same logic that justifies conspiracy theories surrounding 9/11. Okay? Because the government can lie. Therefore, with no reason, we could basically assume that Bush was lying when he said that another country did 9/11. Okay? And by the way, when we actually look into the specifics...
No, because there's substantial evidence that denies your claim.
Oh, there's also substantial evidence that supports the fact that Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. Would you like to know what it is?
Yeah, I would love to know so I can dispute it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just going to go ahead and start with the most obvious one. I actually like this one is the most compelling to me. He said he does what the jury found him guilty of. In 2005 on the Access Hollywood... Yeah, for sure. In 2005 on the Access Hollywood tapes, he said he could just grab women by the P word. Doesn't even need to ask first. The jury determined that he grabbed E. Jean Carroll by her member and inserted his fingers inside without asking first.
Did he specifically say E. Jean Carroll?
He said he liked to grab women. He said that he likes to do what he did.
He
to her.
didn't. Hold on, dude. So you lied.
I didn't lie. He said
He
what he
didn't-
likes to
dude, quit
do,
me.
what the jury found him guilty of. He said that he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first. The jury found him guilty of grabbing a woman by her P word without asking first. What's
He
the
didn't
lie?
explicitly say that it was E. Jean Carroll
Wait,
that
is,
he
wait,
grabbed
is
by
E.
the
Jean
P
Carroll a
word.
woman?
Okay, there's a lot of women out there.
Answer my
There's more-
question.
There's more women
Answer
than
my
there are men
question.
in this world.
Answer my question. Is E. Jean Carroll a woman? Yes or no?
I don't know, man. There's a lot of transgenders out there. I don't know. Yes.
Oh, so you're basically saying that you can't tell if someone is trans?
No, I can't. I'm on 10.
Yeah. So anyways.
I'm on 10.
So E. Jean Carroll, you don't know if E. Jean Carroll is a cis woman or not?
We'll say she's a woman. Okay.
Oh, yeah. And we're not going to say that you're a man because you have the mental acuity of a 3-year-old boy. But anyways, to get back to what I was saying, he said
I benched
that he likes
255.
to grab
I think I'm a man. I benched 255.
Wait, weren't you calling me a little boy earlier?
Yeah.
I also benched 255.
Yeah, dude. I doubt it. But we'll keep going, dude. You're like
Come on. Wait. That's crazy.
120 pounds. What, on a Smith machine?
Wait. No, free
You
bench.
bench 255 on a
Free
Smith
bench.
machine
And now you're
with
gonna
like 55
wait, and now your response is to say that I
55.
weigh less than you. That just makes me stronger than you pound for pound.
You're not pound for pound, dude. You're 120. Your muscles are small.
Wait. If I'm 120 and you're more than 120 and we have the same bench max, then that means that I'm stronger than
Dude,
you pound for pound because I could bench max a total higher ratio of my body weight than you can. But if you're curious, I'm 155.
You don't bench 255, bro.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
And my physique is better looking than yours. Significantly so.
No, it's not. Dude, you're literally skinny, bro. You're like an anorexic twig.
Oh, very interesting. You know, I was called that a lot growing up.
As you should have been.
Wow. Yeah, no, totally. I don't know. Let's get a case in point. Let's just get a case in point.
Bro,
here.
what is that?
Don't worry. Is this an anorexic twig right
Bro,
here?
it's tiny, bro.
Tiny, super,
Bro,
super small.
I looked like that when I was 13.
You looked like that when you were 13.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was me before the bulk when I was cutting to lean mass.
Hold on, dude. I'm gonna change my
Is this
profile.
also
Hold on.
is this also a twig?
Dean, I want you to do this, bro.
Wait, I have a question.
I'm gonna
Is this-
change. Hold
wait,
on,
one second.
dude.
Is
Dean.
this also a twig?
Yeah, it's pretty small,
Yeah,
bro.
that's pretty
But-
small. That's pretty small.
Hold on, Dean.
That's pretty small.
Hold on,
The
Dean.
copium.
I'm gonna change my profile picture to a
The copium. Guys, if you're watching
This
on TikTok,
picture is
just
old.
literally look at the photo of his arm in his profile picture compared to the one on the screen. The
Hold on,
copium is
Dean.
fucking real. You're legitimately so fucking embarrassing. And by the way, the whole anorexic twig thing.
How do I pull up a photo?
I actually do have an eating disorder. And for
How do I pull up a
and for the vast majority of my youth, I was like borderline like dealing with anorexia. So, where I'm at now is a position where I've been for the most part able to overcome that eating disorder, bulk up, and mog the shit.
You're still small,
out
bro.
of cuck chud Trump supporters like the guy on my live that has to deny reality to determine his position. I just want everybody. Now, this is like super. I usually don't do this. But just because of the way that this guest has acted on this live towards me and towards trans individuals, towards marginalized people on this live, I want y'all to all make a very simple and fair observation of the size of the bicep in this guy's profile picture compared to the size of the bicep immediately on top of it and tell me which one you think is bigger. What
Obviously,
about
they
you,
support
D-Bake?
you, so they're gonna say you,
What-
dude.
what-
That's small.
What about
They're
you?
Tiny.
What about you, D-Bake?
Yeah, can I pull up a photo?
No. Just answer my question. What about you?
Can I pull up a
No,
photo?
I want you to answer my question. Why are you scared? Okay. Looking at the bicep in your profile picture.
Can I pull up a photo?
I want you to fucking answer my question, you silly goose. Looking at the bicep in your profile picture and the bicep immediately on top of it. Okay, which one is bigger?
How big are your
Top or
arms, bro?
bottom?
You measured your arms?
Why won't you answer the question?
I'm 16.5-inch arms.
Answer my fucking question. Which bicep is bigger? The one on the bottom, which is yours, or the one on the top?
I mean, mine is, but my shirt's covering it. My shirt is covering it. My shirt is covering it.
Yo, 1 second. I gotta show this comparison to the YouTube stream real quick. So
My shirt is covering it.
So they
imbecile.
know. So they know precisely like what you're saying, dude.
You got insecurity issues, bro.
You have insecurity issues. You're
I
literally,
don't have insecurity issues.
You're literally denying reality because the liberal has bigger biceps.
Can I
than
change
you.
my profile picture?
Oh, but so the fact that you know that you need to change it demonstrates
No.
that you know that it looks smaller.
I have a better photo.
Oh yeah, you
a
have.
better
So you
photo.
know that photo is like bad and like makes your bicep look smaller.
No,
then,
it's
right?
old. This photo is
Oh,
old.
so you're saying that it makes your bicep look smaller because it's an older photo?
Because I have a shirt over it.
Oh,
yes.
so you accept that my bicep is bigger?
No, it's
no,
not.
wait. So then it wouldn't be a
But
bad
if I
old
took
photo
my
that you need
shirt
to
off,
replace.
I would be way bigger.
Oh,
than
wait,
you.
wait. So you're saying if you took your shirt off, then you would look better, conceding that right now it definitely doesn't.
Yeah, can I pull up a picture, dude?
Yeah.
Can I ask my question?
So then you admit when you said that your bicep in that picture looks bigger than my bicep in the picture directly over it, that you were fucking
Yeah,
wrong.
dude. Can I pull up a picture?
So, but anyways, for those on YouTube, if you're curious,
You don't
of
want me
the
to pull up a picture,
comparison-
dude, because you know I have.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know I have
you
better.
you could pull up a picture. You could do whatever you want.
How?
How?
How can I show you a
You
picture
put
on my phone right now?
You put on a green screen?
How do I do that?
Oh God! Wait, you want to show a bunch of femboys your naked body?
No, I want to prove to you that I'm bigger than you. That's all I want to do.
Wait. You're committing.
We don't
the sin
have
of
to do
pride.
it over here,
buddy. Wait, you want to like show me your body in private?
Oh my god!
By the way, right
bro.
now you are committing the sin of pride.
Why are you rage baiting?
I'm not rage baiting. I'm being honest.
Yeah, I want to show you my bicep, dude. It's massive.
How tall are you?
5'9".
5'9", benching 255. I mean, I wouldn't expect your bicep to be any bigger than the one in the picture I just showed up on the.
Dude, I have more
feel
size
free.
than I have strength.
So then feel free to turn on the camera and pull it up. Dude, this is so like, this is so.
Oh, you want me to turn on the
uncomfortable.
camera and pull it up?
Yeah. Also, 5'9", you're fucking short, dude.
How tall are you, Dick?
5'9". Okay. All right, we're going to stop entertaining that ludicrousy. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the cube. You happen to be an American adult that sports Trump as president. All right, I'm sorry. We're going to move on. I get it. That's super off base. It's super off base. Incredibly off base. But, anyways. Only hop in the cube. You happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll get back to the politics now. See, the thing is that I do these debates not only because I disagree, one moment, with the views espoused, right? But like also because like I don't like people like that last guest. I truly don't like them. Truly do not like them. And it's really nice not only to like win the debate, to hopefully like try to change minds, but also to like fucking humble him. He was so fucking prideful, so fucking cocky, so fucking egotistical. So, I mean, it was really hard to not take that opportunity to deviate from the topic. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No, not anymore.
Nice. Oh, then Reese over on YouTube said, very Christian of him to call Dean an anorexic twig. Right, very Christian. Very, very Christian. W Christian, hell yeah. Moving on to our next guest, Brody. Someone else in the YouTube chat says, I was waiting on the caller to insist on comparing.
Yo, hello? I didn't mean to.
No worries. Someone in the chat says, I was waiting on the caller to insist to compare male member sizes. He was probably going to go there. I wouldn't. I honestly, if he was up here for another 10 minutes, he was probably going to go there. All right, only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Make sure that you're following the rules if you happen to be in the queue. Moving on to James Bond. Actually, no, Eternal Dream. Here we go. We also have like a bunch of people to thank. Let's see here. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Nope, they're not here. Moving on from Eternal, we got Logan loading up. Hey, Logan, do you support Trump?
Dean, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to request you.
No worries, man. You take care, Logan. Moving on to our next guest. This person's name is MAGA for Life 99. Oh, boy. Hey, what's up, MAGA for Life? Do you sports fan? Okay. All right. Moving on to the next guest here. Liam, why do you continue to request, bro? I'm done debating you.
Why
man.
do I continue to what?
Yeah, I'm done talking to you. I thought I told you that last time. Why do you continue to re-request?
You've been cooked every time, dude. You've been dude. Stop it. Stop it.
The lag.
I'm platforming you right now, so give it up, okay?
The lag is making you literally sound drunk.
I'm platforming Dean Withers right now, okay? So just stop it.
All right, I appreciate you for the platform, love, bro. Oh no, wait, he's gone, and we actually went up in viewers. Crazy. What's up, Fierce? Do you support Trump? Fierce, hello? Fierce is not here. All right, guys, I'm trying to do every single thing in my power to try to get a Trump supporter up here to have a debate with, and we can't find him. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you? Under the age of 18?
I'm 18.
Fuck Easton. I'm sorry. You just took a little too long to answer the question, and I kicked you before you even said that you're 18. Feel free to hop back in that queue. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
30.
Okay. Yo, before we hop into the debate, I would just want to thank a couple people here real quick. Bo, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Holy shit, Bo. Thank you. Thank you so much for your love, and thank you so much for your kindness. But I'm going to go to keep your message to myself, but just know that I really appreciate you. That is BEAU. Let's get 500 Bo W's, as well as 200 Jamie W's for the $20 to tell that last guest to shut the fuck up. He's gone now. He's shut up. As well as Lori with a $10 who says, these guys are such tools. Instead of any legitimate arguments, they go, "Durr, I'm bigger than you. I could lift heavy stuff." It's embarrassing. Yeah, and it's even more embarrassing when they're wrong. Okay? Yeah. John, thank you for the $10 who says, Dean, do you ever take days off? I actually, in 2025, I've counted. I've taken 2 elective days off with like no reason, just to chill. Fun fact. The second one was Christmas. Thank you for the love, John. Chicago with a $1 and Mary with a $2. Thank you so much. Annie with a $5. Noel with a 5. Steph with a 5. And Justin with a 5. We're all caught up over on Venmo, over on PayPal. Alexis, thank you for the $5. Anna with a $10 saying thank you for brainwashing me. Thank you so much for the love. And then as well as Martin with a $2, Ashlyn with a $5, Sophie with a $5, another Sophie with a $5, and then another Sophie, actually it's the same Sophie, with a $20 who says, proud of you. I nearly lost my life to anorexia. Makes me so mad when people comment on others' bodies to try to make themselves feel better. Yeah, I mean, it just really shows who they are. Then Audrey, thank you. And I'm really sorry to hear that, by the way. Thank you for the $20. Audrey, thank you for the $10. Who says, don't tell people not to comment on your religion when they have the opinion on lives of others. I don't know if I track that, but I mean, I think what I'd say there is don't tell people not to comment on your religion when you try to use your religion to influence policy that impacts those people. And then one big one. Holy shit. Lewis, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Oh my God, Lewis. Lewis says your Christian friend is in a Jesus cult. He judges on people committing murder. Ask him if he keeps the Sabbath holy. It's a sin not to keep it. Or to like mix fabrics in accordance with Levitical law. There's a couple other things, but thank you for the $100, Lewis. While we're hopping into this next debate, I want to see 1,000 Lewis W's down below in that comment section. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to brainwash you all. All right, what's up? So you told us you support Trump. Appreciate you for your patience. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why.
Well, it's a multifaceted things. The first, the radical feminist narrative, where they critique straight white men, and they use that critique to critique other men, like black men specifically, who has harms that a lot of people that's specific to them, like mass incarceration, media villainization, historic harms, like we've been through Jim Crow. So what they try to do is they try to recruit our women, which is black women, especially these white feminists, to add on to this narrative that patriarchy need to be destroyed, right? And this has been going on in a lot of leftist institutions, Ivy League schools. They got this, they got like gender studies. They got all of these studies now in these Ivy League schools. And a lot of women go to these institutions, right? And they come you know, they come pro everybody and then they leave hating men, right, at a young age. So I think it's an indoctrination camp for a lot of, and I don't have a problem with feminism, right? But radical feminism has taken on a life of its own. So I start with there.
So you think that radical feminism influenced the mass incarceration of black men and Jim Crow era
No, I never said
segregation?
that. No, I said their critique, right? Because if you look at a lot of radical feminist premise, right, they critique patriarchy, right? Which we know.
You don't have to be radfem to critique the patriarchy.
No, but
Like
what
for
they
instance,
do
I'm
is
not
right.
radfem and I critique the patriarchy.
But hold on, just hear me out. So what they do is they critique patriarchy,
Yeah.
and they equate what straight white men have done historically, and then they put that label on other groups of men, like black men, Hispanic men, who doesn't have the institutional power to perpetuate patriarchy. So that's my point. I'm not saying that radical feminists do that. What they do is they generalize all men, right?
So here's
keep
like
the issue on
here's
straight.
where-
Keep the energy on straight
so
white men.
here's where like being an intersectional feminist, in being able to look at different systems of power and oppression is like almost necessary for this conversation. So as it would relate to race, right, the structural power dynamics that exist surrounding race, you would be right. That's not a position of power that, like, for instance, a black man could fulfill, right, due to systemic racism oppressing black individuals in this country. But intersectionalism, super important here, as it would relate to another power differential that exists under the patriarchy. That is something that all men would have the power to fulfill as the oppressor versus the oppressed. So that's why intersectional feminism is so incredibly important, because it also helps you understand, okay, the different inequities that women can experience predicated on their race. Okay, so it's like oppression looks different for a black woman than it does for a white woman. Now, at the end of the day, are both of these two women going to feel oppression in the sense of misogyny and the patriarchy? Yes, because that would be indexed to the intersect of the patriarchy and their gender/sex. But the differences would then lie in the impact of systemic racism and where they would fall on the power dynamic of racism.
Yes, I
as the
understand the
oppressed,
intersectionality.
as being like like a black woman or a white woman. So I mean, I hope that kind of clears it up.
No, whoa,
Like
now
as
see,
it relates under the patriarchy, yeah, black men would exist in like the oppressor class compared to the oppressed. As it would relate to the intersect of systemic racism, black men would exist
you
as
said
the
that
oppressed
black
compared to
men
the
will be in the.
oppressor.
Wait, hold on. I just want to clarify.
I mean,
Now,
I hope that I'm describing this like
wait,
somewhat
did you just
coherently.
say that black men will be categorized under the oppressor and not the oppressed?
Specifically as indexed towards the institution of the patriarchy and misogyny. Yes.
You're wrong. Okay, so this is important. So there's a
Wait, so I just want to
professor.
clarify. You don't think that black men could be misogynistic to women?
No. That's not. You said that black men in the confines of patriarchy is the oppressed and not the oppressor. That's what you said verbatim.
Specifically indexed to the patriarchy and systemic
And I'm
misogyny.
telling you you're wrong.
Okay, well, I mean,
Okay.
do you agree that
And
like,
I'm gonna explain
misogyny
why.
exists?
Wait, okay? So misogyny, patriarchy is just not exclusive to misogyny, right?
I think that the patriarchy
Is there patriarchy in the
inherently-
LGBTQ community?
I think that the patriarchy would be like inherently misogynistic. And when I'm like discussing what a patriarchy is, it's going to be a society that like gives disproportionate levels of power to men compared to women. And like typically we would see this practically described via power differentials expressed and continued through like social norms that say men should go out, work, protect, and provide, and like women should do like other things, placing them lower on that power differential socially, economically, many times legally too, so on and so forth. And I'm
All right,
saying
let me ask
that,
you
like so earlier when I was saying that index to like the oppressor class versus the oppressed in reference to the patriarchy, black men would like benefit from the system, right? Because they'd be indexed to these norms of like protecting, providing, and working compared to the indexical norms of like staying at home, cooking and cleaning and raising the kids. All right, but like the power differentials that exist for men and women under the patriarchy and systemic misogyny, right, don't therefore imply that under systemic racism, right, that black men would also like exist in the oppressor class as it would relate index to systemic racism. All black individuals like experience a level of oppression. So I hope that helps clear it up.
Let me respond to that.
And by the way, Santana just sent me a text, said, "Oh, Jerry, he's a rage baiter.
I'm not a rage baiter.
Somebody who blames white liberals and Parker and says that they use
I'm not a
black
rage
women for a
baiter.
shield for Democrats Party." But do you understand what my position is?
I
here?
never critique black women publicly. He's a liar. So are you going to listen to gossip? Because I haven't disrespected
Well, actually, you did earlier.
or rage bait.
You did critique black women earlier.
No, I said radical feminists, not black women.
No, you implied
said-
you implied a
I
critique
said
for black
what-
women.
I
Let me
said-
make it clear.
I said what-
Let me make it clear, because you critique systems of education so that they propagate anti-man hatred and promote radical
I
feminism.
said white women. I didn't say black women.
Who's the most?
I said white radical feminists try to
proportionately-
recruit black women.
Proportionately, who's the most educated group of individuals in this country that go through this university system, that get these degrees, that experience this quote unquote anti-man, anti-man?
Asian women are the most educated.
No, black women.
Asian women and white women. Yeah.
Black women. Proportionately, black women are getting more degrees than any other demographic of women in this country right now.
But you're not finna get. See, I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to get me to critique black women. I said white women try to recruit black women. So hold on, let me respond to your points. So
Recruit them into what?
Wait, can I respond to anything?
Yeah, that's fine. As long as you could just end it by telling
I
me
just
what
want
they're
one
recruited
response,
into.
brother. All right. So my response to you is, right. Let me ask you a question. Have who benefit more in patriarchy system since the inception of this country, white women or black men?
Who benefited more from the patriarchy?
Yes.
Yes,
White patriarchy.
Yeah, specifically,
white women or black men?
indexed to systemic misogyny in the patriarchy, black men.
No. I'm talking about. See, you're trying to relegate the conversation to patriarchy. I'm gonna ask you a specific question.
You asked
right?
me about who benefited
So,
more specifically from the patriarchal
Who
norms of our
benefited
society.
more patriarchy in terms of institutions in America from slavery all the way up to 2025? Who benefited more, white women or black men?
Once again, specifically indexed to the patriarchal norms our society has propagated, black men.
Okay, so you're delusional. So let's walk this down. White women own 40% of slaves. All right. White women benefited from Jim Crow. White women benefited from the Jim Crow Civil Rights Act, affirmative action, DEI.
Yeah, and now you're describing how white individuals, including white women, have expressly
the fact that you think
explicitly
white women
benefited
benefit from
the
patriarchy
racist
more
norms.
than
This is why intersectionality is so
you're
important.
living.
This
Yes,
is come
but
on. This is so easy to
prox-
describe, Jerry. You know that this is rage bait.
What about
Specifically,
patriarchy?
One moment. I like that you said, okay, so I like that you asked me the question. Just listen to what I'm saying here, Jerry, because this is very important. I like how you asked me the question, specifically indexed to the patriarchal norms, who benefited more, black men or white women? And then I said black men, and then you called me delusional, and then you started talking about the racist norms, okay? So these are two separate.
Slavery?
But often
Benefiting from
intertwined.
slavery?
One moment. Two separate, but integrally intertwined systems of oppression. Okay. And when we're specifically evaluating the index norms under one system of oppression to the other system of oppression, okay, we have to try our best here not to equivocate. It is my position that black men have benefited more than white women, specifically indexed in reference to the patriarchal norms historically
living
true of
in
America
delusion.
and the ones true of America today, while simultaneously white women have benefited more than black men, specifically indexed to the racist norms historically of America that are also true.
So that
today.
matters.
So in these
Okay.
two things,
So white patriarchy
play
wait,
into one
so-
another. These two things are intertwined with one another. But when you're asking me who's benefited more from a specific index of norms and values, okay, you're going to get a very specific answer. So I want to ask you a question now. What specific values of radical feminism do you believe are expressly racist against black men?
Oh, I'm sorry. So wait, can I respond to your point first before I answer that question?
Yeah, you said that first time you said that you had a question, I answered it, and then I've been asking you this question for a while now. You can
but
ask
you've
me
been
another one.
dominating. I haven't had time to even make an argument. All right, because your premise doesn't make any sense because you're leaving out the proximity to whiteness that white women have historically benefited from, right? So you're trying to relegate the conversation to gender and patriarchy, right? And you're leaving out the most important part, which is a racial caste system that white women historically benefit from, right? So during slavery, they disproportionately, outside of white men, disproportionately was the slave owners, right? During Jim Crow, they disproportionately was beneficiary of racial segregation, right? So the fact that you try to relegate the conversation to gender, you're leaving out the most important part, which is a racial caste system that white women have historically benefited from, and their proximity to white men. Because
So-
there's nobody in the country that's in proximity to white men more than white women. So the fact that you try to relegate them to say that they're more oppressed than black men, you're living in Delulu land. Black men are disproportionately affected in healthcare. Black men are disproportionately affected in mass incarceration, right? There's nothing that white women has been disproportionately affected by in terms of this racial caste system. I'm sorry. More than black men. You're living in delusion, and this is why, right? The Democratic Party
I don't know
has
if you're
lost
not
the
getting
election.
it. So I don't know if you're not getting it, or I don't know. If
I
you're not
understand
listening.
intersectionality, brother.
I don't think
you're
that you
relegating
do.
the conversation.
Jerry, let me respond now. I don't think that you do, because your response there was to critique me for relegating the conversation specifically to indexical patriarchal norms. But you asked me specifically who
White
has
male
benefited more.
patriarchy.
Listen to me. Listen to me. You specifically asked me, index to those patriarchal norms, who has benefited more, black men or white women? And then I obviously answered black men. Okay. But then in responding to that position, okay, you then completely strawmanned my response to your question by then introducing the intersectionality between these patriarchal norms and racist norms. Okay. So I'm going to say this for you.
White patriarchy
listen,
goes hand in hand. White
that's what
patriarchy.
dude, I'm not denying
that goes
that.
hand in hand. You
Listen,
can't separate the two. You're
I'm-
trying to separate the two.
I'm not denying that. I'm explaining that. Okay? Now you are assuming a false premise to be true of my argument. If I didn't think that racism and misogyny went hand in hand, then I wouldn't label myself as an intersectional feminist, because that's what intersectionality describes and studies. Fucking hell. But see, the thing is, in the question that you asked me, you specifically asked me about the hand indexed to the patriarchal norms. You said, Dean, indexed to these patriarchal norms, who benefits more? Black men or
From
white
white
women?
patriarchy. That was my premise.
Okay. So now you're no. You're changing the premise. So now you're not asking
I
me.
said white male
listen,
patriarchy.
Listen, no. You said patriarchy. So you
No, I said
specifically
white male
Oh my
patriarchy.
God,
No.
Jerry, stop lying. Just let me
I
finish
literally
speaking.
said white male
This has to be rage
initially.
bait. This has to be rage bait. So you specifically asked me this question, index to the patriarchal norms. Okay.
I said white male patriarchy.
Jerry, can you let me finish speaking?
Why are you lying?
You're lying. You didn't say that. You changed the question, okay, away from the specific patriarchal norms to the intersect of racist and patriarchal norms.
All right. So can I respond, brother?
Oh my God, you haven't even let me finish responding to the last thing you said.
Okay, do your thing, brother.
I'm just asking you to listen. So point number one,
Don't fall for Santana, because Santana's going to put a battery in your back and act like I'm a rage baiter because he's a hater. I cooked him in a debate, so he's trying to paint a narrative across the app that I'm.
Can I finish, Jerry? You still haven't
apologize.
let
Do
me
your thing,
finish. I haven't been able to speak forever. Okay, so I feel like this whole time, right, that what Santana calls you a rage baiter has been proven to be right. Because this whole time, you haven't been listening to me. This hasn't even been a debate. This has been me trying to describe, right, like where you're wrong, and then you not listening, straw manning my argument, and then assuming another position to be true. It's like what I'm saying here isn't complicated and is clear as day. What I'm describing is that there is an interplay between racist norms and patriarchal norms. When you specifically ask me the question of who benefits from the patriarchal norms, it will always be the men. Okay? All right. When you specifically ask me who's been served a detriment from the racist norms propagated systemically in this country, it will always include black people. All right. Now,
And I'm disagreeing with both.
So you don't think that men benefit from the patriarchy and women
I'm
suffer from the
saying white. No,
patriarchy?
listen.
Oh my God. And you still
I'm-
haven't
I'm
let
te-
me finish.
I'm telling you-
what he's saying very specifically, Dean. He's
He asked
trying
me
to
a
walk the line as
Can
far
I
as what
respond?
he's saying.
And listen, I'm like literally trying my best to just keep it cool and trying to describe this to him, but he won't stop interrupting me.
I understand, but you're wrong.
You don't even
You
know
asked
what
me a
I could be
question.
wrong about because I haven't finished speaking. And by the way, I've been trying to ask you a question literally since you joined. And then you continue to say, no, Dean, I want you to answer my questions first. Okay? And then I continue to answer your questions. I continue to redefine and redescribe what intersectional feminism is. I continue to go over like the specific indexional patriarchal norms, the specific norms that we could index to racism, how these two things interplay with one another, how they're intertwined, and who benefits from what systems. And then you continue to like interrupt me, strawman my position. It's embarrassing for you. Okay? But the one question that I've been asking this whole time is what specific facts of radical feminism perpetuate anti-black racism against black men? And that is a question that you have not been able to answer.
That's an easy question. Okay, that's an easy question. So if you look at somebody like Emmett Till, right? He was unalived at the hands of a false accusation of a white woman. All right. So if you look at the history of the Klan, right? They had a woman version of the Klan, the Ku Klux Klan, where basically they used to put false accusations on black men. Oh, look at me! I just cooked you. So you asked the question on how radical feminism has been weaponized
Wait,
against
it's
black
not
men.
feminist. It's not feminist to falsely accuse men.
Wait, hold on. So a lot of these women, right, especially during the suffrage movement, right, they was jealous. A lot of these white women was jealous that black men had the right to vote before them, right? So what they did was they started to paint black men as predators, along with the this movie called A Birth of a Nation, right? And then they used a false propaganda, and white women, right, specifically, used to put false accusation. Black Wall Street bombing, right? The only bombing in American history was due to a white woman falsely accusing a black man of touching her in an elevator. So this is something specific to black men
this
that
is a
white
really
women
nice-
historically never had to go through.
Here, I'm going to respond to this in like less
I
than
answered
10
your
words.
question,
Thank you.
and then you're
I
going to
appreciate-
gaslight me.
I appreciate you for answering my question. I'm going to give a quick response and pass the mic off to the guest. So what you're conflating these two things. You're conflating what some women have done historically to be an equivalent to that is what is true of feminism. So no, feminism is not
I
described.
said radical
Listen,
feminism. I never said regular feminism. I said radical.
That's also fine. That's
Stop
also
it.
fine. So
You're playing games.
You're conflating between actions that women have engaged in historically to what is true of the operation of radical feminism, and that's not true. Because if we could conflate the actions of women to what is supposed to be true of radical feminism, well, then we could say that because some women support Trump, then all of a sudden it's a radically feminist ideology to support Trump. Oh, okay. Obviously,
what?
that's not true. So we first need to be able to just make that distinction between actions that some women have engaged in historically and what radical feminism even is. Now, here's what I'll say in more specific response. Okay, women falsely accusing men is not feminist. Women falsely
said
accusing
white women
men
specifically.
is not radical feminism. White women falsely accusing black men is not feminist. White women falsely
I said
accusing black men
radical.
is not radically feminist. There's nothing feminist and there's nothing radically feminist about something that subjugates different genders to different treatments. Okay? Feminism as a whole, okay, in a nutshell, is just the advocation for equal treatment socially, legally, and as described and seen on the hierarchical scales of power balances, socioeconomically, so on and so forth. So in fact, it is actually in contradiction, in opposition to radical feminism and feminism for a woman to falsely accuse a man. Now, if you want to respond to that, that's fine. The issue with your argument hinges on you conflating what radical feminism is to the description of some actions that women engage in. That's the rejectable premise. That's what's false. That's why you lose. But I'm going to go take a piss, and in the meantime, pass the mic off to Santana. The mic is yours.
Yeah, Jerry. The statement that you made, bringing up specifically Emmett Till, that was misleading. You can talk about feminism, and Jerry, I'll even give you the difference between feminism and womanism, right? But when you look at the specific cases that you name, whether it's Emmett Till or the bombing of Black Wall Street, you're talking about things that are more associated with racism than it is with any type of misogyny, womanism, feminism, anything like that. We can definitely point to specific situations where white women they've weaponized their whiteness against black men. But when you talk about the overall premise as far as the patriarchal system, I've been listening, and Jerry, I know intersectionality and how that works. So I think this is a little bit misleading the way that you've been wording stuff, including saying historically who's been more oppressed, white women or black men. We understand that like racism and the slave trade that actually shifted the country as a whole is deeply rooted within the country. But when you talk about more recent history and even more so the progression of the country, women have been more been more oppressed than black men, because men still have that access to the patriarchal system, a higher standpoint than white women in certain situations, but they're not that far apart.
All right, can I respond?
Sure.
So let me walk down the timeline. So when I first came on right, he tried to make a case that black men benefit from patriarchy, but white women benefit more from a racial hierarchy, right?
Correct.
Which he's wrong about, right?
No, that's
So
right.
the reason why I brought up Black Wall Street specifically, right, is because this was a white woman who accused a black man of something, right? And then the white patriarchy system protected that white woman.
Okay,
Right?
I'm okay.
That hasn't.
I think I
Wait,
know.
can I get one thought out?
Yeah, that's fine.
One thought out. One thought out. Just one thought. One thought. Please, God, please.
Come on, Jerry, stop being performative. Go ahead.
And the fact that you try to text him behind closed doors to try to paint a false narrative on me, that was kind of crazy. Because I never troll a day in my life. I never troll.
Jerry,
I never
you
rage
are absolutely a rage
I
baiter. But
debate.
what I said
debate,
is that
and
you have the premise that white liberals use black women as shields.
I never
with the
said
Democratic
that.
Party. You've told me that a million times, Jerry.
So what you're trying to do is you're trying to make it seem like I hate. Can I get back to my point? Because he got some personal stuff going on, and that's something he got to deal with. Okay.
Okay.
So I just want to say this, right? So white society treat white women as a symbol of purity, right? So white women frame themselves as protectors of white women, right? So when black men were cast as sexual predators, criminal by nature, right? This created a deadly equation. White women's accusation plus black men equals assumed guilt. So how does proximity to white patriarchy works? White women did not control the system, but they was protected by it, believed by it, and shielded from the consequences. So this meant
Wait,
this is my
one
last
second,
point.
Jerry.
This is my last
Really
point. My last
quick,
point. My
because
last
I'm
point.
a
My
little
last
bit
point.
confused.
My
Maybe you can
last
clarify
point.
this as
My
well.
last
Just
point. My
clarify
last
this
point.
as well. When
A
you
white
tie
woman's
this in,
word carried
wait, Jerry, when you
enormous
tie this in,
weight.
can you actually let me know how this ties into you supporting Donald Trump? Because like I really want to know that one.
Yeah, and I just want to respond.
when I
I just want
start
to respond to
cooking-
these 3 points because
when
I
I
don't
start
think
cooking-
that you're cooking at all, and I'm ready.
Can I get my last point?
Can I just respond to
Just one
everything
point.
you've said so far?
Okay. So this meant a white woman's word carried enormous weight. Black men had no legal or social defense historically. So the fact that and Black Wall Street is a perfect example of this. So the fact that you equated black men, right, benefit more from patriarchy than white women, you're living in delusional land because there hasn't been any systemic examples historically that proves your point. You're just pandering. It doesn't make logical sense.
Okay, thank you. I'm now gonna this is gonna be great. If you're a good faith interlocutor, by the time I'm done speaking, you will concede. Okay? So I'm first gonna start off with the most recent point, and then wrap around back to the first two. That will be like a more clear, like dunk. Jerry's wrong. He's saying bullshit. So first and foremost, the reason why historically a white woman's word has held weight against black men is not because the woman's a woman, but because the man is black. That would be an overwhelming pressure, right, felt by the black men onset by society, not because of a reaction of feminism to the patriarchy, but rather, right, the consequence of the system of racism. Now, to respond to your first point, I asked you for an example of how radical feminism, okay, perpetuates racism against black men, and this is what you have come up with. Women falsely accusing men, okay? Women falsely accusing men.
Black men.
Women falsely accusing black men, by definition, okay, is not radical feminism. Radical feminism can be understood by a theory that identifies the patriarchy, male dominance being the root cause of women's oppression, and then calling for its fundamental dismantling through just means to achieve true gender equality. Nowhere inside of the identification of unjust systems upholding male dominance, oppressing women, then to call for just means to right the wrong to achieve true gender equality, does white women falsely accusing black men fall into the picture. Your issue, your fundamental issue in your argument is equivocating between what some women have historically done and what radical feminism is. And I'm going to prove this. You cannot define radical feminism in any reasonable and sensible way that would entail that a white woman falsely accusing a black man would fall under it. I'm going to prove that by asking you for a reasonable definition of radical feminism. Mic is yours. Don't pivot. Don't deflect. Define
This is easy.
Radical
This is
feminism.
I just want to clarify. I'm about to define radical white feminism, right? just like y'all specific when it comes to the patriarchy of white straight men, I need to be specific when it comes to radical feminism. Can you agree with that premise?
No, actually, I disagree with that premise.
Oh, you don't want to agree with the premise?
Yeah, I disagree with the premise because this whole time you've been saying radical feminism. Not once in this conversation until I ask you for your definition of radical feminism do you qualify, quote unquote, radical white feminism. Because what you are about to do is you are about to repackage racism necessarily into the definition of radical white feminism. And the reason why I know you're about to, just one last thing here. The reason why I know that you're about to repackage racism into your definition of what you think radical feminism is because you asked to redefine it as radical white feminism. Because if you repackage racism into it under the phrase radical feminism, that would be you entailing that black women who are radical feminists are racist against themselves.
I don't have a problem with black radical feminists.
So
I have a
you
problem
now
with,
have to redefine radical feminism specific to white people, then repackage it into racism to attack it. So in other words, you are now completely changing what we colloquially understand feminism to be, completely changing radical feminism away from what its goal is, which is to identify the patriarchy, to identify female oppression at the hand of a male, women being oppressed by men, and then to act on just means to achieve fundamental and true gender equality. And that is why you are a disingenuous debater. That is why Santana has accused you of being a rage baiter. And that is why you've lost this debate. Santana, the mic is yours.
I just want to add also, if you start to lean on radical feminism, while feminism has roots going back to the 1792, radical feminism is classified as the second wave of feminism, which was started in the 1960s, which the actions of Emmett Till, Black Wall Street, the things that you use as examples so far have all preceded before radical feminism. So in order to justify your examples, you would have to have new examples that would fall into the classification of radical feminism that is beyond the 1960s. So the ones that you just gave now would be moot.
And by the way, I actually think that you're just engaging in misogyny right now. You're upholding...
That's exactly what Jerry does.
Yeah, you're upholding the system of oppression against women. You're upholding the patriarchy by trying to tell women that if they want to dismantle the patriarchy, they're racist.
Oh, wow.
So am I gonna be able to? Because what you did, I ain't gonna lie, you're a great debater, but that doesn't work with me. So initially, right, we start talking about patriarchy. Do I gotta classify that white male patriarchy to say that because we know everybody knows when you mention patriarchy, you're talking about straight white men disproportionately. So that same logic should apply when I'm talking about radical feminism, because historically,
No, because
white women
radical
have been the
feminism
front.
isn't a part
Hold,
of isn't a
hold
system of
on.
oppression.
Historically, no, radical white feminism has been, yes. I brought up examples.
I also disagree with that statement. I think that historically the opposite is true. I think that historically black women have done a lot of the leg
Don't
work,
weaponize black.
a lot of the legwork for feminism and
womanism.
the use of
For
just
womanism, not
means
feminism.
to achieve true gender equality. And I actually think that you arguing that this has been disproportionately white women, it actually would dispute the contributions of black women towards true gender equality, which would be an example of you engaging in anti-blackness on top of the misogyny perpetuated by telling others that if they want true gender equality, they're racist.
And the reason why I brought this up is because it was a segue for DEI, right? Because what they do is, right, they try to paint this false narrative. They try to paint this false narrative about because I don't have a problem with women. When I came on stage, I brought up radical feminism specifically. I didn't bring up feminism, second wave, third wave. I don't have a problem with that, right? So the reason why I brought this up is because they try to paint this false narrative, and they try to leave black people, black men specifically, out of oppression. Because you made the claim earlier that black men are the oppressor, not the oppressed when it comes to patriarchy, right?
They are.
So what they do is they implement this.
Black men are still men, Jerry.
They implement this in DEI policies, right? And then they exclude black straight men, right? And then they include white women who disproportionately benefit from affirmative action.
Put DEIA into
Bingo.
Law.
Y'all don't let me get a thought out,
Jerry, because you're conflating it, and you know that you're being disingenuous right now because you started with
I can
DEIA.
list DEI programs that does this. What are you talking about? I was going to do that
DEIA
throughout
and then
the
you
debate.
switched to affirmative action. You know for a fact that affirmative action and DEIA are two separate things.
White women benefit disproportionately from both.
Name one piece of legislation, and also affirmative action has been outlawed. Name one piece of legislation that was passed that actually put DEIA into practice. One piece of legislation.
Also, before you do that, just want to take 3 seconds. If men were oppressed by the patriarchy, then the patriarchy wouldn't be a patriarchy. That's all. Go ahead.
Exactly.
You don't know how to intersect race. You just try to just relegate it. Well, anyways, so I have another.
I'm specifically talking.
Did you see?
Patriarchal norms.
Did you see what Trump is doing?
Go ahead.
And stop running from the question.
Okay, all right, because obviously y'all trying to paint a false narrative like
Jerry,
I hate women.
Answer my question. What's the piece of legislation that signed DEIA into law?
How is that even relevant to the conversation?
Because you're sitting here and you're trying to equivocate DEIA and affirmative action, and then you're also trying
I talked about who benefit disproportionately, which is white women from both.
Yeah, again, you can talk about that, but then you're talking about the actual implementation of DEIA.
White women are not an oppressed class. Black women are oppressed class. Indigenous women are oppressed class. Hispanic women are oppressed class. White women are not an oppressed class. That's my issue. That's my only issue. I don't have a problem with white women, but they're not an oppressed class. They benefit the most from patriarchy more than black men.
You're speaking about
because they're in proximity to white men the most.
Something that has not been put into law. It's not law. Also, Jerry, you're being disingenuous because women are more oppressed than men. Period.
Dean, you need help? Dean, you need help? Because I was cooking.
Jerry's running.
You're cooking me?
Dean, you need help?
Like I got him on his back heel. Now he's trying to pull on you so he can get away from me.
Dean can't rock with me.
That's exactly what he just did.
Dean, you met.
I disputed your argument by defining radical feminism.
I'm the black version.
And then
I'm the black.
One moment. I disputed your argument literally just by defining. One moment. I disputed this argument by defining your argument by literally just defining radical feminism, and then I projected what your response would be by telling you that you would redefine radical feminism to radical white feminism, then you'd repackage racism inside of the definition of radical white feminism, and then I described how you're actually engaging in misogyny by disputing the existence of the system of the patriarchy by saying that men can be oppressed under the specifical indexical norms of the patriarchy, right? And then you're telling people that they can be racist against black men, right, if they don't want a patriarchy, but rather want true gender equality. So no, Jerry, you haven't been dunking on me. I actually think that I've been
I'm the
performing
black version
pretty
of
well
Dean.
against you in this debate. And I think that this is you running away from what Santana is asking you. Okay?
I'm the black version
That's
of
what he
Dean.
did.
I'm the black version of Dean. I cooked
He's
you, bro.
running.
I'm black. I'm the Black Dean. I'm changing my name to Black Dean. Listen. I'm changing my name to black version of Dean.
That's fine,
I'm
Jerry.
the
Can you
Black
answer my
Dean
question?
of TikTok.
Jerry, can you answer my question?
All right. What's your question, brother?
My question is, can you name one piece of legislation that was signed into law that implemented DEIA?
No, I can't.
Okay, so you can't actually equate DEIA
I can, but I'm trying
with,
to figure out.
you can't because there is none.
Okay, you're right.
I don't know. Do I have the echo? Or is it?
Oh, I think it's me. Hold on, I'm muted.
Yeah. The point that I'm trying to make is like you sitting here pretending as if women are not a minority group. Like, yes, I understand intersectionality. I'll even concede to your point.
White
that
women
there
are
has
the
been,
majority in the United States.
I will even concede to the point that at certain times there's been preferential treatment towards white women versus black men. But as we stand here today, 2025, men as a whole have a higher class of treatment than women. And you can see that in multiple ways. Jerry, can you name one actual law that restricts the male body the way that women's bodies are restricted?
And then after you try to do that, I'm gonna prove you wrong when you say that white women are not oppressed by the patriarchy in America. I'm gonna prove you fucking wrong.
No. Okay. All right. You said
one law that restricts the male body the way that women's bodies are restricted.
See, this is the problem. Y'all include all women. If y'all just say other women outside of white women, I will concede.
If
but when
you're
you
a
include
white,
the most,
if you're a white woman in Texas, can you get an abortion?
Very good.
No.
Yeah, in Texas, yeah, it's legal.
No, you can't. No, you cannot.
Oh,
No, you
illegal.
cannot.
Yeah, no, you can't. No, you can't.
If you
It's
are a
illegal.
black
That's what I meant
woman
to
in
say.
Texas,
I meant to
can
say
you get an
illegal. Yes,
abortion?
yes. I said no. No, you can't.
Yeah.
If you're a black woman, can you?
No, you can't.
Okay. Name, and the reason why we keep saying women versus specifically non-white women is because when you talk about where we are as a society today, women as a whole are oppressed. Now, name one piece of legislation that limits the male body the way that women are limited.
The male body, the way that men's are limited.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we relegating
the
to
male
this
body the way that women are limited? Like I gave you the specific example.
Yeah, I'm not
how-
arguing for men. I'm arguing for black men specifically.
The point is,
Can I
go ahead, Dean. You got it.
I don't have too much longer, so I'm just gonna hop in here. I'm gonna give a quick argument. I'm gonna cook your ass, and then I want to see if you have a response, which you won't because you'll be deep fried. All right. So, anyways, so your argument is that white women are not oppressed by the patriarchy. The reason why you're wrong is quite damning, first and foremost, okay? In 10 of our states, if a white woman is raped and she's impregnated, she can't access abortion. That's an example of white women being oppressed by the patriarchy. Today, we made a adjudicated rapist, okay, that is boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and girls, hit on a 10-year-old girl, best buddies with Epstein, involved with that, the reports to the FBI about him raping a 13-year-old, so on and so forth. We don't need to go over the specifics, okay? That normalizes rape culture by putting the perpetuator of sexual violence in a position of power, the highest ranking position of power available to any person on earth, by the way, and in turn, that rape culture impacts white women, okay? White women didn't have the right to vote before 1920. White women couldn't report rape inside of marriage on the federal stage before the 1980s. White women couldn't open up a bank account or get a credit card until like the 1960s and 70s, all right? And these are all examples of how white women have been oppressed by the patriarchy. And I have more, by the way. White women are oppressed by traditionalism, okay? When we're over here talking about how the man needs to go outside, make the money, protect and provide, and the women need to stay at home, cook, clean, and raise the kids. Okay, guess what? Those norms impact white women. Okay, the glass ceiling that exists on women inside of the workforce and fields that are dominated by men like surgery, okay, and fields that are dominated by men like finance, those also apply to white women. You understand that, right? I just want to make sure you understand that. And the argument that we hear time and time again, men are better at leading than women, all right? Men are made by God to be destined to be the leaders. that impacts white women. All right. I just want to make that one clear. And hopefully I have. All of those things and more apply to white women. And these are all examples about how white women are oppressed by the patriarchy. Okay? I understand that what you're saying, for the most part, or at least many things that you've said, have been true. Talking about the mistreatment of black individuals in medicine, for instance. In the same way that white individuals have better health outcomes on average compared to black individuals because of medical racism, okay? More specifically, white men have significantly better health outcomes than white women on average because of medical misogyny. We know more about male pattern baldness than we do about the female reproductive system. And that's a fucking issue. That's a big fucking issue that impacts not just women of color, not just BIPOC women, but white women as well.
Don't forget about like safety
That was
testing.
that was
A lot
that
of
was.
safety
Listen,
testing was done
I can
specifically
concede, right?
with men in mind versus women in mind. So even you talk about like crash test dummies in cars, specifically was tested with the male frame versus the female frame, and so there's a huge difference there as well. But
Yeah.
got it.
And I'll let you respond,
Right.
but
Can
then
I do
have
the
to,
one response?
Yeah, I'll give you a response, but then I got to hop off.
Okay. Because I really want to debate the Nigeria stuff, but with Trump saving Christians, but I'll do that another time. So just to respond to what you're saying, everything you said I can concede to. Outside of this is the most important part: the position in the racial hierarchy. So we know white men are at the top, full legal, political, economic power. White women protected, prioritized, believed, even when they're not able to vote, right? And then non-white men and non-white women, they are usually criminalized, excluded, exploited, and ignored. So this is the part where you leave out, right? Which is the position in the racial hierarchy, brother. So hold on. Last point. Last point.
Jerry, I understand what you're saying. I'm just going to quickly respond to it. What you're saying is assuming, right, like all positions of power, a very holistic, wide view of all like hierarchies of oppression, okay? Like running calculus on what level of oppression is experienced by being a black individual in America, and considering the calculus of what level is experienced of being like a woman in America, for instance. You're saying, considering all these facts, all things considered, right, you think that black men are more oppressed than white women. I'm pretty sure that's just the argument that you've been trying to make this whole time. You just haven't been able to like just say it. All right. And what I'll say in response to that is the most productive way, right, to address systems of oppression, not just in America, but on the global stage today, in the future, and historically, okay, is to specifically enumerate and be mindful of all specific systems of oppression. Okay, to be mindful of what systems impact black men, to be mindful of what systems impact black women, to be mindful of what systems impact white women, to be mindful of what we can do to fix this. And it's not a competition, okay, of are black men more oppressed than white women. In fact, I think that, you know, the oppressors would like that competition to take place. So instead of the oppressed class trying to fight for true equality, they're instead fighting against one another. And the solution here is to not fight against one another, but is to rather give validity to all systems of oppression, so then we could work on changing them, fixing
Well, I agree
them,
with that.
and eradicating them.
I agree with that. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna lie. See, it triggered me when you said that somebody is more. When you said black men benefit from the patriarchy, that kind of triggered me. But I agree with your solution. But maybe next time, because I really wanted to cook you on Nigeria and these Islamic extremists going on, and I was going to make an argument about Israel being right. But you said you're leaving, correct?
Hey Jerry, just real quick, one thing.
Because I will literally cook you on this.
One
for
thing
sure.
that I'll throw out to you, because you said that women are normally believed. That's absolutely.
I said white
false.
women. I didn't say women.
Yeah,
See, y'all keep doing the
white
women.
women. I was just
White
about to
women.
go. Sure. E. Jean Carroll and Donald Trump. I'll just leave it there. Really simple. Really simple. Every single day, myself, Dean, we talk to plenty of men,
White men are at the top of the
black men,
patriarchy, of course.
and non-black men that actually believe that E. Jean Carroll is lying, and they just automatically don't believe women. There's plenty of men that don't believe women in every situation, so that's not true.
Can we please?
I need to hop off. I need to go eat dinner with my girlfriend.
I'll cook you, brother. I'll cook you next time. I'm the black.
Santana, I appreciate you for joining me, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me up. A couple of W's. Thank you to everyone. Marie, Brandy, Jared. I'm like maybe about 50%, but thank you. Heidi, thank you for the 20. Jojo, thank you so much for the 10. Dean, I appreciate you.
Yeah, have a good rest of your day, bro. A couple of people that I like to thank before I hop off as well. Thank you so much, Jessica, for the $25 on Venmo from 44 minutes ago, who says thank you for being here. Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for the $25. I'd also like to thank Donica for the $5, who says tell him it's okay. I don't even know what that's in reference to. Thank you for the $5, Donica. Zachary, thank you for the $10. Melissa with a $5. Nate with a $50. Appreciate you so much for the love. Who says, sorry, it's been a while. Nate, I hope that you're doing well, bro. That's Mr. Nate, the pharmacist. Love you, man. Thank you for the 50. Thank you so much, bro. Show some love to Nate in that chat. Also, Sarah, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sarah says, as a diehard feminist, Dean, I can't agree with you on this. The patriarchy frames white women as non-threatening and worth protecting. More details. 1 second. It's not showing me the rest of your message. But what I'd say there, right, is that it's just not like truly feminist, okay, to like argue that like black women are lesser than white women, or to argue that, you know, we should falsely accuse black men. I'd argue that those virtues are not like truly feminist, right? And then even in your message, I think that you said that the patriarchy frames white women as non-threatening and worth protecting, while black men are framed as dangerous and disposable. So what I'd argue there is that under the patriarchy, okay, it is not true that any woman, including white women, is like framed as believable as instance. And I think that we see that throughout history in multiple like female eyewitnesses, if you were to bring forth a case against like every man that you have, right? And then the differences that you are describing here as the framing of white women as non-threatening and worth protecting, while black men is framed as dangerous and disposable, those are consequential of systemic racism. And systemic racism and the patriarchy are integrally intertwined with one another, okay? But we could like evaluate the different norms from the different systems of oppression and having these conversations to determine their root. But thank you for the $5. Sean, thank you for the $7. Madison, thank you for the $5. Stacy with the $2. Ivy with the $15, who says double deep fried. Appreciate you for that love, Ivy. Then Mia, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. And 88, thank you for the 5. Over on YouTube Super Chat, Lily, thank you so much for the 20 euros. I appreciate you so much for your kindness. And then Feisty, thank you for the $20 earlier. Thank you so much. Let's make sure that I don't have anyone that I've forgotten over on PayPal. Shandi, thank you so much for the $2 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Tahila, thank you for the $3. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Darius, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then Wookie, thank you for the $7, who says, please look at my DM, I got you. Sarah, thank you for the $6, who says, keep up the good work. Tiffany with the $5. Misha, thank you for the $5. Logan with the $5. And Michael, thank you for the $30 over on PayPal, who says, keep on doing what you do. Thank you so very much, you guys. I enjoyed the stream a whole lot today. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for listening to the debates. Before you head out on YouTube, drop that sub, drop a like on the VOD. Before you head out on TikTok, make sure to drop a like and a follow as well. And if you are still in the mood for more debates, go raid at Parker Get a Job. He's going to be live for the next 4 to 6 hours, having the same conversations that we've had for the last 4.5. So peace and love, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.